Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of Collar Nation radio show. Welcome. This is your Professor Collar in Collar Nation University coming to you tonight with some information. You know, folks, people ask me, Collar, why do you do a Martin Luther King special on Monday, right? Because I want people to understand something, right? I do not believe in integration. And I think the myth about Martin Luther King, the acceptable version of him, was uh, was that oh, he was a man of integrity, all that good stuff. But the thing is, the world, and he was very dynamic in what he said. Right? I noticed that the world basically takes what they want from somebody, and they use it because we have no agency over Martin Luther King. We let the world take him as this global icon. When you think of America, America used Martin Luther King. We don't even own the image of Martin Luther King was fighting for black people. He was not fighting for the LGBTQ. He was not fighting for feminists. He was not fighting for the peace movement, whatever like that. He was not fighting for whatever. He came as a man who saw his people suffering in justice in his country, and that's what he was fighting for. But the Martin Luther King people tell me I talk about was I have a dream that black boys and black girls. Yeah, that was in his speech, right? But they don't talk about the Martin Luther King who condemned America for not doing the right thing for black people after slavery. But he talked about, in fact, let me play this video to play this soundbite from Martin Luther King. Powering on. To set the stage of what I'm talking about tonight. We got a lot to talk about tonight, folks. Again, I'm gonna play it in a second. But like, share, subscribe, folks. Hit that like button as you come in, folks. And when you read the recording or do the recording later on, then a week from now, always hit that like button, folks. That's all I can ask. Hit that like button. Help me out. My subscriber count has not gone up in 2 weeks. Even though we're getting good viewership, we need more people watching the show, more people subscribing it. The only way to do that is to push it in the algorithm, By hitting that like button, you help the show grow. Sharing the show helps the show grow. Posting it on YouTube, X, all that helps the show grow. But if you don't want to help the show grow, you don't like me, you want this to fail, that's fine too. It is what it is. I can't change people's heart. One thing for sure you're gonna know is I'm not changing my opinion on anything. So if you think we're gonna box Collar in, we're gonna tame him and put him in his place, and he's gonna come out there, this tame person, just for some fucking YouTube likes and clicks. You think I'm a Myron Gaines or whoever else, Tariq Nasheed or O'Shea Duke Jackson. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm sorry. I don't live by likes and clicks and views. I like to build a channel. I would like to sell the show without selling my soul. So if you think I'm going to be Tariq Nasheed, that sticks his finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing, people are talking about ADOS or whatnot. So let me, literally stuck his finger out the window. He was a more Pan-Africanist, conscious community, whatnot, doing all his hidden colors. And then Yvette Carnell had some traction, with the whole ADOS thing. And he saw the people that was following Yvette Carnell was also listening to him. And these are the type of black people that had money to spare, So literally he stuck his finger out the window while sipping his morning coffee and listened to Peanut, his wife Peanut, right? He stuck his finger out the window and was checking the temperature of which way the wind was blowing. And he saw the wind was blowing in the Coon, Captain America, ADOS FBA movement. That's what he did. He literally stuck his finger out the window and saw which way the wind was blowing. That's all he did. So, but I'm not going to do that. I don't stick my finger out the window and check the temperature of the wind and see what the direction the wind is blowing. It's not going to happen. I'm consistent. So, folks, the topic of tonight is, why are deadly clowns running around? I told you years ago, folks, when I first got on, 20 something, almost 20 years, actually. Yeah, 20 years ago, when I first got on social media, one of my first blogs, things I talked about. So I always talk about things I highlight, and I've been consistent for 20 years. In 2006, when I got on, one of my first blogs that I talked about that I'm going to deal with for my blogging career was Deadly Clowns. I did many different Deadly Clown series. Then I had another series is The Enemy Within. The other series I have is The Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion. Then another series I have is The Road to Hell is Often Paved with Good Intentions. I can't think off the top of my head all the series I got. It'll come to me, But I have different series and themes that I do. But Deadly Clowns, Sacred Cows. Okay. Sacred Cows was my favorite. And also the Culture of the Damned, right? So I have all these themes that I build a message around, these core themes, right? I started with Sacred Cows. The second one was Deadly Clowns, right? Which was, to me, my favorite. No, The Enemy Within, my favorite, And I just give examples when things come up. I say, okay, this is an example of Sacred Cows. This is an example of The Enemy Within. This is the example of Deadly Clowns. Tonight, we're talking about Deadly Clowns again, okay? Now, I warned everybody about the Deadly Clown. Let me give you a backdrop why I did the Deadly Clowns, right? I studied the clown, right? And in ancient times, they always was these court jesters and clowns that were dangerous people, right? They were usually deformed, outcasts, or whatever like that. But they provided relief in society. They always took on comical things where their distorted bodies, their bloated bodies or distorted features, whatever like that, were ridiculed and made fun of. And so, therefore, the societies accepted every society has clowns. The clown is what you don't want to be. The clown is when you giving up on people respecting you and taking you seriously. I said, because we live in a minstrel era where black people don't have no power, it's very dangerous when you have millions of black men with testosterone, strength, and everything like that being reduced to clowns. That's where the violence is coming from. The violence of the black community is come because you want to be respected. Everybody must respect that. But a society, even your own society, sees you as, look at Boo Boo over there. Look at Ray over there. Look at Boo Boo. He living with his mama. He's 27 years old. Ain't got out of the house, A clown. And those clowns are dangerous. What you see right now with the violence in Black America is, and let me tell you something, folks. I'm going to shock you what I'm about to tell you. Because we have a clown culture in Black America, your life and my life is in danger. Okay? Your life and my life is in danger. What I mean by that is this. It don't take much for someone to go from a clown to someone who's feared. Like every gang member you see, look at all the gang members. Even this guy, what you call it? It was a deadly clown. A deadly clown always starts out when he wanted to get rid of that clown image. The first thing he does is try to join a gang because he believes fear is going to get fear and cause of fear is going to have people look at him a certain way. You, with a deadly clown, when he pulls that trigger, you know how I know? Because I knew kids like this, right? In Virginia Beach, right? They were going around wannabes and whatnot. This and that. They were clowns, getting in trouble. And even when I worked at the club, right? These one dudes I used to always fucker with, I used to call them clowns and whatnot. He was a clown. These guys want to be gangsters and whatnot. They got their little crew. And they used to come to the club. I used to like hem them up and whatnot, this and the other thing. Well, anyway, this one night, right? One night, well, actually, let me go back. A couple weeks before that, these dudes come in, right? And the dude, they're all deadly clowns. They're a little small. Like, the dude, man, you 140 pounds, man, get out of here. I'll smack you upside the head, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll beat you with my pinky toe. Well, anyway, they come up to the door, and yours truly is at the door. Now, I get good pleasure in clowning people and humiliating thugs, whatever like that, when they come up to the club. I would work for free just to reject people from getting in the club. Nah, man, can't get in. And watch them go crazy, pissed off or not, knowing they can't do a damn thing about it. I used to love that shit, right? I was an asshole. That's why the club managers love me so much. I was a fucking asshole. Anyway, this dude comes up, right, with his clown crew, right? His clown crew, right? And he's supposed to be like the leader or whatever like that. Well, anyway, his pants was sagging down to his knees. And I said, bruh, you can't get in here with the pants. He said, what you say to me? I said, your pants, you got to pull them up. And he looked at me like all hard, like he gonna do something, right? And then one of his boys said, yo, we'll take care of it. And he started pulling his pants up. So he's looking at me all staring at me all hard while his boys are pulling his pants up. And then the dude was like, yo, fuck this nigga, man. I said, all right, yo, get out. I sort of like push him. He was like 130 pounds. I was like, yeah, whatever, right? Fuck you up, man. You don't know how I run. So anyway, these guys come in. I used to always fuck with them or whatnot. They're always in trouble, man, doing some stupid shit. So I'm always like, yo, man, all right, man, it's all good, right? Well, anyway, this one night, this girls came up to him and said, I guess, anytime you have a crew, there's always females that want to be part of that crew, no matter how clownish it is. All that girl has to be convinced is you're not a clown, that you're a real motherfucker, right? I'm just giving you a little street shit because I know a lot of you guys they've never been in the streets. The girl crew or the girl sector of the crew want to know that them dudes could protect them. Anyway, this girl, I was messing with one of the dudes, right? And the girl came up to him and said, man, don't let him manhandle you like that. You got to show your man. But anyway, he came up to me and said, yeah, my girl said, I shouldn't be letting you handle me like that. What's up? I said, what did you say? And what the girl said, bitch, what the fuck you say? What are you saying? Well, anyway, a couple of weeks later, right, a fight broke out, and those same dudes, this time we really had to put them out of the club, right? Anyway, something told me, right? There's like we have people on the outside patio, and people standing in line to get in. When the line died down, right, when we throw them out, right, I told everybody on the patio, I need y'all to come inside. Come inside. Everybody at the front, I say, look, get away from the door. And you heard this stupid girl like, I ain't going nowhere. I'm sick of listening. I said, if you don't get your goddamn ass inside this club. So I started pushing people inside the club. A couple minutes later, it happened. Wow! Automatic weapons sprayed the front of the club. These are people that we thought were clowns. I don't know if to this day, I don't know if they were really trying to kill somebody or they just trying to scare. They shot the sign up. None of the glass, like, however, a couple weeks after that, we did get shot up. And the clubs went through. I was sitting there talking, and they said, bop, bop, bop. There were some bullets that went through and hit the back steel door. I said, what the hell was that noise? And those things said, bop, bop, bop. They looked on the ground, there were bullet shells. I was like, holy shit. Some niggas fired in the club. And these are dudes that we just call clowns. And I realized after that same dude you think is a clown and whatnot, there's something brewing inside of him that's dangerous. Matter of fact, let me say the most dangerous dudes in the hood are the wannabes. The dudes that's established and shit like that, you don't have to worry about that. They're trying to move on, bigger, better things. But those people, them dudes that are jokes, that run around and want that respect, they'll do anything to get that respect. Now we got these people right now. See that ICE is on the table, and then basically ICE is on the table, and they're like, okay, this is how we can get some respect. Let's put on cosplay Black Panther Party and run out there and act the fool and draw everybody in the black community in. Even though we said that we don't give a fuck about immigrants, not even the black ones. That's their problem. It's not ours. So you got some guy not even black. And I'm going to say some things tonight that a lot of you people are going to think I'm an FBA. You know, I fully support the delineation movement in this regard. We cannot have friggin' people cosplaying us, right? If it means them putting us in danger. The immigrant issue is not our issue. If you're immigrant, that's your issue. You really feel that you want to go to war with Donald Trump and the ICE for that, that's fine. If you say that this is life and death, you cannot be deported because you'll starve in your country, I get that, right? But that's not our issue in Black America. And also, what I'm noticing too, right, with this clown, Bird Song, whatever his freaking clown name is, the people he got as Black Panthers around him, I'm gonna tell you something, right? And people are not gonna like what I'm about to say. You're not gonna like what I'm about to say. I could tell phenotypically who's Black American, who's African American. I could tell that. And they say, why are you going to talk about their color? Because Africans and Caribbeans are always trying to distinguish themselves with their culture, their tribe, their religion, everything like that. The one thing that Black Americans have is a distinct phenotype. So why can't we distinguish ourselves by our phenotype? If Africans can talk about their language, the country they came from, and no, I'm a Nigerian, no, I'm an Igbo, none of this. Black Americans said, hey, we got a certain look that we have, you know? How many Africans, look at my picture, how many Africans look like me? Honestly, not very many. We have a certain phenotype that I can tell a Black African American, one of my people, from a mile away. With that comes a certain mindset. And most of us do not rock with this fucking immigrant shit. They're online, right? I'll just do a TikTok video. Everybody, these people still come over here, you know, working shitty jobs, talking about, oh, America's a land of opportunity. These third world people come over here and they understand that we're ready to move up in America, right? We don't be stagnated as low wage workers forever. So if we're saying that we want our share of the American pie, American dream, and stuff like that, you know, don't you come over here telling us that we complain too much. Now, if that's your state, that's fine. But now we're saying, since that's what you was telling us for the last 20-something years, right? Now you are on your own. And if one thing we say when you're on your own is don't try to force us. And this is what I really don't like, because I ever see these Black Panthers out there talking about ICE. When I'll get out there with a bat, smack my head, and join ICE and smash these motherfuckers. Because you're forcing people into no. I'm not fucking 1776. I'm just telling what it is. I'm telling you what it is. You know? So the bottom line is this. I'm telling you like it is. I'm sick and tired of people riding in on my back, you know? Enough. Enough. I am basically telling, and I'm not no FBA, not like that, but when you guys get to the point where you're putting us in danger, y'all got to go. You're telling my people I got to get out there and whatnot, and we don't benefit. You don't even come to the table. Okay, this is what you guys can get out of this if you help us. Nothing. This is like our responsibility to help every fucking body that crawls up the airplane or the boat in this country. That ain't our responsibility. You want to fight ICE? That's on your own. Don't draw us into this shit, and don't be drawing. Make it like it's our problem. It's not our problem. I don't care who says it. I don't care if FBA says it, whatnot, you know. And they say, look, that's the one thing that Pan-Africanists right now and the FBA are united on. This shit right here. We got our own problem to solve, right? Immigration is not our fucking problem. But you got these people trying to desperately. I told you about that white bitch yesterday. She said, oh, we need more. And she was actually convinced that guy's real. You got white people, these white leftists. Oh man, help is on the way. The black man, we're gonna. They're so useless acting the fool. Like that Joy Bayer, that cunt on what you call, said we need when Trump got like we need the blacks out there. We need what the hell? You need us out there. What the hell we care about Donald Trump? They always want to put us in the line of fire. We're always cannon fire for everybody else. Enough is a friggin' enough. We need the blacks out there busting heads and whatnot, you know. But what the hell? Our community's never improved. No nothing, whatnot. No investment. No nothing. No loans for businesses. No land. No nothing. But yet we gotta get out there, and every time there's a conflict, we gotta be out there on the front lines for everybody. Get the entire fuck out of here. I would love for somebody to come up here. No, people don't come up on my show because people are afraid of me. That's one thing I learned. People are fucking afraid of me. You know, because there's very few real men out there. You know, real men would get on my show and confront me if they really believe what they're saying. But people don't come on my show because they're scared. Because, like I said, there's only a few real people out there. But most Negroes are scary asses, you know? They'll sit back there in their little in the chat room and make their little shots and everything like that. They won't come up here and fucking debate me like a fucking man, you know? You know, I give Mr. Sandman that. He tried, but he got shut down. He was a clown, you know. But Sandman, you're always welcome back, bro, to redeem yourself. But yeah, so we have this Julio P. Newton, whatever the fuck he is, aka Birdsong, running around like a fool, talking about he's gonna shoot ICE agents, you know, just even threatening a federal agent, right? What if they bring the National Guard in and they start playing that to National Guard, say this is what you're up against, right? And those National Guards believe that there's going to be some armed black resistance. So you might have black people innocently going out there thinking they're just doing an innocent protest, and they might get fired on. You might see a massacre because you're not prepared for what the consequence is when they bring the military in. If ICE fails, they're bringing the military in. And how you gonna have? And I look at these people that they have in there. I know those are not black African Americans. You know, I see one chick that looked like she was Venezuelan. I see one chick that looked like she was Chinese. I see one that looks like they were fucking from Senegal. And I'm saying, where the hell? These ain't my people. But I just look at the Black Panther Party, even the new Black Panther Party. I saw my people. I saw my brothers. My brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, Sean Kwali, and all of them. Even fucking King Samir. I saw my people. I look at these motherfuckers like these are foreign blacks. These are Hispanics. These are other people. What the hell? They don't hijack the damn Black Panther Party. They're so desperate to get us out there in the streets for them. I showed you how, look, this only shows you that when this all kicked off, right, the Hispanics were like, oh, we don't need no black, remember, we don't need black help. We don't need black unity. Yeah, now they're like, where's the black community at? Why are you like this? We're not saying nothing. We're not doing nothing. They're like, where are the black people at? You know, I thought you guys were so tough. You know, that day without immigrants. They thought they were so thought they were so tough. But ICE and all these other people felt like this. Who cares if Africans are supporting Black Lives Matter? We didn't support Black Lives Matter. That's another thing that was hijacked by these rainbow fucking people. Fuck Black Lives Matter. Anytime Africans, anybody supports them, they're gonna get something out of it. The Black Lives Matter were pro open borders and all this kind of shit like that. So that had nothing to do with us. The clip of Wilson already made its way to white man. Yeah, I know. So the bottom line is this: it's made. But if the white MAGA people think they're fucking, they can't be that stupid, and that's what they do. The white people are pushing. Oh, we got the Black Panther, So they're trying to make this like a race war or whatever. Oh, it's finally going to go down. They're going to be a sad mistake because black people are standing out. We're like, this ain't our fight. If we're going to do something, it won't be on no goddamn immigrants. Look, I always said, Mr. Corey Mack, jackass, right? When I say delineation, whatever like that, I say distinction. Because to be honest with you, there's a lot of American Negroes I want to delineate from. I am not against distinction. I'm not the same thing as a friggin' Nigerian. I know that. I have a different politics, different belief system, and my relationship with America is different than a Nigerian immigrant or Liberian immigrant, all these other people. Like, that's a distinction. Delineation just simply, what you guys are talking about is you guys want to deny your African heritage. I'm never against that. I'm saying that as an African American, I have a different story, a different way of life, a different history. So don't try to tell me that, oh, you were right. Oh, delineation. Delineation didn't solve the problem. So, oh yeah, man, we're gonna delineate, call it right, but no, delineate wasn't a problem. The distinction is this: I'm I'm African American, right? You ought to know what I stand for, right? I didn't give a two shits about Black Lives Matter. I didn't give a shit about the LGBTQ. I don't give a damn about integration. And I don't give a damn about fucking illegal aliens. But over the last 20 years, what the hell does that mean? When you say delineate? If all the black people in America, right, your politics mirrors the immigrant politics, what's the difference? You look at the, I look at this clown just like now, I'm about to show you. Oh, the KKK, they're calling the KKK, ICE the KKK. What difference between you and a freaking immigrant? What's the hell the delineation if you can't distinguish that the KKK was an illegal organization that terrorized innocent black people, and ICE is law enforcement carrying a lawful order? So the bottom line is this. So the bottom line, black people have been political in America, have been apolitical for a generation. We don't know what the hell is the last thing last two things black people rallied around was the apartheid South Africa and then the election of Barack Obama. That was it. That's the only time that you got black people on a broad consensus on something. Other than that, it's always we're Democrats first and black second. Yeah, I compare ICE to not. That's ridiculous. And bottom line is, I don't believe in that. Okay, Mr. Corey Mack, why don't you call in when I put the link in the chat room? Why don't you talk to me like a man? You call me a weasel. Why don't you talk to me like a man? You scared? You're scared? Say you're scared. Like I said, we all these scary niggas, man. I'll tell you. Like I said, I have never seen so many. Everybody who opposes me is a coward. You got so many scary ass niggas. Oh, I'm so scared. I can't go on college show. I'm so scared. He's gonna yell at me. He's gonna hurt my feelings. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Are you so scared, Corey Mack? I'll mute myself. I'll mute myself and let you talk. I'll put the stopwatch on. I'll let you get 3 minutes, and then I'll get 3 minutes. How about that? I'll put the stopwatch on. I let you get 3 minutes, and I get 3 minutes. How about that? I won't interrupt. I'll mute myself, and everybody on here could watch and witness. How's Brody gonna compare me to Jonestown? Ain't compare me to fucking Jonestown. Distinction is, Brody, African Americans are racially and culturally different from other black people. That's a distinction. That's a distinction right there. Now, Africans can go around and distinguish themselves all the time. Oh, no. Us Fulanis look like this. Mindingos, we look like this. You know, everybody basically, we could have a discussion. You know, what you disagree with me about. Everybody could basically say, we're this. I'm a Bantu. I'm a Nilotic, you know. I'm on a chat room and the fucking Hausa guys in there, all they do is talk about their glorious Hausa people. But the moment an African American says, you know, let's talk about our distinctions. We phenotypically look different than Africans. Yeah, we do. We have a different language. We have a different culture. We have a different way of seeing the world. We're not here in America illegally. Those are things that black people, you know, have in common. You know, so the bottom line is, I always said we were distinct, you know. I've always said that. You haven't been listening to me very long. I said that from day one. I never said we're all just Africans and whatnot. That's bullshit, you know. Because if that was the case, then Africans would be fighting me so much on an Afghanistan, you know. We'd have land and territory in Africa. We don't. And they always make it a point that we're not truly African. So something's got to give here. Well, it is what it is. So with this thing right here, it's serious. You got somebody, this birdsong, who's not even from our lineage, surrounded by a bunch of people who are not in our lineage. I seen a Korean. I seen it looked like a Venezuelan. I seen clearly what would look like two Africans, whatnot, you know, putting the Black Panther thing on, taking and arresting our culture and our creed to involve Black America in something we clearly said we don't want to be part of. But they don't. No one respects us. No one respects our space. If we went around cosplaying as Nigerians and whatnot and did this and that, Nigerians like, no, they ain't us over there. They ain't us. You can't just speak for us. You know, everybody else gatekeep their culture and their identity. Oh look. Bowie goes, Colin, would you serious on you? Would you still say African Americans are African? No, we're African Americans. You know, I don't see this mosaic you talk about, right? Because Africans are not united. You know, we have never been invited to be part of back into the African family. So we're on our own distinct group. If we ever came to Africa, we have to have our own entity as a nation. Africa has to deal with us as a nation, as a united nation. You know, because we simply don't trust you. You know, simple as that. African Americans are now their own ethnic group and tribe. That's simple as that. And we see right now, we have to start protecting that because anybody could come over here, claim they're one of us, and now getting us into this is a serious confrontation these guys are talking about. There could be bloodshed in these streets. And you already got the MAGA people and all these other people gearing up. Pretty soon, every black person who don't even know this is going on could have a target on his back. because Africans might get deported. So what? If you get deported, what the hell I care about Somalis? If you're here legally and whatnot, then freaking get your paperwork right or get the hell out. That has nothing to do with us. Don't think you're going to draw us into some conflict with the United States. You know? Dude, I always say like this, Rico. When I say you guys were talking distinction over trivial shit, you know? This right here is serious. When you start talking about an insurrection against the United States government, right, and putting our name in it, right, and we don't benefit from the shit. We're citizens. We can't be deported. That's another thing, you know. We don't even understand. Like, you got black people out there putting out videos. Oh man, black men going toe ICE. What the fuck your black ass doing out there? Talking about you going? Well, like, yeah, you know, you ain't deported. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. You FBAs, man. I don't know. Some of y'all just some black people are just too far gone. ICE has nothing to do with fucking us. Nothing to do. But they stop and put you over. I don't give a fuck. I'll show my license here. You know, it is what it is. I ain't got no warrants, and I'm a citizen. And they're spreading this stuff about how ignorant black people are. They're spreading this stuff about they're arresting black Americans and they're deporting black Americans, you know? And you got ignorant people believing that. So they believe they got to join this clown in the new Black Panther Party to protect us from things, you know? ICE is not targeting everybody. That's bullshit. ICE is not targeting. You can target me all you want. You can't do nothing. There's still the process of law. I can be picked up by ICE, but what's going to happen? I'll be home by, I don't care about Minnesota. If I was in Minnesota, I'd be targeting everybody my damn self. They all need to be deported, you know? What the hell do I care about Minnesota? A bunch of Africans, Somalis, and all that. What the fuck does that got to do with me? Now, my state of Virginia, this bitch, Abigail, whatever, in Spain, made Virginia a sanctuary state. Now, we're about to get an influx of these fucking illegals here. You can't win for fucking losing, you know? And the only reason why she won is that this dumb idiot that was running against her was a friggin' Jamaican who just took backhanded comments against black Americans, you know? Well, look, Broody, not one African country is really functional, you know? You talk about Ubuntu, but you can't show me any success with the Ubuntu. Till you show me some success and it actually working, then talk to me. And another thing, Kyle, they got videos of black Americans so-called being harassed. Yeah, those are not even black Americans. Some of those may be Liberians, everybody. There's a lot of people cosplaying as black Americans. I have to look at them, tell them they're not really black Americans. You could tell who's one of us. They got people basically cosplaying as black Americans saying, my husband got detained and whatnot. No, because you're a Liberian fucking immigrant and whatnot. And after a while, you lose the accent. It's hard to tell, but you know you're an immigrant. And so they try to make it seem like we're all in the same fucking boat. Yeah, this is getting out of fucking hand. We didn't ask for this shit. We did not ask for this fight. And I'll be damned if I'm going to be joining this, and my people are going to be joining this. We got other fish to fry. You think I give a damn about fucking immigrants? No. My bro said, don't you have a heart? No, I don't. You know? What about people like that? I don't look, I'm sure everybody on this fucking planet would like to come here, you know, because most of the world is full of poor, desperate third world people. I'm sure they all want to come here. Open the borders up. Let the whole entire third world here. You know, who cares anymore? You know, let America sink into third world fucking mediocrity, you know? I'm not being tricked, you know? So I don't fucking vote Democrat. Though Black Lives Matter was bullshit, you know? That was an LGBTQ Antifa shit, you know? What the hell do I need Jews to fund the Afghanistan? I don't need the fucking Jews. Black America has all the wealth. We have way more wealth than the Jews. And we were organized. When we get organized, we can do it ourselves easily. That's the whole thing about me. Everything that I talk about, right, can be done with Black America. We don't need anybody else. That's what people always do. I want reparations, but I got to go to somebody else. I want this. I want some land in Africa. I want citizenship. Damn, the Ghanaians just denied me citizenship. Everything I'm talking about doing, we're gonna fucking take, and we don't need nobody's permission to do what the fuck I'm talking about doing. We went to Senegal, and we got citizenship. We're in Benin, we got citizenship. But the faster they can give you citizenship, the faster they can take it away. Black America is always in this position where they was always at the mercy of somebody else. Anytime you're at the mercy of somebody else, that's not real liberation. Liberation, when you got something nobody could take from you. Nobody gives you. Somebody can't give you freedom, right? Freedom is taken by force. Liberty and all that stuff is taken by force. Nobody can give you freedom. So look. If an American got detained, right? I saw the incident, right? There was a trap house, whatever like that. The ICE came in. When they arrest everybody at a scene, when they're trying to round people up, they detain everybody. They weren't arrested. They got detained. I could be detained. Let's say it was a crime scene, right? And I was there. Let me give you an example. 17 years ago, right? I'll never forget. My sister and I went into my bank. We was going to ask some questions, right? Anyway, the bank got robbed. It was held up. Guy come in, brother come in, fill that up, and got in, got out, right? Well, when the police came there, right, they were like, okay, we need y'all to stay here. We were detained till they conducted a forensics and investigation scene. Nobody could leave. I wasn't under arrest, but that's just typical what happens at a scene. Unfortunately, a lot of Black Americans are in scenes where they should not be, and they get detained. So they're usually like what the Black American. Oh, okay, we lived in a fucking building where the rent is like $2 a month and whatnot. You always got these Black people. It's always these Black people living real bad in the slums and whatnot. You gotta live on top of fucking Colombians and fucking Venezuelans and whatnot. Gee, but I got detained. No shit. Look where you live at, stupid. Lord have mercy. What was the African American group name? Man, get the hell out of here, man. We ain't look, Bruce. Stop with your corny shit, man. You think I can get Black people in America who don't even like Africa for the most part, right? To come over to change their name to some Mabama, Wakanda, you know what I'm saying? Stupid shit. Stop it, Broody. Please stop it. I'm having a hard time enough convincing Black people that they even identify with Africa at all. You gonna tell me I gotta do all shit, Yeah, something. The Justice Department has just basically got the green light that they can start denaturalizing people for criminal acts. So I don't know what that concludes. That means maybe I can go up and plant some drugs on Aphrodite and carry truth or not. Call the Justice Department or not, and they get arrested and deported. Nah, well, I wouldn't do something like that. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Nah, that'd be very mean. Seeing Aphrodite getting deported, that would be in this citizenship strip. But I love America. I'm a MAGA. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. I'm not an FDA. Don't agree with that stuff like that. But this is life and death here. This incident is life and death. People going out there cosplaying Black Americans, right? I look at the picture, man. These guys, none of these guys look like they're Black American, right? I know Black Americans, you know. Yeah, cosplay. Yeah, they do that all over the world. They go around the world pretending to be us because there's something status to being Black African American, you know. So which we go, they go around the world pretending to us because we hold more status being Black from America, Black America, our history. You know, there's somebody coming from Africa, you know. Yeah, while living in age, I see many African men cosplaying as Black American. Well, I don't know what that situation is, but you know, is that the guy who was basically shooting off his fucking the idiot was shooting off his gun in a friggin' goddamn apartment complex? Is that the guy? And they told him put the gun down and whatnot, and shit happened. That was on him. You think we supposed to jump up for every time somebody gets killed? Yeah, I thought so. That's that guy celebrating New Year. Yeah, he's celebrating. Now he's celebrating in hell. How about that? They told him to put the gun down and whatnot. You know, this ain't your thing. And you got a rifle and whatnot. And you're in an apartment complex. That's something you go out in the woods and do. He was shooting off the gun. It's all about intimidation and whatnot. And he got shot off through the ice. I know that case. So unfortunately, he got what he deserved. You know, I'm not. That's not something I'm gonna freaking jump up and fucking be like, oh yeah, man. Look at Ice. Look, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. That's still not our fucking fight. This is still not our fight. When it's time for us to come together and stand together like another Million Man March and make our presence known in America, it's time. But we're so weakened right now because we got all these minions, you know, like these little pushers on Black America poking at us and whatnot, biting at us and whatnot. It's like, we don't know who the hell we are. We spent the 2020 burning the country down for the LGBTQ people and the COVID extremists, the lockdown COVID climate change fucking extremists under the guise of Black Lives Matter. So that was a nice try, Bushmeat Bill. You know, like that. What the fuck? I care about some nigga that got shot by ICE. Plus, I know he probably did something stupid. You know, anytime you got Black people getting shot by police, it's because they don't understand one thing. If you got an issue with police or not, what you do is this: you shut the fuck up. At that arrest and detain stop, they got all the power. That's the state, the world gives them that power. At that stop, the police has all the authority. You be quiet, right, and bide your time. You know, no, that's not 1776. You know, you bide your time and you wait, get a lawyer, and have your day in court. You know, that's not what you call. You know, there was another bushmeat. You know, I don't know. So if I find out it's 1776, I'm gonna block them. You do your thing in court. You find your day. You do your name in court. Now I want to play this soundbite from Dr. Martin Luther King, right? And this goes to what we're talking about tonight. This is Dr. King.
No other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil.
I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. But it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil.
I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
You saw that video, right? The Negroes are black, whatever. The bottom line is this country never friggin' never wanted to friggin' give justice to black people, you know? He said, look, what the hell I don't know nothing about what you're talking about. If you believe that Donald Trump, or the President of the United States, was involved, you got to come with proof. Because that's a serious charge. Look, I don't give a damn who it is, right? Whether it's Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and everything, to accuse somebody of rape, pedophilia, murder, that is beyond the pale. And people talk too loosely. If I had, until I have absolute proof, right, I could get people on a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit I could bash Donald Trump presidency about. But with no proof, right? I don't have the Epstein files in my hand. I don't have all the stuff in my hand. I have no evidence. So why would I be out there? Because I hear some idiots that no matter what Trump does, they hate him. They're going to keep talking about, oh, he's a pedophile, whatever. And people just repeat this shit with no evidence and no proof. I don't know what you're talking about, Baruti. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're on some goofy shit again, you know. But the thing is about tonight is this, right? And people won't say this, right? I am not FBA. You know, FBA people just want to friggin', they want to be another race other than African. I say I'm a black African. But we are distinct from other Africans, culturally, racially, phenotypically, stuff like that. And the bottom line, there's nothing wrong with us pointing that out. Because Africans will always point out their tribe, right? They always say, I'm a crew man, I'm a Kron man, I'm a Hausa man, I'm a Mandingo man, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm an Igbo man, stuff like that. You know, they'll point out their history. They'll point out things that distinguish them from other black people, whatnot, you know. But the moment Black America does it, when there's a fucking problem. Now, I'm only saying this because, yeah, before it was like, it was no big deal because we were the vast majority and immigrants that came here just assimilated with us. Now, these people have problems with the current administration, right? They have problems with the current administration that could turn violent. Why are we being the majority being dragged into this shit? What the hell the immigration got to do with us? What the hell we gotta put our lives on the fucking line for something that doesn't affect us? And black people are being detained, Collar. Black people are detained. Yeah, if you live in a neighborhood with a bunch of immigrants and stuff like that, and you can't stay out of the fucking Jamaican restaurant, you can't stay out of these fucking stores or Haitian spots and everything like that. Yeah, you might get swept up and whatnot, you know, for a few hours. But I don't hang out in immigrant spots, you know, so I don't have to worry about that. But the only people that, Brody, that are not allowed to talk about diversity is Black America. You know? Yeah, but DK, a lot of people are ignoring the so-called FBA and the Pan-African who are talking about this Hector P. Newton guy out. They make it seem like this guy's for real because they want to use him as an excuse to mount a war against Black America. That's what I'm pissed about it. And then DK, to be honest with you, right? I'm seeing some of the people in there, they don't look Black American. The Black people that they have there look like the African. The other people look like they're Middle Easterners, Indians, fucking Venezuelans, all this kind of shit wearing a black. I'm like, what the hell's going on? There's somebody said, oh man, the Panthers aren't about race, it's about anybody. People, POC. This POC shit is back in effect. That's what the whole called delineation movement should have been about. Getting away from this so-called POC shit. Why, by which these people, these other POCs, make their problem our problem. We're POCs. They say, well, in the original Black Panther, now they're bringing out Japanese person that was a member of the Black Panther Party. Yeah. Well, okay, in the 60s, they had a couple of people out there, that were non-Black, whatever like that. Yeah, I get that, whatever like that. And I agree with it. I get that. But that's no excuse for you to rewrite the whole message of the Panther like it was some rainbow agenda and shit. What's up, Afro Theory? And that's what they're doing. So it is what it is, folks. The Black man in America are not allowed to have anything. Anybody can come and hijack our movement. I never thought. Next thing you know, you're gonna have motherfuckers hijack the Nation of Islam. You're gonna have you're gonna have these jihadists, right? These Arab jihadists gonna come here and start wearing suits and bow ties and whatnot, and talk about college. Look, I already seen it, right? I seen somebody did a video about an Arab guy did a video about Khalid Muhammad. That showed you how, because the Arab Muslims are weak. So they want to latch on to the strongest people on the planet, which is Black America, outside of white America. So they want to co-opt Khalid Muhammad for their jihadist message. But you ask them, if you so about Khalid Muhammad could pass for a South Sudanese. If Khalid Muhammad was in South Sudan, you motherfuckers be killing them. All the real parents out there left to and coming out in press con. Yeah. Bottom line, they're sitting back doing nothing because they're all fucking stupid, And be honest with you, right, DK? There's a lot of these old Panthers, right? Old Panthers, they're sitting back just playing the fence, like, oh, if this gets popular or whatnot, they don't know how dangerous this game is. They're playing. They're sitting there like a wait and see if this really pops off. If there's some money they can get out of it. Right? So these old Black Panthers are broke, dusty, or not. And they were clowns back in the days. Huey P. Newton was a clown. Eldridge Cleaver was a clown. Bobby Seale was a clown. They were all clowns back then, too. Black men are most progressive, successful Black people in the world. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, we can't acknowledge that. Yeah, we can't even acknowledge that. So the bottom line is we start talking about our success, the fact that the music industry in the world, us, ain't no other music. People created as many music genres as we did. All of them. Everything you see in American culture based on us. So it is what it is. But the moment we start being proud of who we are as African Americans, Afro Americans, African Americans, will not suddenly, man, there's a problem, Suddenly there's a problem, man. How dare you guys distinguish yourself? But yeah, we told Africans when all they do is sit around and talk about their particular tribe all fucking day. This is a Chukwu. I'm an Igwe, Chukwu Igwe. I'm proud of that. Okay, that's fine. I'm African American. Proud of it. We have a distinct bloodline. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the beauty of my people. Yeah, we have been We have been shamed to say, yeah, we've been shamed into silence. They made us ashamed of our success. You know, we let them steal our accomplishments. You know, now they're going to steal something like the Black Panther Party, which was made for us. Martin Luther King fought for us. He wasn't fighting for illegal aliens. He wasn't fighting for LGBTQ. Oh, this guy CJ came in here. I love older white women. He's gone for good. You had your like 15 seconds of fame, CJ, 2-3, whatever the fuck your name is. You're gone. Come up here again, you'll be gone again. That's how we play this. You come in my chat room with nonsense, you are gone. You are gone. As simple as that. I don't play that. Anyway, why are deadly clowns posing as militants to stir the black community up? You know, why is that? Brody, my linguistic stamp thing is English. I speak English. You know, that's it. I'm not interested in no fucking other language. Get that through your thick head, you know? Yeah, the Panthers went on this thing where they were young guys. You got to give Fred Hampton, all these people grace because they were young. They got in there with these white people that had money and stuff like that, and they're around these white girls and whatnot. These white leftist girls. The most dangerous thing is a white leftist female, whatnot, Marxist female, because that's how they drew a lot of young black men with the promise of sex and stuff like that. I'm like it is tonight, you know, with the promise of sex and all stuff like that. They drew a lot of these men in. And they changed the whole ideology from black nationalism to social justice and stuff like that. Let me get Musa on, my Hausa brother.
Yes, Kala, what's going on, man? You said something that struck me. You said that Khalid Abdul Mohammed looks like a South Sudanese. I disagree. I strongly disagree. It does not look like a South
Well, he
Sudanese.
doesn't. Well, look,
It
if
looks more like a Niger Congo people, like people from Nigeria,
well,
people
what I'm
like
saying is,
Senegal,
Ali was
Guinea.
a dark skinned brother, right? If he went to South Sudan, right there, or Darfur region, the same Muslims who are trying to co-opt him right now, they're trying to use him because he was militant. They wouldn't accept him in that. Let's see what Khalid Muhammad, how he would treat. They'd be like, he said, Khalid Muhammad said it. He said when he was over in one of the Muslim countries, right? Some Arab guy was abusing an African woman. He said, no. He said, everywhere I go, I see a white on top, black on the bottom. I go to Europe, I see the white European on top, black on the bottom. You go to the Middle East, the Muslim world, I see the white Muslim on top, the black Muslim. I go to communists, I see the white communists on top, the black communists. You go to America, you see the white America on top, the black America on the bottom. So therefore, he was talking the fact that even though we're Muslims, he said he saw racism when he went to Mecca. That's what Khalid Muhammad said, you know. So
You gotta know your niche, and you gotta know where it came from in Africa. You can't go to any region and say that, oh
well, I
man,
can't. Well,
these are
I
my
see,
people.
man. Look, my phenotype right now, I'm not fully African anymore, so I can't just go to Africa and like I could if we
That's
were not.
nonsense. What do you get this type of talk? That don't make any
I'm
sense.
just
You
telling you the
look
truth, man.
phenotypically, you look like an African person. So I
Well,
don't
I'm not
know.
100% African. You look 100%
So
African. So,
well, yeah. I am African
well, I'm
indeed,
not
and,
100%
and, and I'm
African.
proud of that.
Yeah, I'm just really proud of that, right? But my people in America are not.
Yeah,
You
I don't
understand?
think I'm gonna have this conversation with you, man. You might kick me out,
No,
so
I'm
I'll
not. Look,
just
well, look. I'm just
I'll
telling you,
just
right?
get
I'm telling you.
relax.
Look, let me ask you a question, right? Why is it that when I say that I could tell a Black American, African American, from other people when why is that? Why do people get offended when I say that?
I don't get offended. Like, to
All right,
me,
that's
I
all
see
I'm
you
saying. That's
guys.
all I'm saying. I was saying earlier that the people I saw at this new Black Panther rally did not look like one of us.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying if you're not one of us, you have no right cosplaying us at the point where you're going to put us in danger. You know, it's like a bunch of Haitians, right? They got a beef with Trump or whatnot, and they start putting on Black Panther stuff like that, or Nation of Islam stuff, pretending like they're us, and they're putting a target on our back.
Listen, color Haitians cannot pretend to be you guys. Feel like the only thing like Haitian can do is to pretend to be like Africa. I can't even say pretend to be like African because they are African people.
So with
You
Haitians in
know,
America, right? When they're trying to hide from ICE or immigration, they're not trying to fucking be like ICE. They're trying to be like us. They're trying to lose the accent and be like us. Let's be honest.
they cannot lose the accent. You know, I've been in this
I know
country
a
for a
lot of
long
I
period
know
of
a lot of
time,
Haitians
and
that
I
live
still
in
have my
America.
accent.
They got no accent.
That's because they were born in America,
Okay,
Carla.
so
Like,
yeah, but hold on. Some
for
of them,
a
some
guy
were
like
born here, but
Percy,
they still don't got
cannot be
citizenship.
deported because he was born in America,
There's a
unlike
lot of
me.
Haitians that been here their whole life and got deported. There's one guy not too long ago I was reading. He was here 35 years. Came here at the age of like 7, and they deported him in Florida.
Well, he didn't have his proper papers. I don't
Yeah, so but
understand
that
why he
happens an
didn't
awful
marry.
lot, you know. But the
I
the
don't
reason why
understand
he was
why he
able to
didn't
do
marry
that is because
an
he was able
American
to
woman.
hide and blend into black society in America and undetected. Everybody knows that. Mexicans can't do that. You
That's
know?
his fault. That's his fault. That's his
Yeah.
stupidity. Like, married a beautiful American woman, preferably a black American woman. Have children with that woman, and then that way you can get your citizenship. That's it. So
And
that's on
nothing
him.
against you brothers from the Caribbean and whatnot, but when I see this shit with this clown up here in Philadelphia and whatnot, and I see the people around him, they look like Haitians, they look like Africans. I seen one that look like a Venezuelan. I seen one that look like they're fucking Korean, and they call themselves Black
Carla, let me
Panthers.
ask you this: what does a Haitian look like to you?
Well, I'm not saying. I'm saying like this. I know what Black America don't look like. You know, I don't know what a Haitian look like because I see Haitians look all different. I seen them look like Black Americans. I see them look like that. But I do know if when I see people that I know, all I could say is I can't tell what you look like, right? But I know for a fact, right? Except when I go to places like the Deep South, whatever like that, and I see rural places, I could tell who Black Americans is, you know. And all I'm saying is when I see these people doing this stuff, I'm like, okay, you know, are you just the guy that did this look like he's Puerto Rican, his bird song, whatever. So he went and got some people who looked like they were black, and I'm saying to myself, most black people right about now are pretty conscious, right? They're really conscious. They're like saying, "What's going on?" Blah blah blah. You know, we have a thing going on, you know, stuff like that. Why are people talk about they're going to go and put themselves in danger against ICE? What Black American that you know, have you said that they want? And then I had this one guy that I saw, right? He was talking all this, yeah, man, we're gonna do this. Come to find out, this guy is a Caribbean. He's been here for like decades, you know, but he got a Black American accent, right? And he's basically just saying, "Oh yeah, this that the other thing." And I said, and so that's to fool us by making it seem like, "Oh, I guess we're starting to change our mind and we're joining us." And then we have to say, "No, this guy." When you look a little further, this guy has a biased opinion because he probably got issues with immigration and stuff like that. I don't have any issues with immigration. So immigration is not my issue. I wish you guys a lot of luck with that shit, you know, but it's not my issue. Not to the point where we're gonna put our lives on the line. Now, if you ask me to say we need better immigration reform, so I'm all for you. But if you tell me that it's okay for ICE and MAGA to think that we're gonna basically start shooting at ICE agents, right? I got a problem. I seriously do. You know, and when people start cosplaying us, when I getting on social media, acting like Black America is ready to go to war with ICE and whatnot, putting us in danger. I got a problem with that shit. You cross the line, So, African Americans really look the same for the most part. No, Jamaicans, some Jamaicans, but not really. The most Jamaicans are maroons and whatnot. They don't really have. I would say only like 20% of the Jamaicans have admixture. Whereas like 90% of Black Americans do have some admixture. But we're still majority Black African. We're still Africans because 80% of our DNA is African.
A lot of Jamaicans have European, East Indians, and Chinese admixture.
Yeah, but those aren't real Jamaicans. Well, I don't consider those real Jamaicans. Well, I see, like academics, I don't consider him a real Jamaican.
But there's no such thing as a real Jamaican.
That's what I'm saying.
The Jamaicans are
real Black
African.
American, though.
You know what I'm saying?
There's such thing as a real Black American. I don't consider academic a real, because you're not Black. If you're not Black, you're not Jamaican. Let me see. Go ahead, Princess P. What's going on?
Yeah. Like I said, this ties into what I always be telling you, is that if you don't have an agenda, anybody's gonna speak for you, and that's what happened. And I think
Let me ask you a question.
people like you, hold on, people like you, FBA. FB, all you guys got to thank us Haitians, Jamaicans, and Africans, because we help push you guys to have more pride and to have more of an agenda. But still, y'all guys don't have an agenda, but at least you have a sense of self.
Basically,
so you're welcome. You're welcome.
What should our agenda be? Getting out there fighting for you guys?
No, your agenda should be what the community needs and have an actual delegated leadership.
Hold on. It's like Black America. It's unfortunate. We basically have 40-something years, 50 years, right? Of just our agenda was whatever the Democratic Party said. They basically don't have any agenda. Black America is not allowed to have an agenda, because the bottom line, if you do that, that's a threat to national security. The last agenda we had was the anti-apartheid movement in the 80s.
But you don't think they utilize people like this guy and even although I agree with certain things Khalid Muhammad say, but people like Khalid Muhammad to demonize Black leadership in Black agenda, they utilize those type of guys to say that you guys are radicals.
Was only talking about bootlicking Negroes who just go along. They get a couple. Let me tell you something, Principe. Let me tell you something. What makes a good Black leader? You do show up at the Democrat thing, right? You get your funding for you come with your program in one hand and your own agenda in your other. They got your own agenda, your own things you're trying to get through and whatnot. And the main thing, like I've seen this personally, only thing these so-called Black leaders care about is how they're going to get promoted, how they're going to. You saw that with Jesse Jackson, right? Jesse Jackson was absolutely, he did his rainbow push thing, got people out to vote when that, but his agenda was helping his son. His son became a congressman, he was completely unqualified. But he
also had contracts with, I think, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, he got all kinds of, he netted because what they do is they go up to these people, accuse them of being racist, right? They create a problem and they said we can make it go away. It's extortion. It's shakedown, And so the bottom line is this would pass Felicia because they let them get away with that, right? Because the Democrats know that they need a nice Black turnout to win an election. So they played along with the game. But the thing is, though, the whole time, Black America was not making any advancements. That's a political machine in America. It has to be destroyed. You're talking about just us getting in the political machine. This political machine needs to be torn down and rebuilt again, and with us sort of at the table, we have to be, we would never include in this country's foundation and anything. So you can't just get in there like that, so.
Yo, Kala, can you read what Lucy says in the chat?
If Black America is the richest Black people in the world, you should be able to give money to Haiti and Jamaica, absorb them into your, Lucy's being funny,
I agree with that.
Hold on, look, first of all, Lucy, we're not a nation state like you are. We can't absorb them in there, right? If we were a nation state, we had.
But you got Republic of New Africa. You are a nation.
The Republic. Look, come on. You can't be that stupid. You know, the Republican United don't exist. You know, I'm talking about something that actually really exists. The state of Florida exists. The state of Georgia exists. The state of South Carolina exists. Right? Every one of those states I mentioned are controlled by white people. You know, and white power, white money, white capital. Every one. What you go? So,
but they got a sizable population of black.
yeah, but hold on. Look, you can have a size of pocket all you want. Black people are not calling shots anywhere in America. Nowhere. You can have all the black, but that's what I said. Everything is window dressing. That's so fucking 1980-ish, right? Oh, a black person in power. A black person is setting the power. We got a black person this and the other thing. The reality is, right? You see what Donald Trump is doing with Greenland? You see what he did with Venezuela, taking that oil over? Black America should have been at that point right now where we're thinking beyond America, but we should be operating above America right now. You know, we're not.
You should. I mean, you should, like, because you serve in the army, you serve in their navy, you serve in their marines.
Should have taken Liberia.
You do everything that they do. So you guys should definitely have your own country, because everything while America does, you guys do it as well.
Hold up, we should have taken Liberia. We should have taken Sierra Leone. We should have taken parts of the Congo by now, and we should have taken parts of the Caribbean. You know.
But Kala, you have Liberia already. Technically speaking, you have Liberia, you have Sierra Leone.
We don't have.
You have these two countries already.
Well, we don't have it right now. You keep saying we have. We don't have it right now. You know, we don't have shit. Black
but
America,
Kala, the diaspora living in these two countries.
It's like you saying to Donald Trump, okay, or America, or y'all got Ireland right now. Isn't Ireland part of British? No,
Northern Ireland is part of Great Britain.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but what does that got to do with America?
It has nothing to do with America. It has
exactly.
So that's something to do with the British Isles.
All these people, all these countries, and whatnot that you're talking about, we have nothing to do with. Go ahead, Principe.
Okay, well, I guess well, you muted. Let me keep talking. Like, for instance, like the province, there's a province in Canada called Alberta. So they're trying to get away from Canada, and they want to join the United States. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, anything is on the table, but the bottom line is we do not have leadership, right? Because I'm like this: Alberta, Canada. If like 3 million black people move there, we could be the majority. That could be in Afghanistan, you know. So the bottom line is, I put everything on the table. I would like to have an African on the African continent, right? But if we can make it in Canada, we can make it in Greenland. I'll take that. But black people in America have outgrown this country, and we see now with this whole fucking thing with this black. Look, I'm not gonna do this, you know. I'm not gonna do this, you know. I don't give a fuck about immigrants. I don't give a fuck about it. It's not my fight. So I'm sick and tired of the fact that we're drawn into something. We can't get our community together. Now we're gonna fucking be drawn into some fucking conflict that could cost somebody lives and whatnot. You know, I mean, it's just unbelievable. You know.
Again, but it goes right back to the point. Even what my goofy cousin here, Musa, is talking about.
There you go.
You guys don't have y'all talk all this big talk, right? Y'all compare yourself to Nigeria, etc. And then when we talk about why don't you guys do this and why you guys don't do that, you claim that you guys are unorganized. So which one is it? You're not making sense. We tell you that you need a leadership. You say we don't need leadership. We're good. We're good as individualists, right? So now you got this goofy guy, like this goofy random guy out of nowhere becomes a spokesman, and he salties up your image. That's why I'm saying it's funny. I got my popcorn because this is what I'm always talking about. If you guys don't have an agenda of leadership, anybody can come and just change your narrative.
Hold on, Carla. I think he's addressing me. Yo, Prince.
No, not you. I'm talking to Carla.
Okay, Prince. I got this question for you. Before
I'm gonna get to you after, man. I'm gonna get to you after because you be shitting on Haiti. But I'm gonna get to you after, man.
All right. Go ahead, Carla.
No, the problem is this, right? At some point in time, right, Black America has reached a point where we have a middle class, majority of the middle class, right? We reached that plateau, right? Now, some people want to take it to the next level, whatever, like that's fine. We're doing that, right? But the era of we're not immigrants, Principe. We're not people like this. Majority of us are never going to move back to the city. We don't give two shits about supporting some nickel and dime fucking black business and whatnot. You know, we want to shop at Kroger. You know,
all right. Why can't you franchise and own Kroger? I don't understand.
We don't want that. You know what I'm saying? That was so 1950ish. We don't want any sort of black like this. Now, some places we got restaurants and nightclubs and some other business like courier businesses and engineering companies, automobiles. Like, yeah, that's business on that. But this idea you keep pushing us to, like we're living in some fucking community with mom and pop stores and whatnot. That's 19.
No. I ain't talking about mom and pop. I'm talking about owning a Walmart, owning a McDonald's. These are franchises. You know what franchise means?
Why in the hell do we want to do that?
Yo, Carla,
that way you own where you live, dude. You was complaining. Hold on, you was complaining about New Jersey, but if you don't own where you live, then of course your money gonna be.
It's easy for us just to fucking just buy stock in Walmart.
Oh, all right. So don't complain about what's going on in New Jersey if you don't want to own shit.
That's what we're talking about, right? We're saying that, if the type of businesses we need is contract with the government and stuff like that can employ people and stuff like that, high level jobs.
Walmart can employ people, dude. Target can. If you own these spots where people frequent.
If I'm a supplier to the government, let's say I have a business and I supply machinery, right?
Okay.
And it says like this. For example, let's say I have an auto parts store, right? Let's say I bought a Riley Auto Parts franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say my total sales for the year is like $3 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say there's the government, like let's say I'm in New Jersey, right? Let's say I go to Fort Dix base, right? On one of the military base there, right? And say, you know something, I could give you guys cheaper alternators on the military vehicles that you have, right? Oh, you can?
Mm-hmm.
I could order that part of my supply thing because the other thing I'm ordering is not really selling. So I could make space and want to supply you for that. Okay. Next thing you know, now you got a contract with the government and your sales are going to double for the year, right? That's the sort of business that we're looking at, where we're suppliers, to an already existing machine. You keep talking about mom and pop. We're moving on nail salons and barber shops and whatnot. Dude, man, come on. We're moving.
You see how we already in the black community that I live in. They already have a strong hold on those sectors. We're talking about the same thing that you're talking about: the lumber, the building, the Home Depots, the Walmarts.
Those businesses, my businesses, I'm in Principe. I'm beyond that. Matter of fact, in my last office space that we moved over a year and a half ago, right? Most of the we started this place, right? This place was small, it was cheap, whatever, like for our office, right? And it was a bunch of small black businesses, nail salons, shit like that. We said, something, after 7 years, we said, we got to move up. We don't want to be around small black businesses, whatnot, startup business, whatnot, We're in the top type of black business that we're in right now. And our next step is to own our own office building and complex and rent our office space to other people, right? In a tall, high-rise building, at least 10 stories, right? We're looking at that next thing, right? You got to move up, right? What you're talking about is, we got these nail salons and whatnot. Yeah, let you immigrants do that. Like you got black people in the South, right? Who are new entrepreneurs, stuff like that. Yeah, I see that like that. But you keep talking to me like all black people at that level. I'm ready to move up into the millions of dollars business, You're still talking like every black person that is like that. Let immigrants have that shit,
Hey, yo, Kala, Home Depot is a nail salon, man?
Well, you don't own a Home Depot, bro.
I'm saying, you talking about all these millionaires and billionaires. Why aren't they owning Home Depots in the black community? That's what I'm talking about.
Has a supply chain that stretches throughout the world,
Okay, why black people ain't franchising these type of...
First of all, Home Depot his customers are mostly contractors, builders, and stuff like that. Black people don't have that, you know.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The mayor of Philadelphia. Hold on. She's doing a revitalization project.
Look. I know black men are contractors.
There's demolition, black companies, all types of companies, bro.
Any black person that's a business person, right? And a contractor, right? And I said, you know something? You should get your stuff from fucking Lowe's and Home Depot. We should wait until there's a black. He's looking fucking crazy. He's looking for the best price who can supply him with his stuff, especially landscape or stuff like that. They're not looking for no dang black whatever like that. It's a business, Prince. Like I said, I was young like you, Prince. I was naive. Prince. Let me tell you something. When I was younger, I know you're probably in your late 30s, whatever, right? When I was much younger than you, right? In my 20s, right? I had this starry-eyed, dreamy-eyed, black nationalist vision of business, just like you, personally. Let me tell you my story, right? I had a candy business, right? And an ice cream business, right? I was a vendor. I used to do events. I was 24 years old, and I was making more money than people twice my age, right? And then one day I said, I'm buying all my candy from this wholesaler, right? He said, yeah, I'm a buyer. I understood. I looked at my marketing books from college and said, I'm a buyer. You know, I'm a buyer. That's what a buyer is. Somebody who buys stuff for resale. I'm a buyer, right? And then I said to myself, if I'm a buyer, right, and I'm buying this guy was really cool, the wholesaler, I would go there every day, right, because I had different shops set up, events set up right there. I would go there every day and buy a whole bunch of candy wholesale for my vendors, right? And it dawned on me, right, this guy would smile every time I come through the door, right? Because even though I was buying wholesale, right, if he had to sell retail, it would take a month to sell what I sell every day, because what I bought from him, the stuff was gone in 2 days. So I had to re-up from him. So I said to myself, how do I get myself in a position where somebody's coming to me like that? So basically, I had this one white guy, this older white guy, right? That basically, this guy was like a pastor, but he was a pastor of a black church, right? And this guy, right, he loved black people, man. He just like one of those white guys that really loved black, right? He was like, man, he introduced me to several other black potential wholesales and ice cream and candy, whatever like that. He says, man, if you got Mr. Such and Such here one night, and he tried his best to get all the black people to come together and get their own wholesaling warehouse, right? But guess what? I like this, Knack. Don't start me, Knack, because I will block you for good, Knack. You like being on my show, you know, and I like having you, but fuck with me and you will be gone. That's your last warning. I am not playing. Well, anyway, I was like listening to the Nation of Islam at the time, right? I was a young guy, right? So instead of me getting with this guy and like this, you know, and organizing, I was like, oh man, it got to be black this, black. And then what happened was it fell apart, right? I should have started focused on business, because I could have got different types of suppliers and everything like that. And I could have got some of the fucking thing. All right, Nat. You know, I could have got the whole friggin' black community behind us, right? But I was basically took instruction from Nation of Islam types. Oh, black this, black that, and capitalism is bad, and all stuff like that, and I don't know, a bunch of stupid shit. So I left it alone. And it fell apart.
But the Nation of Islam, a lot of the wealthy people are partnered up with white folks, and they have businesses.
At that time, right? You know, we were just talking about black economics, right? No one knew what they fucking was talking about, right?
No, but you said the white guy was trying to link you up with other black businessmen.
I never seen anything get off the ground, right? So anyway, a couple of years later, right, I started my own business and everything like that, you know, this and the other thing. But there was a lot of people that could have fucking invested in me, you know, Chinese guys, white guys, and everything like that, right? But you know, I was in this black only, black power, and they had the capital to finance me. You know, stuff like that. Say, hey, you can do this. You can buy from us. You know, the manufacturers. I want to show you how to get the manufacturers. But I didn't want nothing to do with them because they were not black. You know, I look at it now. That was stupid. You know, so I'm telling you right now, when people start talking about this bliggity black shit, man, leave that. When it comes to business, leave that shit the fuck alone.
How you just basically did it incorrectly because you could have just partnered with them and they made it bigly black afterwards, right?
No, I was
but
like,
you wanted
I was basically like, like I said, you want to be a nation, right? But with no nation. You know, we were trying to pretend like we were this black nation and whatnot, and we don't need white people and all this kind of stupid shit like that. It was dumb.
That's dumb as hell, yeah. Because even if you look at African nations, they still do business with all different races, even though it's a black majority concept. And
therefore, I, as a young man, I missed my mark. Right, I could have, like, they'll have people that give me advice about how to buy. And also, this guy was going to get me a contract where I could supply the Navy ships with ice cream. You know, I could get my own freezer, order it, break it down in bulk, whatnot, and put pallets on the Navy ship, and ship out when get ready to ship out. I could have had a business thriving, you know, like that. But, you know, it wasn't bliggity black enough. You know, I was stupid.
That's a you thing. That's a you thing. Because that's another thing I have an issue with you with is that you kind of still preach this bliggity black thing rather than talk about majority black. Like I like to talk about, let's make it a majority black concept where we are primarily the focal point, but we can partner off with.
But you're talking about servicing a community that don't exist. Majority of black people don't live in the inner city like that no more.
So when the white man have these commercials that's targeting the black community, when he partners up with what's that product I use on my hair? Is a black guy. I think he's from I've got the product name. He basically partnered with a guy and they sell Shea something. I forgot the name of the product.
Shea Moisture.
There you go. Shea Moisture, and that product is partnered with both a black man and a white man, and it's targeting the black community, whether they live in the suburbs or live in the inner city, or whether they live in the black community, etc. You don't think that's a smart concept to mimic?
They partner with Bain Capital, which is partly owned by Mitt Romney, the former politician. You know, he's a Liberian guy, Richard Dennis.
Yeah, so
yes, I've seen the interview.
That's the case, right? You know, and we were always against. You know, if you can't come to have a culture, we'll talk about white capitalism and white devils or that, and then you know, partner with white people like that. I was conflicted.
Elijah Muhammad was a millionaire, multi-millionaire when he died.
There's no evidence that he had white partners, bro.
He had businesses though. He had bakeries. So how can he talk against capitalism?
All those businesses were black owned. That's what we tried to do.
No, nothing wrong with that. But I'm trying to say he still was a capitalist. Why? Like even if
a businessman and capitalist are two different things.
Oh, okay. Can you break down the difference?
Businessman, not be a capitalist.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, break down the difference, brother.
Break it down to you.
And a capitalist. It's two different things. Elaborate, please.
First of all, let me give you my ChatGPT, and let me give you my opinion. Right? What is a capitalist? And then I'm gonna break it down. Capitalist.
You tell Knockneasy to stop with the Diddy like comments in the chat, man. He doing them baby oil like comments.
Well, he's moist. What the fuck I can say? One of these moist niggas, man. You know.
Nah, Knockneasy cool. He's a goofy though. He's cool. He like my little cousin over here, Ramoise. They goofy, but that's my people, man.
Man, pussy, man. You don't want Knockneasy to talk about Haiti, bro. So let's leave him alone.
He from New York. We deported Knockneasy, man. We deported him from. We sent him back to the original Dutch land, man. We sent him to Old York. We sent him back to Dutch land, man.
Once you start talking about Haiti, I cannot come to the
So ain't nobody scared of Knockneasy, man. We sent him back to Dutch land, man. We signed that petition, got him deported out of New York, man.
Listen to me. You gotta realize when I'm talking, you gotta zip it. You know. I mean, before I read this, I'm gonna read Mr. Wright. He says, Mr. Carl, I remember when a Haitian from Miami did a fake video about Black Americans. I don't remember that, but that is fucked up. But that's like I said, a lot of people try to spirit our name, stuff like reputation, when I don't know what that's all about. A capitalist is a person who owns capital such as money, property, and factories, and businesses or investment, and uses it to generate profit. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So when people say the reason why people are against capitalism is because they believe that capitalism dehumanizes people. It means, and it's a constant reminder that there's a hierarchy, right? And they usually believe that the capitalists derive their capital advantage from some sort of chicanery or something like that from past generations that passed down. That's what the issue is. Capitalists, whatever like that. They believe that, okay, you inherited your wealth and you was able to do this. And you got people who are, they believe the capitalists are responsible for keeping the rest of the people down and everything like that. So that's the argument against capitalism, right? But as far as like what I just read, there's nothing wrong with that, More clearly, a capitalist invests money or assets in business or ventures, owns or controls the means of production like companies, land, and machinery, earns income through profits, dividends, interest, capital gains rather than wages. In other words, the problem is that the people who earn their money off of interest, dividends, stuff like that, right? Versus people who earn money through wages. You see the conflict? People who basically earn money like through interest, wage, and stuff like that, and always can create money. Capitalists basically provides money, uses other people's money, and uses other people's labor to make more money, and then pay less money for labor. And then people think that system is unfair. Now that's a conversation you have. Some countries say, no, that's not fair. Why should one class of people, all they do is sit back and earn money off of somebody's sweat, But then again, the other argument is if the capitalist is smart enough to put something together and he's creating a product that people need, and it's okay. That's the American way. If you provide something that people need, right, and then also provide jobs or whatever like that, and also let's say some of your capital is publicly listed where people could also contribute and make money off of it. That's the American system. So we see how capitalism is not really that bad, But I was taught capitalism, blah blah blah, all that stupid shit. Ignorant shit I was taught when I was a kid. I didn't know anybody. I could be probably a millionaire right now if I didn't come across fucking black nationalist fucking idiots back in the days, man. Go ahead, Elvis. Oh no, we get Ja first. Ja, go ahead, bro.
Hey, Carla.
Hey, what's going on?
Am I still low?
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I think I'd have to get into it, but I think a business owner and a capitalist, there's some overlap there. You know what I mean? On that point. And then the blackity black thing, in reality, Carla, you're still blackity black. When you talk about
like I
your
said, hold up. What the business I'm in right now, I'm not stupid. I got to work with other races of people, and I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. I work with whites,
I'm not talking
Asians,
about
everybody like that because I make money, and I'm a businessman.
I'm not talking
I don't
about
give
in
a
that.
fuck about no black.
This brother waited patiently. He got on for 2 seconds, and you interrupt him right away.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not talking about in regards to you and your business that you do, because you've already mentioned that you have white friends and you do business with other people. You said that all the time. But then I'm saying in regards to the Afrikstan, right? You talk about you want to build like this essentially black utopia.
Yeah.
Which in reality is no different building a nation. When I say there's no difference, there's a lot of similarity between building a nation and building a business. You're going to have to deal with people. And the other thing is too, one time I was on Afrodamus's channel and he's trying to convince me because someone has racist ideas, do I care about a person's racist ideas? If a person looks at me and they judge me based on whatever characteristic, primarily my skin color, there's nothing I can do to change that person's mind. I cannot change a racist mind. So a lot of times, why do we spend so much time worrying about what the other person
I could care.
thinks
I
about
have no
us?
idea. I have no idea.
You know what I mean? And sometimes I hear you talking, and that's the feeling I get. Like you're spending a lot of
Well, I
time
think
worrying
you
about.
misunderstand me. Let me tell you something, John. This is how I am.
Mm,
Listen, give me like 2 minutes to say this, right? I know people are racist, right? But I have this presence, right? When people in front of me, right? That I'm different, right? And then when the people I come in contact with, they know I have a reputation. They know the business we built, right? And they know my family, right? I got my niece, right? My niece basically broke a record. She sold $10 million worth of property last year in 2025. I got her sister has a booming photography business in home renovation, right? My brother and and sister do insurance. We have a big insurance agency, right? My brother also got a home renovation, home flipping business on the side. So I come from a family of entrepreneurs, right? So when people who are racist, right? Like we have friends of friends and whatever like that are racist, right? And they always say, "Oh, blah blah blah, black people," right? Then when they hear about us, we invite them over to my brother's house. My brother got in-ground pool, kids, college educated, what that. Everything they believe. See, remember something: racism, right, is about white people projecting their shortcomings and failures onto a whole group of people. Now, if you live in an area where those black people are an example and reinforces what you believe, like on social media, that when they're constantly showing black people in a stupid position when I like this, then when they come in somebody like me, my brother, my sister, they're like, everything I knew, right, was a lie, you know? Well, how do you guys do this? They want to know how you guys do it. Where do you guys come from? Oh no, we had two parents when I so who you guys are different and whatnot. You guys like this? Yeah, no, we're just ordinary people. We did this. So you mean to tell me they didn't realize there's more what they thought about black people wasn't there, and they feel conflicted and stupid. Now, when they after they learn about people like me, right? Because I my example like that, whatever like that, they can't be racist and honest with themselves
But
unless
how's that disprove if they believe
because
anything? You're just
hold,
exception to their belief. That's it.
hold on. This is what it is, right? Most racists, right? They want to believe all the stuff like that. Like they don't even take time to realize, right? If I, and you know, something. Every time you see racists when they talk, it's always something negative. It's never anything positive, right? And then when you point out the stuff about white people do, they don't even bother even addressing it. Like you say, there was a couple of cases recently. White guys, they kidnapped this girl, raped her, and killed her. Whatnot. In the comment section, there's nobody saying anything. They just look past it. Or that guy who came, remember a couple of months ago, the guy shot up a school. Remember that? Yeah, guy shot up a school. None of these white supremacists were talking about that. You know, they won't say nothing about that. The moment a black person does it, see those people, stuff like that. So what a racist is a bully, right? They do what they want to do because they feel like they have the power to do it. Once you show that you're just as strong and powerful as they are, and you can project strength, that racism goes away. So when I'm in front of white people, right, and I'm like white people, I project power and strength to them. You know, power and strength means this is the way it's going to be. If not, I could pack my shit up and we walk out the door and you got nothing. And they always come back to the table with some sort of agreement like this because they know we're not playing. Racism doesn't affect me. Like now, if I was a wage earner and I had to work for them for a check, yeah, maybe it would. But me being an independent business owner and stuff like that, and not have to need them for anything like that, it doesn't affect me. You know, racism doesn't affect me. Racism is about power, and white people don't have power over my life. You know, now the racism black people talk about are the black people that this I mean I was
So,
there.
Carla,
You
the,
know,
the the reason I mentioned that is just it's an example. It doesn't have to be racism. It can be I go to a different church than you. It can be I belong to a different religion.
That's fine.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, though?
I'm just saying that you gotta view yourself a certain way to start.
Yeah, look, I just told you.
Hold on, brother. What I'm saying is sometimes I hear you talking.
Well, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I think you already have in your mind what you think I'm saying. You know,
no, it's not.
Nobody, John. Nobody knows. Everybody knows me. Know that I don't make excuses for racism.
1 second, Carla.
And I believe that everybody could basically be what they want to be, and they put their mind to it. You know,
even a second ago, you said racism or racist. They're negative.
Yeah, they're right.
It doesn't mean
that they have any fucking power over me.
No, I'm saying sometimes I hear you talking and I hear a lot of negativity.
So I'm not telling you negativity. What are you talking about? Give me an example of my negativity.
You're talking about immigrants cosplaying black.
Yeah, that's not negativity. That's telling the truth.
You know what I'm saying? And in the sense,
let's have this conversation. I think that's what it is, right?
There you go. Go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's beating around the bush. Go there. That's what he's trying to say. Go there.
It's not beating around the bush.
Hold on, John. Hold up. But let me tell you something, right? When I started this conversation, right, tonight, right, and I knew I was gonna get this backlash, right? I don't pick topics unless I know what's gonna be the ramifications, right? I'm saying right now, right? Black America has made up in their mind, right? And it's not just a few people. We're saying we're fucking fed up with America. We're fed up with white America. We're fed up. Hold on, John.
Don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt me. I'll let you talk. Hold on, I'll let you
John, let him finish, man. Let him finish, John.
That's what I'm saying.
No, because he's already saying what I'm not saying.
No. Hold.
Let him finish. Then you go after. Go after. All right. Let Carla finish, man.
Look, I said Black America was fed up with immigrants, Black immigrants, Mexicans. We're fed up with people judging us and whatnot. They judge us for everything. Now, after we said, okay, that's fine. Nobody likes us, right? We're just going to sit quiet. Now we're getting attacked for being quiet. Not only that, they said, you know something? Since you guys are going to be quiet, we're going to come out there and cosplay as you and whatnot and draw you into something like this. We're saying we said you guys have made it clear. Y'all immigrants come over here. You don't like us. You want to judge us, whatever like that. So that's not your fight is not our fight, right? Instead of respecting that, they're coming up here talking about we got to join their fight and whatnot. And if they since we don't want to join their fight, they're coming up there and hijacking something that was part of Black America, right? The Black Panther Party, and made it about rainbow and all this kind of stupid stuff, immigrants' rights and all stuff like that. Talking about they're going to fight ICE with guns and whatnot. That's insane, And we're saying I've had enough,
And Carla, all I'm saying to you, you can't say Black Americans. You got to say you. Because you can't make a determination. Did you do a study? Did you do a poll or something?
Well, John, I know
70% of Black Americans agree with you.
John, I know most of my Black Americans agree with what I'm saying.
I think you're a minority.
No.
But can I say something, John? Can I say something real quick?
Get out there. You think Black Americans want to get out there and fight?
1 second, let me
put
say
their life
this.
on the line for fucking immigrants? Are you kidding me?
1 second. And on top of that, you say things like you're not MAGA, but then you hear all the same talking points coming out your damn mouth.
Look, I am not MAGA. Right? Look, a broken clock is right twice a day. Hold on. Look, my whole thing is broken clock's right twice a day, right? Look, if you're not here legally, right, I can't do nothing for you, right? The law is the fucking law, right? Now, if you want to contest the law, you think that you want to go toe-to-toe with ICE, you think you're going to intimidate Donald Trump and the Trump administration, I wish you all the best of luck. I'm saying just don't draw us into this. That's all I'm saying.
So the not fucking around coalition, right? Was that
what about that? They were clowns. They were clowns.
But was that immigrants cosplaying?
Yo, look, hold on. I have no idea. I know nothing about that dude.
It's the same, the same thing these other guys are doing. It doesn't have to be it can be Black Americans.
This guy is a freaking clown.
They could
hold on, but Carla, hold on. How do you know this guy's a quote unquote immigrant?
This is what I'm saying.
You got his last name is Songbird.
Yo, this guy is not black, right?
He may be a mulatto. You people mix out. He could be a mulatto.
He doesn't agree with Kala. That's it.
You guys got to stop
Kala
this shit.
defines what blackness is.
This guy is not one of us, you know?
So how do you know he's not a mulatto, Kala?
I know my people. Like I said, I hear
I'm talking about a mulatto. His father's black American, his mother's not.
Kala wants to be the arbiter of who's black.
Yeah, he wants.
Well, I am not the arbiter. I just know who's
me the other time because I said a mixed person.
I'm not trying to say he's black. I'm trying to say
he's mixed. He must not be black.
Yo, this dude's a fucking half Jewish, half Spanish plant. You know, everybody.
His name is Songbird. How you know he's not black American? Half black American, half white.
He definitely looks black to me, Kala. He looks black.
He looks like a mulatto, man. He don't look black. He looks mixed.
He definitely looks black.
No, he is not no fucking. I don't give a damn. Yeah. He's not black enough, you know.
So he pick and choose it. You picking and choosing who's.
That's what I'm saying. There's no consistency in the idea.
A couple months ago, this guy was a fucking rapper. We had blood.
Most of your people are rappers, Colin.
Well, so the bottom,
most of your people are rappers, Colin.
The guy was a failed rapper.
Yeah, most Tariq Nasheed was a failed rap. Most of these guys used to rap.
Hold on. Let me say this: the guy got up there with an AR-15 and threatened ICE.
He's a goofy, but I'm saying that goes back to.
Now you got MAGA people running around talking about look. The bottom line is this, right? What they're saying, we're going to protect him. Who's we?
You talking about his group? I don't know.
He's talking about our community is going to protect. Who the fuck is who did even speak for Black America?
That's your fault. That's all. Like I said, you guys shun leadership, and then when somebody randomly pick up leadership,
that's a bunch of nonsense, right? Because everybody get up there and call himself a fucking leader, you know? Because we know most of the people. You consider Umar Johnson a leader?
To many people, he is. He's not my leader, but he's indeed a leader in the black community.
You could Tariq Nasheed a leader?
A lot of people quote him like he's Jesus. Yes.
The bottom.
He has followers.
That means absolutely nothing. The majority of black people, black middle America, right, have no fucking leader. You know, we don't look at these fucking clowns as leaders. You know.
I will argue there's many different levels of leaders.
Okay. I know you say that because you're not one of us. I'm telling you how we think.
Kala, Umar is a leader in the Pan-African space.
Well, hold on. There's no Pan-African space.
So you tell her
you're not part of it, Kala, but there is a Pan-African space.
Any of my peers that respect them.
Well, you're not
he's not a leader to all. He has a group of people that follow.
Dr. Umar Johnson, whether you like him or not, he has a lot of followers.
Well,
he has a lot of followers. Professor Black Truth. These very same people we like to call clowns, they have a lot of followers, Kala.
They got more followers.
You can't deny that, man.
Al Sharpton, Roland Martin, all these people got followers, man.
You cannot deny that, man.
Followers he got.
Those are realities, Kala. They're not fantasies.
How come him and his followers can't finish that school?
That's a good question, but I'm saying he has. You can't deny he has followers, man.
Yeah, whatever.
You're still a leader. They're still leaders too. They got more followers than you.
So who cares?
Kala, he was able to raise. He was able to raise $750,000 to purchase that school.
Kala. Hold on, Kala. You said when you go to Liberia, people stop you in the street. When you speak online, people stop you and thank you, right? So you don't think you're some form of a leader and thought provoker?
Nobody's fucking leader, you know.
Well, it's not about looking to be. It's about your words.
I'm not looking at nobody's freaking leader. You know,
you're not even a large leader, but a lot of people, certain people look to you as an influencer.
I'm not looking to be nobody's leader. You know,
your words have influence. Look at Bantu Mandingo.
Whatever, you know, and people listen to me.
Okay, look at Dark Migos.
You know,
these people like what you got to say. You influence some of the actions.
And I do this show for people like that. But I am not no leader for people who don't follow me. Or people who follow me, you know, usually call me and stuff like that.
His name is Bantu Mandinka.
That's what Tariq Nasheed said, Kala. Oh, I'm not the leader of the FBA.
Oh yeah,
I think it's a
You on
culture
the other
thing, man.
hand, you are saying the same
he
thing
created a
that you don't
philosophy and
influence like Bantu
ideology, right?
Mandinka,
He
Dark
hold on, he
Negro, all
gatekeeps.
these individuals.
He gatekeeps the FBA because I looked at tweet the other day. Oh, it's she FBA because of blah blah blah. If he's not the leader of FBA, he sure basically gatekeeps anybody who tries to identify as FBA. You know, so Tariq's a hypocrite. You know, so the bottom line. Back to the topic of the show. This guy that basically is doing the shit. This birdsong dude is a fucking clown, right? And basically, you know, I just can't wait until this guy, they call in the National Guard, right? And when they call in the National Guard, what they're going to do is play a video before they go out there to the streets. They're going to play a video of what he said, holding that gun. And all them dudes are going to get lit up. You understand? That's it. It's going to be sorrow. Not for me. There'll be sorrow, and a lot of people, particularly the immigrant community, are going to have their feelings crushed. Because let me tell you something: these people are not playing with you. If you think you're going to fucking, if I was you, if you're here illegally, I would get your paperwork right. Because the bottom line is this, right? They're serious about carrying this mission of deportations out. You know, and the bottom line is this: do not expect us, this is what angers me, us to get involved with this because we haven't built that sort of bond and relationship for us to put our lives on the line for you. You know? And that's
Carlo, you know Liberia is talking about reciprocating a visa ban to a U.S. citizen, right?
Yeah. So I go
So
there.
that means that you probably won't be able to go to Liberia after this.
Elvis, I fly. I go to Liberia on a diplomatic visa. I don't go to a regular visa. I don't get my visa from the embassy. I get my visa directly from the government.
Kyle, you keep showing how you're a special guy. You don't work for the man. You don't do this. You don't do that. But what about the common person? Even when you and Simple was talking to Ja, y'all was talking about how he's a weirdo and this and the third. But the majority of black people, African Americans, they vote Democrat. So how do you guys?
The majority of black people don't even vote. You know what are you talking about?
No, but those who do vote
Stop
Democrat.
lying, man. They do vote, man. A lot of black Americans vote
the black voting
Democrats.
turnout is like 40%.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm trying to say those who do vote, though.
No, it's not.
Your women vote Democrats.
But I think it's
97%.
No, not just the women. Not just the women. The men and the
women always on the losing side of these things. He's a Republican. He's always on the losing side of these things.
Look, the bottom line is nobody's voting Democrat. Nobody's voting at all, man. You know.
Yo, Carla, they do, man. Why you gotta lie, man?
All right.
So we're not done here, Carla.
My friend Carla, man, like Carla, it's like he has a hope, and nothing can overcome his idea, his hope. Like truth can't get through it, you know? It's like he just has a vision of how things should be, and no matter how much facts you bring, he just still pushes. It's the same thing with Brandon. They do the same thing. No matter how much facts you bring, they just believe something to be true. They don't look it up. They don't read.
Let's see. Let's look it up.
And they just, I don't know.
Let's look it up. Let's see. What was the black?
And if you
most blacks, they'll vote for like larger elections. They usually don't vote for the smaller elections, and there's a low voter turnout. He's right about that. But I'm saying those who do indeed vote, when they do vote, they vote Democrat, and then they chastise people in the community. Like, Kyla, can you honestly go to your family members and talk about politics in this very manner?
Okay, now
most of them don't agree with you, correct?
All right, so basically, they said historically between 48% and 66%. I was right. You know, it was 66% under Barack Obama. You know, that was like the highest vote. That's a record.
You said 40%. So you're talking closer.
And what's the percentage of those 44% that votes Democrat? Oh, those 66% that vote Democrat.
I would say, black males was like 75%, black females.
Not true, Kyla. You gotta show us the numbers. I think males are like 87%.
So bottom line is this: you could say that, let's say 50% of this last election, 50% of black people showed up to vote, right? And by not showing up to vote, that was votes for Trump. So combine that with
Not necessarily, man, because if you speak to some of these people who quote unquote didn't vote, their views are somewhere in the middle. They don't really agree with either side, but they're still very Democrat leaning. You say certain things, they look at you funny.
And they stayed home, They stayed home.
Yeah, but they don't automatically agree with Trump just because they didn't vote. They don't automatically agree with everything the Democrats because they didn't vote.
It's like it's like there was nothing exciting on the Democrat side for them to go out and vote.
But by the way, a high percentage, something like 30% of white folks don't even vote. But white folks vote at the highest rates.
Yeah, but most white people vote Republican when they do vote. That's the point. Like, I think 50+%.
The only group that vote majority Republican. White folks are the only group that vote majority Republican. Every other group votes majority Democrat.
But that's not my point. Is just that there's some of his
Democrat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that some of the points he's making is like he's brushing off everything. We don't need leaders. Everybody. He's talking about he's a boss, so you don't have to answer to people. That's cool. But if 75% of your population of people do, then is your messages going to reach them if that's what's the reality for them?
Let me ask you. We had 8 years of Obama Yama right now. That Obama leader.
Bro, they're building him a huge monument and library in Chicago.
That's the question. Has the South Side Chicago improved since Obama was in office?
No, I don't. I still. You have to ask somebody from Chicago. I'm not from Chicago, so some people say there's improvements. They're saying the violence is going down. I don't know. That's what they're telling me. So I don't know.
Last weekend, Chicago recorded 44 homicides.
Yeah, but Washington D.C. has been a violent place, and all them presidents.
Kyler, is Obama's fault that black people are killing themselves. He's the one that's telling them to kill themselves.
He wasn't a good leader, Elvis. Let's be real, man.
Black people went out there and voted for him. They said Obama was the Messiah and everything like that.
Obama claimed to be a community organizer.
Principally, you got to give other people a chance, please. Is Obama telling black people to kill themselves, or black people too stupid and know not to kill themselves for Obama?
No. He's a community organizer. Why is he not organizing the community, Elvis? He claimed he's a community organizer.
He was a community organizer who went up the ranks and became senator and became president. He's not going back to be a fucking community organizer.
How come he didn't go back to community?
He has more connections after presidency, though. I don't understand what you're saying. He has more connections as post-presidents than before.
Are you telling me black people in Chicago need Obama to go there and tell them, don't kill yourself, don't rob each other, don't steal? That's what you're telling me Obama needs to be doing?
It's like really, really bad in Chicago right now.
Obama could be investing in Chicago, man. He has connections. He has all the different black elites, white elites in his phone. He can be organizing to revitalize Chicago. Why is he not doing that?
Man. He could be investing, bringing African businesses.
Except he is, principally. His library cost in the billions of dollars. He's hired a lot of minorities, black people. They're going to be the vendors. Majority of the vendors in his library is going to be black people. The tour guides, people. That whole community is going to be transformed because hundreds, maybe tens of millions of people every year are going to visit that library in the South Side of Chicago. So he is investing. He could have built his library in Champaign. He could have built it in the middle of Illinois. But he built it on the South side. So he is bringing, economic relief for those people by bringing his library right there.
With the crime rate out of control.
Carlos, stop it, man. What are you talking about? Is Obama supposed to tell black people not to kill themselves? Are they too stupid not to kill themselves?
Well, somebody has to be out there as a leader to explain to the people that
Tyler, you got to do that. Go to Richmond, go to Norfolk.
The Nation of Islam is based in Chicago.
Obama was a former president. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
The Nation of Islam is based in Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, Obama could give the Nation of Islam $2 million, and they could clean up shit.
The Nation of Islam probably got millions already.
No, they don't. Nation of Islam's broke, man. They ain't got no money.
How many members?
Nah, that's not true. That's not true, Kyler. Nation of Islam rich as hell. They got millionaires in the Nation of Islam. Let alone the Honorable Minister Farrakhan.
Selling final calls. Yeah, selling final calls. Okay.
It's more. It's
Bro,
more than the final call.
they got doctors.
What
are you talking about?
It's more than the final call. It's more than selling bean pie. It's more than that,
Man,
Kala.
that's all it is.
Man, it's Kala.
Being
Come
guys,
on now, Kala, man.
in instance, man, oils, you know.
See, Carla,
Bro,
this
they
is
got
what I'm saying. You
college
said earlier,
graduates in the
Kala,
Nation of
negative.
shit,
Islam,
You see
man.
what
Kala.
I'm saying? You can't find no positive. This is what I'm saying.
And so it's like this.
You're
Nation of Islam
proving
is
exactly what I'm saying.
Kala,
There's
you
so
have
that's
your
no
own
all,
method.
all
twisted mind,
I
man.
need is
Shit.
Obama to cut the check, man. You know, cut
You
the check,
know,
Obama.
Obama came, had his wife, had his kids,
Yeah, so
respectable
Obama got a
politician
$200 million sitting in the
you
bank
still
doing nothing.
negative on him. You know what I mean? Guys saying how you on your Obama phone. Now that's a slur. You know what I mean? Like no positive. What's going on? You know?
And so yeah,
Kala, you got someone from the chat. He's from Chicago. I think his name is Kofa. Kofa
yeah,
2000.
he's goofy.
Kofa saying it's better in Chicago now. You see, Obama did do something, Carla. He went down and told the black kids to start killing themselves, and they stopped killing themselves, Carla. So he is doing it.
Came here, man. I was a
Under
YN.
Obama, more people got health insurance. That's not good enough. Like I don't, like man, like where's the positive, Carla?
Murders in Chicago.
Murders in the U.S. are down from the 80s and 90s. Where's the
Yeah,
positive?
Kala,
Still
they're saying
talking
the
like
murder rate
murders are
went down
happening
in
like
Chicago. That's what they're
all the
saying.
time.
Wow, it says, look, homicide numbers, right? In 2025, Chicago recorded about 416 murders, a significant drop from the 587, you know? Wow, man, that's just sad. 487 in 2024. That's Biden's era, you know? Context. That's just sad, you know? Really
What
sad.
was it in the 80s? What was it in the 90s? You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
just
Like
all around sad, really mess, you know? How do you know most black people in Chicago feel about ICE raids? Yeah, Kofa, what do you think about ICE raids? You know, what does ICE have to do with the YNs in Chicago? No, Mister Oh no, he said, "Are you kidding me? Them old block niggas never stop killing, drilling." Oh, we might have a little conflict in the chat room because you got Odama in there talk about. Are you kidding me? Them old block niggas never stop drill ever. Wow. So you say Chicago's still drilling and killing, man. Like this. So it is what it is, man. So Black America is just a freaking mess. Black America is such a mess, man. The last thing we need is immigrants coming here cosplaying us, trying to draw us into a bigger conflict, with this ICE shit. We got
Carla, I think you need to make a call to Tariq. Tell him you want to be his vice secretary of FBA because you're pretty much an FBA, Carla.
Hold up. If basically, if a broken record is like 3, I don't agree with delineation. I believe delineation is this: you're trying to say that your history is not an African story. I believe that black people are one people, all black people, right? But we have unique. So let me tell you something. I saw a video that triggered me today, right? It was cute little girls. I guess they were Caribbean and whatnot on TikTok, whatever like that. It was cute, right? And they were basically saying, first I thought they were Black American, right? They were real cute, right? So I thought they said, see, we got the color, the look, everything they have, but we don't have their trauma. Basically saying we get to come to America, enjoy all the benefits and whatnot of Black America, right? But not their trauma. That right there is a problem. You got people that Black Americans bear the trauma of our ancestors, right? We still bear those scars, right? People come here, you don't bear those scars, right? So,
Carla, can I ask a question? What context did they say that? Was it like a condescending context or in its honesty?
And every time I hear you immigrants, Caribbeans and whatnot, and Africans talking, it's always in a freaking like, oh, we're better because look, everybody comes over here. The real conflict is between black and white, right? But that's been decided because now it's becoming white versus immigrants, right? And there's a lot of people immigrant background who would love for it to go back to black versus white. That's why they're trying their best.
Carla, I asked what was the context, because I could understand the pretext of what they're saying, because even some of the FBA people will say the exact same thing, where they say that, yeah, you look like us, but you didn't go through the struggles that we came through
to enjoy,
which I understand.
America, the society. I mean, everything that we created, everything we created. Black America has a beautiful side, right? That everybody enjoys. I see a couple of black girls say it was so beautiful, right? And I was like, yeah, you don't work too hard. I was asking about school, whatever, like that. Oh, yeah, I ain't work too hard, mister. Anyway,
but Carla, do you disagree with the statement, or do you agree with the statement?
I'm saying. Now, that little black girl and me, we come from the same background, right? That little black girl is going to be triggered by the same thing I get triggered by, because we know our history together, right? Now, there's a beautiful side of Black America, especially with our girls and whatnot, the beautiful side of Black America, right? But every black person, right, they're going to experience that ugly side that's linked to our history, right? It could be when you're riding down the road and somebody drives behind you, right in front of you, beside you, with a big rebel flag hand. We go, and then you can see the expression on black people's face when white people be driving those trucks with the big rebel flags, and something comes over. I look in people's face, right? But when I see somebody who I know is not one of us, then it doesn't even bother them, because they don't have that history, so they don't have that trauma.
Which party would the guy with the rebel flag support, by the way?
So it doesn't even matter, right? The bottom line is this: an immigrant is not basically offended by that. So it doesn't matter.
That's not true, by the way. That's not true.
So the bottom line, well, I'm just telling you, right? The immigrant, you gotta freaking.
Carla, you're not offended enough not to vote for the same party that they vote for.
Hold on. It's not. See, that's what I said. Hold up, you guys always make it about yourself.
No, you're making it about yourself.
You said you should vote for the same party. Look, the Republican Party don't hurt.
Okay, so I guess your interest aligns with the people that rock the rebel flag.
Hold on. I'm saying the rebel flag bothers me. It triggers me, right? But it doesn't really affect me, but it triggers me because I think a certain way. Like,
so if it triggers you, it affects you.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is, when an immigrant sees that flag, they don't say nothing.
They do.
No, they don't.
Do you say something when you see it?
I don't say nothing because this is freedom of speech.
You live in the South.
The people who's been here for a long time and went to school here, they know the history of the flag, so they're offended by it.
What comes on my mind is, how did I get in this fucking situation, right? How did I get to this country, right? And I remind me that I'm here because my ancestors were forced here, right? I did not ask to be brought here. The immigrant always thinks in mind is, I came here voluntarily. So that's one of the things I have to say. I'm saying I should not have to go through this because we didn't ask to be brought here. That's the difference.
By the way, that rebel flag flew in the Capitol on Jan 6, by the way.
Carla, I haven't seen a rebel flag in real life in the state of Minnesota. I've never seen one. Never seen anybody carrying it around in real life.
Down here, we learn to accept it, whatever like that. But at the same time, white people know how far to push it, right? White people, because sometimes what we do is we burn rebel flags in front of them, and we stomp on it and stuff like that, piss on it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get this paintball gun right when next time I go to Emporia, right? I'm gonna see if I can make sure there's cameras around. I'm like blip 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 on this big billboard sign somebody got called Heritage Not Hate. I'm gonna take a big paintball gun, pop 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 pop, and I don't think I get away with it. I know there's cameras out there. Probably record my car. That'd be so fun. I'll probably get a fine or something like that if I get caught, whatever like that. But the bottom line is this, man. We always desecrate fucking Confederate monuments, piss on them. We do all kinds of shit, turn them over. We rip down a Confederate statue in Portsmouth. We don't play a shit here, anytime we get a chance to disrespect these motherfuckers, we do, But my whole thing is, there's even immigrants.
Except when it comes to voting for the same party that holds their interest.
Hold on. You had a Nigerian guy, right? And I think it was Detroit, whatever like that, running talking about, we don't need no Black History Month. And you got immigrants, right? Like this Winston Sears chick, right? Running office, supporting the Confederate flag.
Which party is she in?
She was Republican.
Okay.
She was a black lady.
MAGA, pretty much.
But she was an immigrant. She was Jamaican.
But she MAGA, right?
No, Virginia.
Yeah, she MAGA.
Yeah, but she was a fucking immigrant.
I
Can
know.
I say?
But she ran with the
You
white
guys
people
are making this some
fantastic.
kind of democratic intervention. Can we move the conversation? You said something about heritage, right? You said that there was a billboard you seen that says
Yeah,
heritage, not
one
hate.
of these days I'm gonna get a
What do
paintball.
you say about that, Carla?
Well, I will. When look, I graded the head, but I think it's my heritage to shoot a paintball gun and desecrate it too. So I got a heritage too, you know.
Carla, let me ask you a question, right? Do you know the difference between esoteric and esoteric?
No, I don't.
Okay. So esoteric is the true meaning of something for people who are initiated. So like secret societies, people have symbols, right? The people who are initiated in that society, they know the true meaning for their symbols. Now the esoteric is for the people who are on the outside. They tell you as a profane, somebody who doesn't really know anything, what it means. So what they're doing to you is telling you that the flag symbolizes heritage. But those who are part of the racist group, they know what it really means. It's about racism and keeping black people down and having, wanting to have slaves.
And what
So
you got?
they're telling you the esoteric meaning, but the esoteric meaning is that they're
Every
racist.
every chance we used to jump white boys wearing a rebel flag years ago, back in the 2000s. We used to beat their fucking because on the ocean front when that. Cause they get up there and we whoop their fucking ass, man. We would say, "Don't wear that shit around us." When we make these white boys with the flags our bitch, man, down here in Virginia. We don't fucking fuck with these motherfuckers, you know. We don't care because they know we got guns and we'll fucking shoot. That's the one thing we got an understanding here in Virginia. You know, we'll let y'all have your flags. When y'all get a little too cocky, we'll deal with you. You know, they know that in Virginia. Let me tell you something. What I love about Virginia is these black people here are the most dangerous black people on the fucking planet. Virginia nigga, I don't know what the hell happened in slavery, whatever like that. These are the most violent black people I've ever seen in my life. You know, and these people are really feared. You know,
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
but
good,
Carla,
Carla. They can have that title. We in Africa. We're pacifists. We're not violent.
I love being around people. I'd rather be around tough people, man. You know, let's see. Africa
but
said Pan Africa is that spaces, and that's why I say if we were, and this is what they want. They know Black America is violent. We're the most violent people. Hey, and they always, but instead of us using our violence to protect ourselves, we're not. Everybody wants to piggyback off our violence. Mexicans are weak. They thought they would get out there a day without immigrants, and they got their ass
Carla,
mobbed.
they're whipping an African American ass in California every day.
Well, no, they're not. No, the fuck they're not. You know, no, they're not. Actually, they're not whipping it. That's what they said. No, California is very weak. You know, they got like this here in Virginia. No, North Carolina. No, the South. No, and friggin' what you call it? California, where there's a tiny black population, maybe. You know, New York. No, Delaware. No, Maryland. No, you know, anywhere here on the Atlantic seaboard. You know. But California, yeah, I don't know what's going on out there. Maybe there's not enough black people. Go ahead, John.
In California, our population is like 5%, and theirs is like 40.
Yeah, so there's a number.
We overwhelmingly outnumbered. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. So they're outnumbered.
And we're responsible for that. That's what happens when you vote blue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, hey, Jonathan, what do you think about the topic, brother?
I ain't gonna lie, Kyle. I just woke up. And I was like, this nigga got a show. And then I just clicked. I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Stop your lying. Yo, the topic is about this fucking bird song clown, you know. And I said, and John got mad at me, and my immigrant bros on the panel got mad at me, that when I saw his crew that he brought out there, they didn't strike me as one of us.
Oh, wait a minute, Kyle. I think I know who you talk about, the fake Black Panther guy.
Yeah.
Kyla, that nigga had a multicultural.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
That ain't no damn Black Panther.
And then when black people you saw, did they look like one African American that you
know? No, definitely ain't Black American.
The question is he black?
Hell no. Why would he be black?
The nigga, you looking at his phenotypically, he looks mixed, right?
Elvis.
No. Half white, half black, half Hispanic, half black.
I don't give a fuck about the half. He ain't one of us, you know.
What?
I'm saying, looking at the guy, he looks mixed. He's a mixed race person. He's not white. He's not Hispanic. He definitely has black in him.
I could look at him and tell that he's mixed, but also I could look at him and tell him he wasn't raised by niggas.
He was not raised by black people. He's fake. He don't have our voice. Black men who raised. I know dudes that mix like that. They get that black bass in there where it's the baritone, the vernacular. He don't have our vernacular. He don't have our spirit, nothing. And then the people he has around him, them dudes are like some fucking. It could be Liberians for all we know. And then you got some Venezuelans, and all these other people like that. I see this one chick too, like she's from Honduras and whatnot. I'm like, what the fuck? That's a Black Panther party now? Like, goddamn, So everybody, people just hijack our movements, everything like that, and try to draw us into some bullshit,
The main thing is the Black Panther Party generally, especially the younger ones, they won't integrate. They'll remain fully black. They'll have maybe some black people that are some non-white people or non-black people that will actually try to maybe work with them or some shit like that. But for the most part, organizational membership is generally going to be black. The only place that they would try some shit like that would either be California or Illinois. That's where they had the communist idea and they thought it wasn't about race and they thought it was about class.
Yeah. No,
anywhere else, they're not pulling that shit off.
The biggest mistake they ever did, man. That's what destroyed them. Instead of basically being about black nationalism, they got a young Fred Hampton to talk about it ain't about race, it's about class and the haves and have-nots. That was stupid, It's always about race.
Yeah, it wasn't just him though. I don't know if you read the book Soledad, brother.
Yeah, it was all of them. They all got with it. Yeah. I said earlier, Jonathan, that what they did was they sent these little white girls in there, these little leftist, commie white girl babes and whatnot, and they were sleeping together with some of these Black Panthers and everything.
For
sure. And they suddenly brothers had this thing. It ain't about. Remember that movie? I'm gonna get you, sucker. Remember that?
Yeah.
And one scene with Clarence Williams when he comes out with Jan Brady, my nuclear warrior. Remember that? That shit was
I think that's "Don't Be a Menace," right?
Yeah. No. That was I'm gonna get you, sucker. I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Okay, yeah, but they had that in "Don't Be a Menace" too, where he was a pro-black guy, where he was talking about talking to some ugly white girl.
And "Don't Be a Menace." They're essentially doing like cameos, so just marking other movies that is basically.
Yeah, Farrakhan when that, so that's what it was, man. Motherfuckers got them white chicks, and when them white chicks turned them niggas out, man. Tell you, man. Oh yeah, white. Remember the movie Undercover Brother? In one part they had Denise. What's her name? That marries Denise. Whatever. Nicole Richard.
She was. Talking about the white girl or the black woman?
The white girl, Denise Richards, right? And she said, we got the secret weapon for Undercover Brother, a white chick. I knew a lot of white girls that thought that was funny, whatnot, We got a secret weapon and whatnot, the white chick. We're going to take Undercover Brother down and whatnot. That shit was fucking funny. Oh my God, that was hilarious, man. That was fucking hilarious. But the bottom line is everybody knows all you do is bring some white chicks in there and whatnot, and that's why I get Omar that, man. One thing I do agree about that is stay away from the white girls, man.
What 1776 said, this would be his topic. Why would he would be a Black Panther and let them people in?
He would. That's why I said I had to get rid of him, because he's dangerous, man. He's the type of one. All I'm when he wants white guys sitting up here discussing black issues. When that ain't happening on my watch, So let's see. Afro T said, Mr. Ndama, you saying that the original Black Party was black? It started as a black nationalist movement, right? And then towards the late 60s, when they saw the writing on the wall, it was all about Vietnam. Inflation was high, unemployment. And you had white people out there. You had the Kent State University thing, where the governor of the state opened fire on demonstrators in the Vietnam War and whatnot. Then suddenly it became anti-war, and all these groups, Weather Underground, they're all one thing. It was about the system and capitalism. And then by the 80s, all those white people who were once leftists turn right. That's the whole thing about people to understand. The same white people you see now fighting ICE, and when the time comes, right, they're gonna all go back to being MAGA and shit. You know, they could do that. Where black
No, most of those people are not even leftists. They just think it's unconstitutional. They're fighting to uphold their constitution.
The dust settles when they're gonna go back to being what they call white middle bred America, and we're gonna be left with the thing paying everything. Because, like I said, after the riots of 2020, people forgot all about Antifa. You know who they remember? Black Lives Matter. Same thing. We learned our lesson. That's why we're staying out of this shit. They always want to blame us for shit, you know?
What do you mean? What is unconstitutional about ICE?
There's nothing. It's the law. ICE is a law. Deporting people who ain't supposed to be here is a law. He has a mandate to enforce the law. And me, if it was up to me, right, I would send the National Guard in, right?
You know what, Carlos, is very strange, right? Is that the left people say it's unconstitutional when sanctuary cities is technically unconstitutional too. They don't care about that part.
What you say it again?
The sanctuary city shit, that's unconstitutional.
Yes, is unconstitutional.
They're supposed to be enforcing the law on the local level. They refuse
Jonathan,
to do so.
what do you think a sanctuary city is? Can you explain that to me?
I mean, you don't cooperate.
Wait, Elvis, that's a nigga that been in jail. I remember when we were going through when we were actually being introduced into the jail, ICE would be coming to pick certain people up, right? But then what ended up happening is they decided, specifically in San Francisco, to start off with, it's bullshit, that they would no longer work with federal agents or anything or help turn in people in. And then they got to a point where they'll try to stop agents from actually collecting people or arresting people that was supposed to be taken in. That's against the law, Elvis.
They're arresting judges right now because they're trying
to... Wait, Elvis. If I tried to hide a criminal, I'm harmful.
That's not what a sanctuary city is. Kyla, let me speak, Kyla.
New York, right?
Kyla, let me speak, man.
You can't tell me what a sanctuary city is.
All right, bro. I'm just gonna drop off. Man.
Elvis, should an illegal alien be allowed to vote in our elections?
A sanctuary city means that if a person sees a crime being committed, for example, if she or he is undocumented, he can call in that crime and they won't be punished because they're undocumented. Second of all, if a person is in a domicile, hold on, Kyla. If a person is in a domicile, you have to get a warrant by a federal judge to be able to enter that domicile in order to, enforce immigration. So that's the issue. When it's unconstitutionality, it's about warrants. Can't go into a domicile if you don't have a warrant from a federal judge.
So, do you think, Elvis? Do you think?
Wait, hold on, Kyla. Is that the definition of sanctuary city in your area? Because that's not national, brother. You might have to learn that the definition of sanctuary city jumps from one state to another.
Maybe that's what it is in your state. But in this state, you have the sanctuary to not be arrested if you're doing a good Samaritan deed, even if you are undocumented. It's not about stopping ICE. Why do you think our governor said that they're going to allow ICE to do their job? This is not a sanctuary city. If it was, they would be stopping ICE.
About the fact that
they can't stop ICE.
They basically letting illegal.
So that proves that they're not a sanctuary city, because you said sanctuary cities, they do stop ICE. So what are you saying?
No, you can't stop federal law. You can't do.
Okay, then. So why did Jonathan say sanctuary cities that were stopping ICE doing their job?
What he's talking about is they don't have to cooperate. They don't have to turn over a list of people who stuff like that. You have by federal law, you're supposed to turn that over. And what happens is when they don't do it right.
What's unconstitutional is that they're deporting U.S. citizens and then apologizing for it and bringing them back. They detain U.S. citizens because they don't have their proof of citizenship on it. They apologize and release them.
Well, that's perfectly fine. They want to.
No, it's not. Immigration is done by a judge. Deportation. Listen, Jonathan.
Go ahead and do
deportation is done by a judge. A judge will adjudicate. Hold on, let me make my point, bro.
A judge will adjudicate a case. A free paycheck. Get that money.
Fine. That's fine. A judge will adjudicate a case, decide from his judgment that this person is illegally in the United States. write a deportation order, give it to the ICE agent. They will go and enforce that order. That's how it works.
They don't
ICE is not supposed to be on the street asking you, are you a U.S. resident? Are you a U.S. citizen? That's not how it works. That's the thing. That's the thing you guys don't understand.
That's also not true. They have a right to do so.
They have a right to detain anybody and check your papers when
The difference is, Elvis, you have a right not to answer, whether you know that or not. That's up to you. That's like a cop walking up to you, can I see your ID? You don't have to give it over to him. At least depending on what state you're in, you don't have to give it.
To detain you. What happens is a lot of people, when ICE do come up to them and say, okay, here's my ID, I'm good. They're like, I don't have to show you ID. And then that's what happens when they get apprehended, because it's law enforcement. He has to carry out, once he makes a decision that he has probable suspicion, right? And that's the sticking point, right? Who do you consider probable suspicion? Unfortunately, it's people who look like they're Hispanic. And in Minneapolis, look like people may be Somali. In the process, some Black Americans get caught up in that, unfortunately, But it is what it is,
So may I ask a question? Because you said something earlier along the lines that it bothered you that a Caribbean or African woman was saying that she doesn't have she may look like you, but she doesn't have the trauma of African American, right? But similar to an immigrant, hold on, let me finish my point. Similar to an immigrant, I noticed that a lot of African Americans are giddy about people getting deported. And even if you're legal or not, a lot of foreign blacks, we don't really get giddy about it because we know that it might be, it could be somebody's mother or father or sister or brother.
Right now, unfortunately, this has been building for some years, right? We got immigrants basically like, oh man, sorry what happened about Trayvon Martin, giggling and shit like that.
Like who? Like real life? Like who? Give me examples. In your real life.
Remember online they were mocking to death for Zion Massey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this and the other thing. So now it's like you guys get a chance to experience trauma.
Jonathan, people like Colin and Brandon was mocking the death of Sandra Massey. They were saying she had a pot of hot water in her hand and she wanted to hurt the officer. They were defending that shit.
That's a lie.
Yeah, and they were out of pocket for it. But at the same time, no, Elvis, this is the difference, right? We know we got some knuckleheads that's a part of our group. Yeah, you got to deal with the knuckleheads that's a part of your group, but not another group.
Yeah, so like I said, to answer your question principally, right? The girls were basically saying, "Oh, we're cute girls." So, like, I guess they would talk about, how some of the girls they were modeling and doing stuff like that. Girls got that life. They model, they do videos, and blah blah blah. They're going to the malls. The teenage girls do, So, and they said they got the life but they don't have the trauma because certain things trigger Black people, right? Like I said, in the South. You know what that means when you see
most Caribbeans been through slavery. Of course, it wasn't maybe the same as the United States, but they have trauma from their own slavery too.
Caribbeans completely erase their slave history. They don't even identify with it. Like
that's not true. They don't erase it. It's just that there's several generations out of it. A lot of them got freed in the 1800s.
You guys came over here voluntarily. You guys have this idea.
And this is not the same country. Yeah, that's a point too. It's not the same country.
But the bottom line, you guys have this idea that, okay, I come to America, I'm not Black. I'm not part of the Black struggle. I'm an immigrant, And
no, that's not true. That's not true. Most Black immigrants live near you. How are we not Black?
Will play on that, right? To get you off your square saying, yeah, see America like that. Winston Sears, why she lost in Virginia, Because everybody Black was like, man, who the fuck is this bitch, right? She was basically taking these shots at Black America, right? I came over here with my father came over with $3. Yeah, so the fuck.
That's not true, Carla. She won
How's that a shot?
She won her lieutenant governorship independently.
She didn't say $3.
Hold on.
He said $1.75 to be exact.
Governorship, right? She did not talk about that, right? When she got in the governorship, right? Everybody started talking about, what's this? She began to talk about. First of all, she did talk about she was immigrant, right? But then she kept basically every time we started noticing things, right, in Virginia, right? When she was doing her campaign ad, right, she would always start off with as a child of immigrants. And Black people start picking up on that. We're not stupid,
It wasn't because of black people that she lost. It was the wave of Democrats winning elections in these different states.
Black people like 40% of the vote here. You know.
No, so
are you sure? Are you sure about that, Carla? 40% of the vote in Virginia. Are you sure?
No, Virginia. Most of the precincts here, this Northern Virginia, Central Virginia, Richmond area, and the southern cities right here, are predominantly black.
Carla, can you look up the numbers of who voted for her? Can you look that up?
I didn't vote. You know.
No, but I'm saying, can you look up the numbers?
All white counties, right? And most of the state trends.
We're gonna ban you from Liberia, Carla. You're proving that you hate immigrants, man. You're an immigrant in that country. You gotta ban you.
Hater, man. You know, I'm not immigrant hater at all, man. All right, Nakmeezy, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening, brothers. You know, salute to everybody on the panel. Thank you, Carla. Welcome home. You're a hateful FBA now. I appreciate you, brother.
I'm not no FBA. You know, I've said this from day one, right? I'm a distinct person, right? Distinct person than African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants and everything like that, because I've learned over the years they don't stop telling me their distinctions, you know, whether it's their tribe, their language, whatever the fuck that is, their foods, everything. As soon as Black America talk about their distinctions, right, whether what distinguishes us is our admixture of race, our language, religion, you know, our proximity in America, unfortunately, that distinguishes us. And so we say that, you know, we're the devil, but when people from Africa
hold on, how you gonna talk about your admixture and disclaim Songbird, your cousin? Songbird is your cousin, man.
No, he's not my fucking cousin. That guy's
he got admixture, buddy.
Carla is proud of his admixture, man. He's proud of that admixture.
No. I'm not proud of it, man. I'm just saying it's a fact. You know, and if I say that's a fact, right, that just leave it at that. Just like somebody say I'm this ancestor, I'm an Igbo, that's a fact. You know, somebody say, oh, you're jealous because I'm Igbo. No, okay. You could say you're Igbo, right? I could say, yes, most Black Americans, we're distinct. The way we look, when I could tell if I'm looking at a Black American from a distance, you know.
Majority of my family fuse in with the Black community. Why is that? We're not admixed. Majority of my family we fuse in with you people. We're not admixed.
But the bottom line, what I'm saying is this: when I look at this guy, and all I'm saying is the people he had around him, right? One looked like a Venezuelan. Other like a Chinese person, whatever like that. The other people look like they were Black immigrants and whatnot, you know. So if these people feel strongly about ICE and whatnot, and they're cosplaying us, I gotta point out that these people are not one of us, you know, because there's sort of historical context when you say Black America, you know. We're saying,
but why you never ask? Well, how you know he's not one of you guys? You claim that half people are still you. His father could be Black American. How is he not you?
First of all, this guy, when I'm looking at Black people, right, I could tell by your voice back. This guy's look like an Oreo. He's like a white boy. He probably grew up white. You know, when people grow up white and they grow up white.
There are Black people who are Oreos, and Black people come in all shapes, size, you know, creeds, and personalities, man.
Yeah, what I'm saying, this guy looks like a fucking Oreo. That means, look, let me tell you something. Like I said the last couple of nights, look, and this community, right? We're gonna start giving out stripes. If you don't have the background, this guy came out of nowhere. At least when somebody do something, right? Let's say I did that, right, and went viral, right? You'll say people will look up at 20 years of me being online and say, "Oh, I know College Jen." People come back that I haven't seen in 15 years and say, "Oh, College Jen, I understand him." You go out there and search this guy. Where's his blogs? What do he like? Who was he debate with? He has no background. He came out of nowhere. The days of just coming out of nowhere talking for Black people is over.
Facts. Yo, is the guy Black though?
No, he's not Black.
He's mixed.
He's not mixed.
Well, like a biracial?
Not mixed.
Nah.
Kyle, pull up his picture, man.
I'll find his picture. This guy is not Black. All he did was fucking curl his hair up a little bit. The guy, look at his face. He is not Black at all.
Like Measy, he look at least 40 or 50% black. He's
Yeah,
clearly a mixed man.
Nah, that ain't. I don't agree with biracial speaking for black people. Straight up.
we don't like biracial speaking for us at all, man. We had enough of that shit, because their fucking
Facts.
loyalties are fucking all over the place, This guy is a fucking a white guy. Let me see if I can find something. Let's see, black nationalist.
I looked him up
And,
like a
and
couple of
don't try
days
to look
ago.
for his most white-looking picture, Colin.
The dude was a rapper. He's a
Yeah.
rapper on YouTube.
Hey, the rapper. I'm trying to find it. I'm thinking I should have marked that freaking video I had. He's a rapper. He's a failed rapper. He had Bloods and Crips signs on. He was a rapper up until he did a couple of songs and whatnot. He failed as a rapper. So this is his next shit. Somebody actually got to this guy and put him up for this
Colin, why do you think he told that story?
What story?
That he was a former rapper and he was a game banger.
Former
To
rapper.
relate.
Why is he relating though?
No, he's relating to the lowest of us.
The latest grift, right? He's trying to use something to gain followings and clicks and likes and fame. At the same time,
No, but that culture and element is cool to some black individuals in your own community. So
Apparently
that's
it
what he
wasn't
was trying
because
to.
that's not who supported him at all. It's actually more cool to
Bro,
white people than it is black people.
Yo, look, hold up. I played a video the other night of some white chick who first introduced him, right? Some crazy ass white bitch talking about, see, we need more of this energy. And he's a hero among white leftists. They think they're gonna have these. They said finally, Black Americans will get out there and see. They think we're gonna do what they're scared to do, which is open fire on ICE.
That'll be stupid as hell, man.
So this is what we're talking about. And also MAGA now is sharing this, like, saying, see, this is what we're going to arm. So they're talking about coming there and backing up ICE. So it's going to get ugly really bad. When they bring out the National Guard, right, what they're going to do is show the National Guard this guy talking. So when they get on the scene, right?
Colin, I heard black conservative defending Kyle Rittenhouse for shooting those two people, right? Hold on, Kyla. You had a black man in California who just got killed because he had a rifle. He wasn't shooting at ICE. He just got killed by an off-duty ICE agent.
What the hell Paul Rittenhouse have to do with
Wait,
this?
he had a rifle where?
In some wealthy community up there in California.
That guy was
he was
shooting
shooting on New Year's Eve.
That guy was shooting up.
Yeah, he was shooting up in the air, and then some ICE agent who was off
in the
duty.
state of California.
Yeah, California. That's illegal.
Yeah, but it's not a death. It's not a death sentence, and people like Brandon was defending the ICE agent.
No, California like New York though, with the gun laws, man.
If you from California, first you know better to walk around with a gun like that outside because it ain't legal, and then you know better than to shoot in the air outside. It's literally a felony.
And then when the guy asked him to put the gun down, right?
He didn't do it.
Put the gun at the guy.
I would have shot his
because
ass
the guy was off duty. He didn't have his ICE uniform on.
Law enforcement.
Some off duty guy with regular clothes on put a gun on you. What are you gonna do?
Look, bro. A law enforcement.
Wait, Carla.
What?
In the state of California, what he did was a serious felony. And when someone is committing a felony and they're shooting a gun in the air, which can harm people, you have a right to use deadly force to stop them. Doesn't matter if you're a cop or not.
All right, so I guess that the black Americans die for the right reasons, Jonathan. Thank you for backing up ICE for killing him.
Elvis believe America's is Disneyland. No, this is real. This country, Elvis, will kill you. You guys are playing.
I'm just stating the law, Elvis. I'm not saying that I'm with the guy. I'm with black people on every single damn thing, whether it's right or wrong.
No, it's good. I mean, some Mexican ICE agent killed him because he shot a gun there. That's a death sentence. It's justified.
Well, he should have shot the Mexican.
No better.
If he would have shot the Mexican first,
he made a decision what he
would have been better.
Like this, So we don't do lawlessness around here, Elvis, man. We know the game. Trayvon Martin was minding his damn business.
Look, I'm just saying, somebody breaking the law, there's punishment for it. It's not a death sentence to shoot a gun. It might be a felony, not a death sentence, man.
Oh, well.
He didn't shoot the ICE agent. He didn't fire at him, and he was killed.
In other states, in this country, right, especially if that would have happened in Texas, he would have been dropped even faster than that. The bottom line is this. It's real life here, man.
Wait, hold on. Elvis, what's okay in a state that have the strictest gun laws like a motherfucker? A nigga's walking around outside shooting in the air. Clearly, if you're doing that shit already, you know it's against the law.
Nah, Jonathan, he was at his home, at an apartment complex in where he lived. And he was outside in that vicinity and he shot in the air, right? And
Okay, so
neighbors called.
wait. First it went from unlawful shooting. Now it's shooting in an occupied dwelling. This nigga committed multiple felonies.
Crime. That's what I'm saying. I
Facts.
agree with you. You committed felonies. It's not a death sentence. He's gonna go to jail for 10 years, 5 years, whatever the sentence is.
But
Not a death
Elvis,
sentence.
with all due respect, I want you to pretend, right? You see some shit like that. Well, you're a nigga, so you at least you're a nigga to me. The normal white person or non-black person with any kind of law enforcement background is going to do something to try to take that nigga down, whether he was black or white.
A security guard would have done that.
That's not really. You see, there's no outrage for it because most people think the nigga was stupid anyway. That's not one of the. He was an unarmed black man,
No,
and he wasn't doing nothing wrong
it's
type
just a fear,
situation.
man. A fear of ICE. These black people know that Trump is crazy enough to unleash on black people if they even try to
What is
open their
Donald
mouth
Trump
to him.
do?
And that's what Tyler's propaganda. That we need to shut the fuck up and just let Donald Trump do whatever he's doing.
Look, Elvis, the problem is this. You don't like Donald Trump, right? You think that we're going to join some fucking war against Donald Trump, right? The man that got 77 million votes, right? He has a mandate, right? To do so would be the death of Black America as we know it, right? And also, we would get nothing out of it.
That's cowardice, Tyler.
It's cowardice. But hold on.
Cowardice. Nobody's telling you to go fight Trump.
Elvis, I don't benefit from helping you.
We're not talking about ICE or immigration. We're talking about somebody just having a gun and being shot down by some off-duty ICE agent, and you think it's justified. Fine.
Look. If you're going to go out there knowing that these motherfuckers are racist, whatever like that, and you're going to sit out there with guns and whatnot, knowing it's Trump's America, MAGA America. And
I thought you was a black nationalist, Tyler. I thought you were a black nationalist.
I'm a black nationalist. Black nationalists just do black nationalist shit. I don't go out there fucking thinking the gun laws apply to me. I don't go out there talking about I'm a Second Amendment, so I can fool with a gun.
Like me, the gun owner. You said you're a gun owner, Tyler.
He should have been shooting at the police or something else, not shooting in the air, not just shooting for no reason.
Rights to own arms.
He ain't got no second amendment in that state.
Second Amendment rights for white guys, man. That's white man shit. I know that. I got a gun, but the bottom line is, I could get pulled over, get shot by the police. When the police gets cleared by that nigga had a gun. What about a Second Amendment? Fuck your Second Amendments. You're black. That's reality. That's what we live with, Elvis. That's the trauma we live with. You don't understand that. We understand the law does not apply to us equally, and we live with that.
I think that's true for open carry. We definitely get treated different with open carry, and I think open carry is dumb anyway because you make yourself a target for anybody. People get their guns stolen from them when they try to open carry. But as far as this guy who shot in the air, shout out to the officer that stopped the threat, who could have possibly killed the precious black baby. His apartment complex probably had black people in it, so him busting shots in the air is a danger to society. So we as black people, what happened?
The bullets come back down with the same velocity.
They call roof shots or some shit like that.
Yeah.
We can be black, pro black American, whatever, but we're also pro civilized people. And if there's some savages amongst us, then they need to get dealt with.
Yeah, that's it. And the bottom line is, we're not going to let people coming from other overseas, right, putting us in danger. The law is the law, right? If you overstay your visa, get the fuck out, right? We're not going to get into this shit, to protect, to break the law and whatnot for people who came in. We got to find something else, And I hate the fact that people are drawing us into something that we don't want to be part of, whatever like that, We don't want to go down that road. So as soon as they paint this idea that Black America is standing for lawlessness, that we're ready to go there, like we're finished. Whatever it is right now, we are finished, and it simply ain't worth it.
Yo, Khaled, did you hear about the two? I believe they were Ethiopian brothers in Houston. They were twins. They were robbed at gunpoint, made to strip when they were 16, so they were essentially children. 4 years later, when they were 20 years old, this is in the news right now. They went and they killed two people in one day, or no, weeks after each other. But they got their get back against the
Oh, I
Mexicans.
heard about that. I didn't know that Ethiopian.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I tried to research their last name. They look like just regular black people, right?
I
But
thought they were black. I thought they were two black. I said, "Poor they two twins, right?" Yeah,
right.
I didn't know they were Ethiopians. I didn't know they were Ethiopians.
Well, that's what I'm. When I search that name, origin, because it's like Matababo or Matagabo or something like that.
They
I'm
put
thinking
the
it's
name.
gonna be West African.
They didn't put the
But I
name
got some.
at Arglasso.
Yeah, they got the name. They got their because they're twins, so they put their last name. I don't think they're Ethiopian, but they could be. And when I did my research, I saw that name tied to an Ethiopian like Twitter post or something like that. So I don't know. But a salute to them, whether they're immigrants or not, or sons of immigrants, for getting their get back. Because that dude, the Mexican dude, still had their photo of them naked, stripped naked, being robbed in his cell phone. So they got their get back. Salute to them. I hope they get off too.
Yeah, I heard about that case. I didn't know they were Ethiopians or something like that. I thought they
They
were.
just got about one and a half possible Black Americans on that damn jury. He'll get off. He'll get off.
Yep.
If it's immigrants, they cooked.
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just, listening about the guy shooting in the air, right? Like you can't do that. And I was like, shout out to Elvis, but Elvis, come on, man, you can't do something like that, especially in California. And that guy had every right to use deadly force on him. And I mean,
When you
because
shoot
that,
a gun in the air, I don't think Elvis knows guns. A bullet coming back down have the same velocity as a person getting shot. People
right?
get killed. The bullet comes through the roof and boom, kills somebody.
Yeah,
It
it's
ain't not-
possible. And you said he said it was a rifle. Was it a rifle?
yeah, a rifle.
Especially a rifle. That's not, you're not supposed to shoot a rifle in the air. They teach you that. But yeah, like I mean, that guy could have, he could have been a threat to anybody. Like nobody knows. It's like you said, it was an apartment complex too.
Yeah, apartment complex.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, you can't do something like that. That's very dangerous.
And somehow, when people want to use us, they think they're gonna rile us up. Those days are over, man. Riling us up and everything. We look at the cases very
Steve, you know what's funny?
What's
You
up?
saying that kid Dylan Roof, right? Who went into a black church, killed a bunch of black people. Hold on, Tyler, let me finish, bro. Killed a bunch of black people and walked out alive, right? Seen another dude that went to Buffalo, killed a bunch of black people and walked out alive, right? I guess they didn't call for deadly force then, right?
Listen, no. I get what you're saying, right? But we got to be realistic with ourselves. We not white, so I understand that.
But
But
that was a weak argument.
Hold on, Steve. There are
Wait, hold
plenty
on.
of
I
black
wanted
people
to let me just
who have
respond to that real
killed,
quick.
shot white people, shot at the cops, and never got shot back.
Jonathan, let that.
They just don't make it to the internet.
Hold on, the Dylan Roof, and the upstate, I think Buffalo, New York shootings where the white guys didn't die. The police came after the fact. Okay, so it's not like an active shooter shooting in the air in the middle of a housing complex. That person needed to get shot, just like them white people. But if that white dude walked out of there with no gun in his hand or ready, because these white dudes, after they do it, they're standing on business and they're waiting for the cops to give themselves over, and then they say, by the way, my manifesto is here, because they're sending a message. They're not going to fight it out with white people. The dude in Buffalo, he apologized to a white guy that he almost shot. So they're not going out like that. It's two different things, Elvis.
Absolutely, and you can watch plenty of videos on YouTube of white people getting killed because they usually got weapons in their hand and they're actively trying to hurt somebody or hurt the law enforcement. They get shot just as well.
And a lot
So
of
it's
times,
not the
white
same.
guys commit
Not the same.
suicide. They'll kill themselves at the
Yeah,
scene.
yeah.
Hey, if you ever look at the rate of unarmed white men that get killed, that shit's alarming than a motherfucker. But they
Yeah,
just don't get no cover.
shot a lot. Shot a lot. Even white females. So it
I'm
happens.
just saying that what that guy
Well,
did, that was
a
like
white
that.
kid.
Yeah, that dude, what he was doing, that's you can't do that. That's not. I don't know if you had mental health issues or whatever, but that wasn't smart.
Maybe I don't know. Some people are just I don't know, and some people are just like that. It's like I get a gun, and maybe his
Yeah,
girlfriend left him or something like that, and it's
yeah,
some people are like that, man. Guns is a good relief. It gives that sense of power, like when you're powerless,
yeah, yep.
something like that. Let me Steve, let me ask you a question about this
What's up?
case with this Puerto Rican poppy panther. You see this guy, Birdsong, whatever, like that.
I just can't I was just scrolling YouTube. I saw you was live. I just
Well, what's
was
going
looking
on
at
with this guy is
it.
this guy was a rapper, gang member, whatever
Okay.
like that, and he just popped up out of nowhere. My point I'm trying to make is this: now, all of us here, let's calculate. Since at least Dynasty Samir show, YouTube, right? We're all looking at
Mhm.
what 10 years, 10 years
Right.
now, 2016, 10 years YouTube, right?
Mhm.
Before that, Blog Talk Radio since 2008, 2009, right? Where else did people was meeting up on? You guys, it was let's see, there was topics. There's some people that you follow around you, Ning sites. What else was out there? Facebook.
Sign of the TV.
Yeah. So from all these outlets that connected us over the years, right? Over the years, right? We have a pretty much gauge, right, of who's out there. You can't just come out of nowhere, right?
Right.
Because you should have a marker, right, for at least 5 or 10 years. If this guy was on different sites, let's say this guy was popping up on Diane's site for years, my site, Brandon's
Mhm.
site, whatever like that for years. When I said,
So he
okay,
just
yeah,
came out of nowhere. Right.
this guy just came out of nowhere.
What's his name again?
His name is Birdsong, came out of nowhere. And to basically say, and now it's on that, right? When you say that you're a Black Panther, right? I asked the question, where the Black Panther Party at? Where's Malik Julius Shabazz? I haven't talked to him in a long time. Malik Julius Shabazz and all these guys. Who protects the Panther legacy? Anybody can get up there and call himself a Panther. What next? You're going to have Muslims come from Arab jihadists going to come here and put on bow ties and start calling themselves Fruit of Islam and whatnot and start doing all kinds of shit in the name of the Nation of Islam?
I mean, somebody posted in the chat earlier, and I read something about this earlier with the whole Black Panthers as well. I heard they weren't even really.
They what?
They were not black nationalists. They were just,
No. They started off as Black nationalists, right? But what happened was they got together. They invited to these parties with the white Marxists, the anti-war and socialists and communists, and they start changing their ideologies. They start talking about communism. That's what led to their demise. They started talking about communism, and it was with these white girls one night, and it was with these white kids partying with these white kids at UCLA and places like that. And next thing you know, they sleep with these white girls, stuff like that, and they lost their Black nationalist credibility.
Well, Colin, that's not even true. They were Black nationalists still, but the thing is that they got started because of Malcolm X. Malcolm X will also meet up with communist people, communist leaders, because at that time, Malcolm X was purely against America. And so anything that went against America, that's what people were siding with. And that's, unfortunately, communism was the big enemy. We'll ride with communism. And at the end of the day, when shit hit the fan, communism saved them. When everybody ran to communist countries, they didn't go to Europe. They would have been sent back to America.
What Malcolm X was, although he said you could help us, but he said always that you can't join us.
You can't be a part of us.
Right?
That's where the Panthers fucked up at.
They basically made them a part of them. and they joined them. That's a difference.
This bird song dude, he has like a YouTube channel. Cause I'm looking him up and I can't find anything.
Oh, he's a rapper.
Nowhere.
His
That's
name
what
is,
I'm
I think
looking
it's Paul Birdsong.
Okay.
I was looking at his bullshit earlier. I'm like, what the fuck wrong with this dude? Who the hell believed this nigga? At one point, he was the Hebrew Israelite, all kinds of crazy shit. Nigga was just all over.
Now I think I remember. I mean, he was like this Puerto Rican dude in New York, right? That was a Hebrew Israelite and started talking all this 12 tribe shit. Now I remember with this guy, like 10 years, almost like 8 years ago, you know? He was like, that's what I told me. I said, look, this guy's not even black. And he goes and say, yeah, the Puerto Ricans are part of 12 Hebrew-like tribes and whatnot, you know? That's how I remember him from, you know?
I just searched his name up. What's the dude named Taharka Bay already made a video on him. And
you know, this is one thing that's uniting the black nationals and the FBA. This topic right here. I saw this one FBA
Kyla,
guy.
play this video. This is the nigga rapping, Will. The one nigga
But
rapping.
did he claim to be black, or people just assume he's black because of the way he looked?
You say you're a Black Panther.
Black Panther, black Hebrew Israelite. He was overwhelmingly claiming to be black by default.
So the bottom line, you can't claim black and not be black. You know, come on. You know.
Well, Kyla, show us his picture. I can't see his picture. Put it up on the screen. Let's judge for ourselves.
I'm gonna put a link in the back chat so you can play the video. People can see the bullshit.
You can tell he Puerto Rican. I mean, you might have a few American Negroes that look like him, but it ain't. Nah.
You know, the bottom line is this dude's not one of us or not. You know, he was a clown. Like I said, deadly clowns. I warned about this years ago. Deadly clowns. You know.
this some FB. Go ahead.
Listen. Hey yo, welcome to the defensive club of those who are offensive, doing idiot things and chasing extra head in the sense.
That's that white lady's mom.
Nothing for the labor pain, but more labor. In vain, we complain, but cannot contain how you gon' cry about dirt, your wife and yourself. Everything.
Shout out that nigga black. He's darker than Klay Thompson, man. He's black.
He's not black. You know, Elvis, nice try. Nice try trying to put this nigga on us, man. Get the fuck out of here, you know? He was a fucking clown.
Kyla, you might have a couple. You got a couple of us that look like that. I will say.
Yeah, but I don't care
but
what
he
he
ain't a black
like.
American. But he's not a black American.
Look, I'm talking about his voice. Do you sound fucking black to you?
Oh no. His voice, no. He don't sound like a black American.
He ain't black. He ain't a black man. He ain't got bass.
Even for a corny nigga, he ain't got it.
I'm saying. I'm sick of niggas putting these niggas.
We've been around enough corny niggas.
Yeah,
we would know the difference.
These niggas off on us. Nice try, Elvis. You know, nice try. That's what y'all doing now. You know,
Kyla, I'm looking at the nigga, man. He's darker than Smokey Robinson, man.
Oh, who cares? Smokey Robinson was a fucking real black man. He was.
He was a black American. This guy right here. It's not his phenotype. It's about what he actually is, Elvis. That's what we talking about.
I don't care what you look like, you know. Mm-hmm. Adam Clayton Powell looked past for white, but that was a black man. You heard him talk one night. He's like, man.
Adam Clayton Powell was no black man. Stop it. Stop it.
Talk, man. Come on, man. You know? The way
that dude used to lie, and he told his roommate in college, university, that he wasn't black. He ain't black. You don't know what a black man is?
I know that, but I'm talking about the way he talks. At least.
Hey, don't see. What are you talking about? If it's that, then this guy is black according to your own logic.
Oh, but this guy don't.
Kyla likes to claim great people if they have a smidge of black in them. If they've done something great.
Well, yeah.
He's a one dropper. Kyla, you a one dropper?
No, I'm not a one dropper, man. I'm not a one dropper, man. I'm just saying that this dude is a cornball. You know. Adam Clayton Powell has some swag, at least in him, you know.
So if you saying if he was on the same level as the guy you talking about, he could be black American.
Yeah, but this guy was a complete cornball. You know what I tell you about? Look, Steve, listen to me very carefully, right? Now, if this guy was on fucking like, you know, who this guy reminds me of? That Pan Mulatto guy that comes on Dynasty Show.
Oh man, checkmate.
Worse. If I was Dynasty, I wouldn't even have him on, you know. This guy reminds me of that. You know, there's people who hang around the black community who ain't black. They want to be down, right? Look, if I listen to you for years, right, Nakmeezy, I disagree, but there's no way I'm gonna say Nakmeezy ain't black or he don't have the black spirit, whatever like that, because I know for a fact by listening to him, he's a black man. Same thing with Jonathan Miller. This guy, and that comes from talking to people for years. You get to say what he's like. This guy he had a debate. You know how when you get in a debate with some black men, we know how we had to trap each other. Sometimes it could go left. You see Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels, whatever like that. Black men have sorry. You saw that thing with what's this guy named the WAC 100? Remember that? Certain way black men talk to each other, right, and relate to each other. That you're one of us. Oh, brother, come on, man. Give me some respect. Right. You know what I'm saying? But when you're somebody like this who has not been tested, right, and your blackness, you can't just come out of nowhere. You got to mix it up with us a little bit. Come up on this
show. Black people can be articulate, enunciate and pronunciate their words properly. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right?
This nigga ain't black American.
He's not
he's
black,
not black American.
Even the most
he may not be black American, but he's black.
Niggas don't sound like this nigga.
I mean, we not gonna get into that whole.
We know the difference.
He's not one of us. He's not black enough to claim Black Panther and threaten the law enforcement in our name. He's not that black.
I agree
That's
with you
the whole point right there. That's the whole point right there.
That's the point.
About time he made some sense.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Appreciate that. So he's not black enough to go there, right? Now, if he want to be black enough to be included in the video shoot or something like that and say hello, fine, right? We'll let you buy. But getting up on stage, that's why I said we need to start vetting people, giving people their stripes and taking their stripes away. There's no hierarchy in this movement.
Look, Tyler, he didn't get on stage. He got on the internet. Anyone can get on the internet.
Anybody can get on the internet, say anything, call himself anything. There's no judge and vetting and whatnot. Phil Scott's starting to see that, right? Phil Scott's like, oh, and I think things are going to change after this because now it's dangerous. What this guy did was dangerous. But overwhelmingly, this is the first time I've seen black nationalists and FBA get along. All associated black nationalists, FBA, are putting their differences aside to say, wait the fuck a minute. Now you're talking life and death. Here,
somebody in the comment section said the individual in question is African American. His grandfather was a founder of the Pyru gang in Los Angeles.
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh, fuck out of here.
I need some evidence.
Have you done the research to prove to the contrary, Kyla?
First of all, this 12th man is a rabid liberal Democrat.
Okay.
He's a rabid Democrat, and all they want to do is...
That's a lie. That's 1776 cosplaying, man.
No, I have no idea who it is, but who knows? 1776. This guy's a serious Democrat,
Yeah, what's wrong if he's a Democrat? Like, what does that have to do with whether the information he put out is correct? We should actually fact check him right now. Let's fact check him. Let's find out Birdsong's whether he's black American or not, because honestly,
he ain't.
Look, we all have questions. Let's research it right now. Prove the so-called Democrat wrong. Let's do that right now, because his political affiliation has nothing to do with the conversation.
Talk about a pattern here. Every time I say something, right? Like I said, he said, the 12th man said to me all night, he says, Kala, I think you and black nationalist rhetoric is a threat to Democrats, liberals, and the peace of a black America fitting into it. And I said, I don't give a shit, And so also we need black America to fight against so that's not our fucking fight about immigrants, right? So these people are hell bent, and this is fight with MAGA over the fucking immigrants. I said we're gonna fight MAGA. It's gonna be over our own issues. Are we? Why gotta be
effing immigrants though? Why? Why does it have to be effing immigrants?
Well, my point, because it's getting me, it's angering me. That's why,
Okay.
It's all it's angering me because the whole time I've been defending immigrants, right? And I said, okay, I wish you guys.
I told you, I'm making a dossier on you and sending it to Liberia. When you get there, we're gonna handle you, man.
Let me check this out. Look, I'm like this, right? Now I said, look, the Liberian Americans I took under my wing. I said, you guys are like us, blah 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 blah, right? I said, but when it comes down to the law America, I cannot help you. Now, as far as like immigrants is concerned, that I love it. Like my boy Gray Africa, he said all his kids go to HBCUs. I love the fact that they can integrate into Black society and become part of us and grow our numbers, right? I love that, right? But at the same time, hold on, what I'm saying is this, if they side with us on issues, right? I'm saying that when it comes down to the reality of legal status and stuff like that, when it comes down to things like who gets what jobs and stuff like that, and we start seeing that where our people are getting pushed to the side for somebody else, then we got problems. Other than that, I have no problems. This right here is a problem. This right here, where people basically try to make their problem. Like, let me give you an example. The Congressional Black Caucus, NAC, is controlled by mostly immigrants. First with Jamaica, where
That's not true, Kyler. That's already been debunked. Most people in the Congressional Black Caucus are African Americans. Stop it, man.
Who chairs it? It's a lady. She's Jamaican, and she said her number one issue should be immigrants' rights.
They vote. They vote on issues. They vote on.
But she
said she don't control the rest of the people.
She said she's gonna push an immigrant agenda. That's what she said.
Wait, but let's get to the point though. Is it mostly made up of Black Americans or not? That's what you stated.
Well,
he's saying it's not, or it is
not Black American. What's the difference?
Well, now you're changing it from agenda to the ethnic makeup.
I say the majority.
Are you stepping back from your ethnic makeup statement?
Okay, let's look it up. You're saying let's look it up.
I can't find anything about this Paul Burr song, dude. Like his ethnicity. It just says that
see if his father was the founder of the Pyrus.
Okay.
Not even close. Don't waste your time.
I doubt that. I doubt it.
But let's fact check the brother, and then we know if he's a troll or if he's actually making credible arguments.
If he wasn't even associated with the Pyrus, there would be evidence of that shit.
Yeah.
The only thing that pops up about him being something about
he had a blood flag on
is that don't mean anything. He had a blue flag on too. He wore both.
He's a rolling 60 blood.
Yeah, Jonathan's Oakland Pyrus, so he don't claim this dude.
Ain't
no Pyrus in Oakland, nigga.
Ain't no Pyrus in Oakland.
Fuck you talking about?
Okay, I looked it up. AI says it says something about a Reddit post referencing that his father was founders of West Side Pyrus of Los Angeles.
He probably put that in there.
But it's just a Reddit post.
That's the point of Steve. Reddit, right. My nigga. A Reddit post from 2 days ago.
Exactly. That's the only thing I see.
All right.
Where was he born? Where was he born?
African American.
86, I believe. 86.
Where was he born?
It doesn't say. I'm on Wikipedia.
By that sound of his voice, he was born on the East Coast. He was born on the West Coast.
Exactly.
Well, then, if he's from New York, he definitely ain't no Black American. Let's put it. He's probably some guy.
Definitely ain't no Pyru.
I saw, like I told you, I saw him years ago claiming to be a Hebrew Israelite. I remember that guy.
Nah, he ain't Black American.
Yeah. They don't even tell you where he was born. It just says 86. That's all.
Yo, has anyone ever seen Principe? Y'all seen him?
One time.
Principe, the dark skinned Negro.
Yeah.
Okay. That nigga, he got mulatto energy, like some light skinned soft nigga. That's why I was wondering if y'all seen this nigga.
It's like always this. Look, I said, look, Black people, Black America is diverse. We're not gonna stay, in the mom and pop little time business. We're trying to move up into major businesses. You got Black people opening trucking companies and some of everything. We want that real fucking money in this shit. He wants us to be in the hood, opening up grocery stores. I said, dude, man, we'll let you immigrants do that shit. Because y'all can hire people to work for slave labor. We can't do that. That's not funny. It's the truth, though. We're trying to move up into the world. We're trying to compete with white people. We're going for the knockout. We're going for the champ. The championship. But actually, he thinks we're still supposed to be on the dime of mediocrity. No, We want the real money in this shit. We don't want nothing at all. What we want out of America, we want the blessings of America. Like I said, a couple of years ago, they started building. I don't know if the Biden administration stopped it or not. A natural gas pipeline was supposed to go from West Virginia through Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. Natural gas. Along the way of that pipeline, they're going to build like small makeshift towns and everything like that. As supply chain lines and whatnot. I said like that. They're going to need billions of dollars worth of contracts servicing those that corridor. How come there's nobody in the so-called black community leading us to saying, look, where are we going to get our share? Where are we going to get our fucking thing? Do we got representation trying to get us part of the shit? If we're Americans, we want into everything America has to offer. We don't want crumbs.
The blessings of America, like you said, the blessings of America, right?
We want the blessings of America.
But Carlo, your man JD just said he's cutting, DI from people getting contracted in the military. What do you think about that?
Elvis, we should be beyond DEI. We have enough power in Black America, right? That we should be writing the fucking rules. We should be beyond DEI. DEI is for as a help up. We should be at a different level right now.
And to go further now, Carla, I don't care about DEI or affirmative action. Get rid of all of it. Don't work. Kick black people out of 100% of it. Because at the end of the day, Carla, you brought up some shit multiple times. Black people should have their own social media platforms.
Yeah, we
should have our own. The only thing that stops black people from having all of this shit is niggas ain't created. Just create it.
That's it. We should have our own our own media outlets telling us everything that's going on. If we had our media outlets at everything turn, we reorganize to the highest up because we got information. We don't have that. We should have.
It's strange that we had that in the past. If people trying to say we can't make it again,
we had urban radio stations. WBLS in New York was Black Liberation Station. WLIB. We had Kiss FM. We had WKTU.
All American News. That was nothing but black people on it. Black people in Liberian, by the way.
Yeah, we had every friggin' thing we need. We lost everything over a generation. Welcome, Heckles Principe.
Oh, no. About to say you want the link.
I know. Here we go.
Tyler, you gonna do a show when Speed goes to Liberia?
I hopefully he goes when I'm there, but I seriously doubt it because the timing's always off when I go to Liberia. Someone's always coming after I go there or before I go there. So it is what it is. Yeah, I'll be talking about that. Hopefully he's there when Dave is there. Dave is there right now. I go and get my guy Ross. I give a Ross to get him an interview.
As long as they cover the history of Liberia while he's there, I would think that he would. It'll be great.
That can really articulate the hit. Somebody that can articulate, because some of those guys, like, let me tell you something. Oh, Elvis, I got Elvis on the phone. I was gonna say something, but Elvis is here.
Tyler, you want to talk shit about people history who lived there or who ancestors lived there, and you think you know how to explain it more than the people who are descendants of
nice. How you know I was gonna say something nice?
So I know you, Carla. You about to say some shit like they don't articulate. They don't know the history.
No, man. Check us out. The guy that me and Bomani hired for the tour guide, Ambrose. Nice guy, older guy and whatnot, man. But he got shit all fucking wrong. I was sitting there like, and Bomani was looking at me like, Carla's fucking mad because he was telling the wrong history. And I was sitting there like, yo, man. I was like, Bomani, man.
Carla, it's his history. Just how you say African people who are not African Americans can't tell you your history. If you're not Liberian, you can't tell them their history, Carla.
Elvis. All right, let's say. When was SK Stadium built? It was 1976, right? That's when it opened up, right?
No, he finished it. And did all the extra work, and they named it in his honor.
Elvis, it was started in 1978, finished in 1976, right? Ambrose said it was Samuel Doe started it in 1980. You know what the stadium was started for? Because Liberia originally was supposed to host the Ali Foreman fight. That's why Ali came there. It was supposed to be like that Rumble in the Jungle was supposed to be held in Liberia, but the stadium wasn't ready. Mobutu had a stadium ready, so they brought it to the Congo. You know, it wasn't ready, or it wasn't ready in time. You know, for the fight.
Carlos, he deserved to get the stadium named after him. He was the chief patron of sports in Liberia.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys have something. You know, the Native people, the Crown people. You guys have your day. You know, I'll let you guys have your day. You know, it was all good though. You know, so it was.
Thank you, Carlos, for letting us have our day.
Yeah. You can have your day, man. I'll give you that.
Hey,
You know,
man, them crime people, they was like that back in the day. I give them their credit.
And Ambrose is a crime boy, a crime man. So he's gonna
crime boy.
crime man. So he's gonna. Why we call everybody crime boys when the crime boys roll up, man. You clear the streets, man. The crime boys are rolling up, man. The crime boys
they like that.
Oh yeah, man. The crime boy. Most of the Zogos are crime boys.
Okay.
So I'm cool with them. I'm cool with them. So like that. They don't fuck with me. But
not this time around, Carla. They're gonna rob you for everything you fucking got, man. You been talking to that shit.
Whatever. They call me Tanu, the big man. Hey, big man. What's up? Big shot, big man, and whatnot, man. Come on over, stop it.
They're trying to get you. They're trying to get your money.
Yeah, Carla, you gotta be hit, man. It's like an OG calling you, big dog. What's up, big homie? They just gassing you up to get that 20 to go buy some liquor, man. You know it.
Like the big homie, man. So I'll be there in a few weeks. Can't wait. Cannot wait, man. Matter of fact, I might buy my ticket tomorrow, my plane ticket tomorrow, if I have time. Buy my plane ticket, give me a nice seat. I'm pondering Royal Air Maroc or Brussels. I like Royal Air Maroc, man, but Elvis, y'all people, man, y'all gotta. I like all of Africans, man, but travel with y'all on the plane, man. It's.
I got a question for you, man. It is a question for the African Americans. Is there an airline that's owned by African Americans in this country?
Well,
a major airline?
Depending on how you want to look at it. You mean do black people own shares in major airlines?
Well, Tyler Perry was supposed to buy one, but he flopped, I think he flopped. He flopped. Yeah, everybody, like I said, man, we ain't gonna have an airline till we have our own till we build a base camp in Liberia or Angola, and we got enough of us on the continent, then we could probably build something, get something like that. We have a base camp. We expand. What we want to do is expand like the white man's expanding with Greenland. We want to expand over the world too, man. We want to grab territory in Canada. Somebody said Canada got a province open. Who said that? Principe? Here's a problem. Let's say there's one of those provinces got less than 100,000 people. Man, we could put 2 million people up there, and we got an African stem right there, man. We gotta expand, man. We got oil under the ground, everything like that, man. This is about expanding, man. But I'm an expansionist. That's all I am. But okay. 12 said whenever a liberal takes a stance, their nationality is questioned, as seen in cases of Colin Kaepernick and Bursa. Now, what is Colin Kaepernick? This is what I'm talking about. Right? I questioned about Colin Kaepernick too back in the days, So these people just come out of nowhere, and we're supposed to just, I look, honestly, man, I think the FBA is finished, because the FBA is the ones fighting hard for this, because if this guy Birdsong wins, right, the FBA movement's done.
Kyler, he already lost.
Yeah, but his guy's not going away, man. White people.
Nah, he's going away, Kyler. He's already been debunked so badly, it's not even close.
I didn't even know the dude until I seen your show.
Yeah, Kyler, you talking about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got white people out there talking about, oh man, see, we got this Black Panther energy now, and they were like,
yeah, but if you're going on, if white people mainly use Reddit, they go on Reddit, they start questioning shit, then they're like, he's not really real.
So what they said on Reddit?
He ain't no damn Black Panther.
Oh, they're saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Once the white people start saying that, like he's a clown, they know you're a clown. Yeah, it's over with. If white people know you're a clown or corny or not, you're done. That's what tells you. Even white people know when they're talking to a real black man or real, you know what I'm saying? They know. They're not stupid. They even know. This guy's a cornball. This guy's know it. They know when you like if it was somebody like Khalid Muhammad when I came up there, oh, that's the real thing. You know? This dude, man, that looked like he came from fucking Mary Poppins.
Carla, this guy is if there's a definition of a tether, it's this nigga.
Yeah, this guy just tethered himself.
Okay.
You know?
Black Hebrew Israelite, probably. I don't know. They let them in inside their thing. So
they let Israelite let anybody in, man. As long as you got money.
The 12 tribes, they let the Mexicans in, you know.
That's what I said,
stupid.
Man. The Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans, or the 12 tribes.
Yeah, I wonder if the person that started that Black Hebrew Israelite movie, I wonder if he even Black American. Don't sound like it.
I seen one guy, right? And you know what gets me is some of these guys will make it onto TV shows like Phil Donahue. And it shit spread. You know, that's how dangerous it is. You know, the Phil Donahue show, which is what's his name? Charlemagne show. Breakfast Club is a modern day Donahue show because they will let anybody on that could just bring in ratings in. So you had all these crazy niggas from New York going on radio shows and whatnot, this, that, and people start looking at these people like they're serious, and they grew. Now we look at it now like, man, these guys are clowns. They were always a clowns, but the bottom line is they were good for ratings back in the days. You know, the Hebrew Israelites were always good for ratings, you know, and stuff like that. Phil Donahue on.
I seen the Hebrew Israelites in Dimona, Israel. You know, they seem like I'm not there, but it seems like they
really practice the Orthodox, really, and they try to do the right thing. But I seen this one brother, man. Let me tell you something, right? This dude was like a dark-skinned brother, right? He was like, looked like he's from the fucking Congo. He was like, forget Africa, and he was standing in the desert over there. I was like, this is the homeland. I was like, nigga, you are completely out of place, you know? I think you need to come a little south, you know, by a few thousand miles, you know?
I heard those Hebrews are like, they stopped in Liberia first and then went to Israel.
They came there, and matter of fact, I saw, I know some of the places they had and whatnot, you know, in Liberia, you know? And you know, Liberia got Jehovah Witnesses too. You know, a lot of people settled in Liberia. Yeah, like Liberia got Jehovah Witnesses that came there and whatnot. You know, all kinds of black cults.
They knocking on people's doors.
I don't know, man, but there's a Jehovah Witness. It can't be.
They got Jehovah Witnesses in Nigeria. They knock on doors.
Okay.
You got to be the dumbest motherfucker pulling that shit off.
Steve, they were there during the coup, Steve. They left after the coup. They were there in 1980.
They were there during the coup?
Yeah, they were there when the coup happened.
Well, Jehovah been there since like the 70s, you know.
Oh, okay.
And they're in Robertsport. They got the Temple of Robertsport. So you get into Robertsport.
No, I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelites. They were there during the coup.
The Hebrew Israelites came there in 1967, and I think they left like around 75, you know, 75, 76, you know. They were asked to leave, you know.
Carla, what are you talking about? Go research it. They left in 1983. They left a couple of years, maybe I think the next year. They were there in the 1980s.
Yeah, but hold up. I thought it was the Tolbert administration that asked them to leave.
Nah, they didn't. Nobody asked them to leave. People told them it was going to get dangerous because of what was going on with the military rule. They left themselves. Research it. They were there in the 80s.
I thought they were kicked out of the country, you know, for that. You know, so wasn't someone kicked out? I think someone kicked out in the 70s, you know, then the rest of them left, you know. And so they made their way to Israel.
Yeah, maybe Toba kicked some of them off, but I read a whole, article about them, and they were giving a recount of the coup. They were there the morning that it happened, and they heard the news on the radio. You know, they were there.
So here's what it is.
What year were you born, Elvis? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm old enough, Steve.
You said what?
I'm older than you and Jonathan. That's a fact. I'm not as old as Kyler, but I'm older than you, Jonathan.
You in your 40s. Okay, I got you.
So it is what it is. Bottom line is, something I used to get mad at the coup, but actually, if it was not for the coup, I wouldn't have the opportunity in Liberia I have right now. You know, that's what I realized. We realize that shit now. All of us that.
What do you mean?
Look, say it, Kyler. Say it loud and proud.
What do you mean by that?
They would not have given Kyler an inch to do anything. Those
because
boys had a cabal. They wouldn't give an outsider any chance.
we really have no resistance, with the native people or whatnot. We just like walk right in. If it was
So I got a
American,
question.
what?
Why you ain't did you should do a show in the Monrovia block?
You would have to have Elvis do it because I studied that when I don't really focus on that, so I don't know a whole lot about it. The Casablanca block. I thought it was divisive, so I never really studied it. You have to get Elvis to talk about it. He might know it. I don't know it.
Elvis, y'all talk about it on your Liberian first or like what's it called, Liberian only group podcast, some shit like that. What's that shit called? Focus on Liberia or some shit. I know.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Focus on Liberia.
Cal Fambula, she corrected me on something on Facebook and whatnot. She's the only one that correct me. I don't get upset because she knows Liberian history inside out. She's really good. Only thing I disagree with with her love for that Jabari clown.
I was in the Monrovia block. Is
Don't talk
that
about the
something that
Monrovia
started
group
like
because
ECOWAS or something? Was that like a precursor?
Don't talk about the Monrovia group because he knows he was treacherous and he doesn't want to make his quote unquote ancestors look bad.
Well, I would say like this, Elvis, right? In the end, in 1975, 1979, both groups came together, right? Cecil Dennis, a student of Kwame Nkrumah, put it together. Monrovia, group. Monrovia became the head. They built the Pan African Plaza right there, and the Military Logistics Center. Liberia was going to be the head of the African continent, the head of the OAU. So things was in Liberia's favor.
Elvis, what do you mean to make his ancestors look bad? Like, what do you mean by that?
But I would say like this: the coup, in a way, unfortunately, we tried something experiment, right? And I admit last night that maybe we didn't know enough about Western civilization. We were students of Western civilization ourselves, and so therefore, if we were really students of Western, we could have predicted a coup. We could have predicted that. Like 100 years that we could have. White people, they know enough about history.
What it was, Steve, is that the Casablanca group wanted Africa to be more united and more intertwined. But the Monrovia group advocated for more sovereignty because they didn't want to give them any power. They wanted to keep being a sovereign nation and making their laws without the interference of other African states. So they kind of broke away from the idea of Pan-Africanism unify Africa.
But you don't say that the main country pushing that was Nigeria.
Yeah, but Bakala at the very same time is with the African Union. The Arab countries damn near dominate everything.
Yeah.
So why would you want to make a unity with these people? You want to make a unity with racist people?
You know what would have happened if they would have put one government like that back then? Egypt, Algeria, Libya, Morocco, all those countries that
would have been funded by the whites and been funded by the Arabs.
Yeah,
they'll be dominating everything.
Liberia was like, hey, wait a minute here, like that. So, things happen for a reason, I think now when we talk about African Union, we're not just talking about geography, we're talking about race too, and like I said, the continent is good. We're on the continent, we're connected by a landmass and everything like that, but that's as far as it goes. Culturally, Black Africa is Black Africa, North Africa is North Africa. The Casablanca group didn't answer those questions. What Black Africa. Because are you going to have a bunch of Black Africans come into Tunisia? And so you see what happened to Aisha Speed, right? You guys see what happened to him in Algeria?
There's racism in the north, but that wasn't purely racism. The ultras. Hold on. The football team that he went to visit, there's always an ultra group, like the most violent, the most passionate group. They don't like to be filmed because they can be arrested, they can be targeted. Because they are known to be violent and people who cause chaos. So when he went there with his crew, with 60,000 people watching and filming those people in a section at the Ultra City, they were trying to tell him to get out of there. Stop the camera. They started throwing things at him. It wasn't just purely racism. I'm not saying they're not racist, But that's not what it was about. It was about
What he
filming the
called?
ultras.
But
Was
They
he
in a
called the N
stadium
word
full of
somewhere?
cameras. They mad at the nigga.
I heard something about him being called the N word or
It was
something
a
like that.
language barrier, you know. They speak Arabic or French over there, and he went there. He didn't understand what they were saying to him. Well, he should have
Nigga.
known that he couldn't film in that area.
I just heard somebody say something about somebody saying the N word, calling him the N word. I don't know.
Yeah, he was called nigger.
Okay.
Hardy are
Yeah, it
too.
didn't have nothing to do with none of that shit. Nick was a
Yeah.
black person. That was
And that
it.
was in Algeria, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that sounds like racism to me.
Hey, wait. In Algeria, they actually attack niggas. Literally
Yeah.
kill niggas.
They do with Tunisia, you know.
I mean, this platform should be about facts. It's not even about you just assuming what it is. I'm telling you what it is. He went to a sports team in Algeria. Went to their stadium where a game was going on, soccer game was going on. The ultras in that stadium, you can't film it. Even in France, even in Germany, they have ultras for these soccer teams that can be violent. There are people who are known to be very violent, but they like to hide their identity. So if you went there with 60,000 people watching you live, there's no blurring of their faces. People can clearly see the ultras. They'll tell him to get out of there. He can't film there. But they're speaking to him in a language he doesn't understand. Eventually he left, and people explained it to him that you can't film the ultras. I'm not saying they're not racist. I'm sure there are a lot of Algerians who are racist. But I'm just telling you that incident, that's what was going on, Jonathan. It wasn't just purely because it was trying to abuse him.
Okay, I got you.
You know, this is what I'm talking about, Elvis, right? Now, if we're going to move forward with Liberia, we got to stop people spreading ignorant propaganda like this. This guy basically talks about, and I say black people are oppressed in America, but he says, no, we're not. We're like this. But yet, he basically defends white America all the time, white liberal America. I think they're racist and oppressive. But then he says, apparated for lawful colonization. Irrespective of the colonizer's ethnicity. American settlers, first of all, does he understand that the people settling Liberia weren't Americans? The oppressed the indigenous people should have been removed, right? That's genocide talk.
Wait, Carla. If he's saying that the American settlers in Liberia should have been removed, then you're saying that black people should go ahead and separate themselves from Africa. Therefore, we should all embrace FBA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't even make sense. You come to a Pan-African platform. Well, Carla's up and down about that part. But you come to a Pan-African platform and you're saying that the black settlers that went to Africa, that was from Africa, forcibly removed from Africa in the very beginning. They didn't leave voluntarily.
1776, just playing the devil's advocate to get Carla, coming from a different perspective as a liberal. In 1776, Carla.
My whole thing is this, right? This goes more to a bigger point, right? I say, you know something? I get it. We're pieces of shit. We shouldn't have been like that, right? Now I'm in America, right? I'm saying, okay, I believe Black America is now its own ethnicity and race, right? I want to make a clear distinction between Black America and other people, right? Their problems are not my problems at all, right? I get vilified for not preaching unity after I see something like this written, where somebody just rejected me and my ancestors and ethnicity in Africa. That's the hypocrisy people are getting tired of.
Carla, he's not African. It's 1776. What are you talking about?
1776, you know.
That ain't 1776.
It is. 100% it is 1776. I'm telling you, that's 12 man. That's 1776.
That's not
1776.
That's not
because right when Carla blocked him that night, his profile came online and started talking. Why you blocked 1776? He was the only one making sense on the platform. Blah 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 blah. It's 1776, bro.
This guy was basically on the same night when 1776 was on. You know,
he was on after you kicked him, Carla. I'm telling you, that's him.
At the same time.
Some people said it might be what is his name? Afrodamus from Seattle, because the Seahawks are known as the 12 man. But I'm telling you, this 1776.
Afrodamus, you know.
Kyle, I saw you posted it on Telegram. Like, what you kicked 1776 for? I wasn't. What happened?
Oh well, this is what happened, right? I warned him, right? I said, look, Bro, you say you're an American patriot, whatever like that. He's going on America's the greatest country, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. Then he starts going on this thing where I said, okay, that's fine. That's good for you, right? He started attacking my relationship with Liberia, right? And he started saying stuff like, Kala, you haven't had the Liberia because you haven't went to indigenous. First of all, my ancestors who built Liberia are just as Liberian, if not more, than so-called native Liberians, you know? And black people are black people. We're indigenous to the African continent, you know? So there's nobody more African or more black than anybody else. I believe that, right? If I choose to go to a native tribe just to fellowship and learn something, that's fine. If I don't, fine, that's fine too. But he kept putting this thing like he's gonna go there, he's gonna eat country chicken. I said, and it started when I said I don't like country chicken. I said it's too tough. I will go in, and then I said, well, I bought chicken from the Lebanese store. He go, oh, you're not. Look how you diss the Liberians with all this kind of stupid shit. I'm gonna show you how it's real done. Just real Pan African. I said, first of all, on my platform, right? I'll give you your stripes. You know, it's like a ranking, right? Like me and Mufasa was talking the other night. I said, yeah, we got to start having ranking. Too many people just coming up out of nowhere and call themselves Pan-Africans, black nationalists, and they haven't had no battles. Mufasa has been, listen to me, since 2009. When he was a young man. He was 21 years old. He was like my first listener, right? And I watched him grow over the years, right? He made his bones. He made his mark. He got his buttons and stripes, right? Because he's been in Africa. He's doing all shit. I watched him grow when his daughter was born, stuff like that. So I watched him. Same thing with Kofi. These guys made their bones with me, you know? This guy, 1776, has never done anything, you know, but chase white women. And so when I say that if you call yourself a Pan-Africanist, aka black nationalist, whatnot, and then you're going to say, question, right? Like Lucifer, when he basically rose up against God, thought he was God, you know, it's time for you to go. You can't cast out of paradise, you know? That's when he fucked up. When he started saying that after he don't have no stripes, no thing like that, that he was the thing, that I was fake when on my own platform. What do you think I should have did, Steve?
I agree with you. You had to kick him, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave him multiple chances. Like I said, I like the guy. He's a good guy, but he just kept pushing.
Yeah, he kept pushing me and he thought I would not do it, you know? I'm like, yo, look, the bottom line is this. This is a serious thing. A lot of people listen to my show, particularly a lot of Liberians, you know, they listen to my show and whatnot, and they be like, yeah, if I let somebody like that get away with talking to me like that, you know, they're going to think I'm weak. I cannot project weakness, you know? People like, if he can get away with that, what else can we get away with, Colin, you know? Always got to project strength, you know? I'm not a mean guy or whatnot, but I got to stand strong. That's what an African stand is. He who stands, you know?
Colin, what you snacking on, man?
Or nothing. I have the
M&M's.
No, it was an empty bag of M&Ms in the way. I just moved out the way.
Oh, okay.
I see that stage.
Yeah,
We know our leaders.
I'm addicted to them. I got to stop eating them. Put them away.
You eat the ones with the peanuts or the
Peanuts?
The peanuts.
Yeah,
Gotta
that's
have
my
the peanuts.
The peanuts are fucking good, man. You know, the other ones, I don't know. I don't know. They don't do nothing for me, you know?
Yeah, I love the ones with the peanut.
That's a snack right there, you know? That's a real snack.
See, I'm gonna start calling you Kala Jr. now.
I told you that me and Colin cousins, man. I told you.
Yeah, we'll see.
And y'all both from the same area. Y'all never know. Y'all might have had a Rolling Stone great grandfather. Y'all never know.
I don't know. He's a little down a little. I'm from the swamp, you know? I'm from the Dismal Swamp.
Colin, when I take my DNA test, you know, I got people from the Dismal Swamp too.
See that? And y'all both got Nigerian and Congo.
Ain't got no Nigerian blood, bro. Stop it, Jonathan, you know?
Kyle, you done brought up that Igbo shit so many times. Don't think you forgot.
I have. Oh, it says right there.
Elvis is up here.
A little like 10% into Igbo land, mostly in Cameroon.
That's a lot.
And
Kyle, if you just had 10% of Black America to support the Afghanistan, you would have the
Igbo people in Cameroon too, Kyle.
Yeah. Southeast Nigeria, West Cameroon.
That whole area of Eastern Nigeria, Western Cameroon, right there. And the rest is the Congo and like 10% Mali. That's it, you know.
See,
I got
and Steve got like 70% East African forehead. Then West African features afterwards. Shout out to Steve.
This man, Jonathan.
But yeah, like 10, 15 years ago, there was no conversation about the amount of African blood. And that's progress right there. Because people are like, okay, I got such and such blood. I got such and such blood. People learning their background, stuff like that. That's a revolution. That's something you can build on, you know? That's really something.
Yeah, that's just some Pan African shit.
Yeah, but
Pan African, get your DNA.
Curious.
I mean, I don't think it's just Pan African stuff because I have family members.
You know what I hate is
they Pan African too, Steve.
People think that they find their DNA. I'm supposed to tribe, right? They're gonna forget all their history and they're gonna join some tribe. It almost never works out the way they think. You know.
I mean, they're not gonna forget all their history, but I do know people like
you got
Musa.
You got people that try to
Musa, Mauritius.
Threw his Haitian history out the fucking door, man. I'm like, God damn, man.
You don't put Mary Shine in that same group. She still
she claims what's it called? Mbita, Mendinga, Mende. She has fully embraced her Mende side. She claims
she didn't give up on her Black American side. She still claimed to be Black.
She ain't lost it. She ain't crazy.
Mary Shine said she's ready to live in a mud hut, right?
Yes, she did. She said she was ready to live off
She said she's willing to try. But Kyla ran other women off the platform, man.
Yo, I've been praying for Mary Shine, man. I've been praying.
When did that happen? When did this happen?
She was just on the platform the other day. She ain't got ran off.
Okay.
That's typical what happens with women that come to the platform.
But she don't watch religiously like she used to, man, because Kyla be talking shit. Kyla be in the spilling one day and then go off on other women. Call all kinds of beings. Yeah, call a woman a cunt today, man. That was crazy. That was out of pocket, man.
That's good.
What I say?
What Kyla has to understand is that women are flimsy. They'll come and go. Women are the only ones that announce, you know what, I'm not coming back to this platform again. You know what, I'm leaving. You know what, I'm starting. Only women do all of that.
A couple months later, right there, man.
And then they come right back. Every last one of them had done it.
Oh, the only one hasn't come back is Chantel, but she's
because your women love you guys, man. They don't want to depart from you, but you keep pushing them away.
No, we're not pushing away.
Telling the truth is not pushing nobody away.
Mr. Dom said she was
you away, then you got a problem.
Yeah. Hey, let me get Kidola on. Kidola, what's going on, brother? How the Negroes doing lately, man? How we doing?
Thank you, Kyle. I've been listening, about Pan-Africanism, about this. Kyle, do you think Black Americans are really through Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanist?
Well, I'll say like this, right? I say this: Black people in America, right, are for whatever fancyism that I don't think they're really actually bad. But the bottom line is, most Black people in America are 85 to 100% Black African. So we know we're Black, right? That's something to build on, right? It ain't like we're Brazilians. Brazilians are the Black people call themselves Black Brazilians is like 25 to 40% Black Africans. Same with the Dominicans, we're Black.
Let me say this real quick. There's more Afro descendant people in Brazil, but as far as phenotypically looking Black,
Afro descendants aren't really Black. They're not.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
A lot of them they call themselves Afro descendants. There's some of them are like only 10%, 20%. Some of the people.
Well, a lot of them are also very Black. If you know the soccer player Vinicius Jr., he's black.
Those are the minority.
Yeah, he is.
But most of them get mixed out because they have a policy to mix out to try to lighten the race. But most of them, they come from really Black, ancestors.
Right.
So, but what I'm saying is, Pan-Africanism just simply means right now, Black people are interested, right, because of things like actual speed and whatnot, and curious about Africa. The curiosity. They want to travel there. They want to know something more, a little more, and stuff like that. Politically, right? We're not politically Pan-Africans because there's not a political platform for Black Americans to access any Pan-African. But it's cultural. For example, in our top movies, the movie Sinners, right? Two of the main characters were not Black Americans. The lady Annie and Delroy Lindo. He's a Black Brit. In our culture, we don't care about that. We see our Pan-Africanism means that we basically accept anybody that's part of the black race. That's our thing, into our fold. That's our definition of Pan-Africanism. It's about race, As far as like anything else, as far as Pan-Africanism, are we politically? No. But as far as like race is concerned and whatnot, yeah, black people for the most part don't have a problem with other black people, for the most part, except in this case right here, where we're saying we're getting involved in something that we didn't start. Do you hear about this case where this Black Panther dude is he's a fake Black Panther Kidola, and he's going around trying with guns talking about we're trying to protect black immigrants. Like, we like our black immigrant brothers and sisters, man, but Kidola, we're not ready to die. For that,
Yeah, I gotta see. I think what I say here is, does it mean honorably? I think Black Americans and Africans, some are doing business together. You see, Africans have to work with Black Americans for certain businesses to work, because Black Americans have been there for a very long time. That's just the truth. Like, we don't see these Black Americans on the internet, or the fraudster ones come on the internet to goofy, make money like that. But the real ones, the majority of them, I think they have to do things together, because as long as you're in the ground, you'll be there for 400 years, you'll know more a lot. I think in the real life, I think Africans are doing business with Black Americans for things to work, maybe to understand this or partner and all these things. I think the internet ones are the ones I really don't know. Maybe, there's some beef going on with the internet one, like TikTok
Let
and
me
all
tell you
this stuff.
something with the internet ones, Kidola. Most of the people who like I turn on TikTok, man. This one chick, man, you could tell she has like 4 different baby daddies, and she was just angry. She would tell this African girl called up and was on the panel, asked a simple question. So, look, you fucking. She goes, "How does it feel that you get your food when an elephant while putting out a plate underneath an elephant and he shits on your plate?" I'm like, "You shit, eat elephant shit eating bee and all." I was like, damn, that was uncalled for. The African girl asked her something. She like, how dare you talk to me? Blah, 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 blah. And those type of black people, Kidola, come from the bottom of our culture and civilization. Now, you and I know we can have spirited debates on things that's important. There's things that you see as a Nigerian, and we might not see eye to eye, but it's on a different level. And what we're saying is not going to really be some dragged out insult on TikTok, whatever. What you see on TikTok, I know you're watching TikTok.
No. I just, because, yeah, because people, see this internet can tell you, oh, what Black Americans are doing. But the more you study, let's take a case example of like Texas, right? In Texas, okay, let's say Nigerians are there. But when you check deep and start asking friends, they will tell you, hey, bro, we work together here. There's no difference in anything here. We work together to fix this up here in anything. See, you need to get to work with the Black Americans here to let this happen, because they're here for a very long time. I say, really? Say, yeah. You say, there's nothing different between us and them. Some of them even run partner with restaurants together. Some of them partner with service together. Even oil businesses,
One thing immigrants have to do is just come here, get in when you fit in, and don't be wearing your ethnicity on your sleeve.
That's what I mean. That's what, because I asked somebody yesterday, bro, what is the business between you between Black Americans and Africans? He was like shocked. He like, what is that? I said, are you people working together, doing business together? He said, yeah, a lot. He said a lot. So there are a lot of Black Americans entrepreneurs in all field. Some of them you partner with them, some of them you put do things together. There's a advisory board that can advise you a lot of things. I like, okay. I said, but what is going to internet? He didn't really into internet person. He was like, forget whatever you heard that you're bullshit.
Right.
So what I mean is, we have to face the real reality. Some of this low life, and maybe some Africans also, and some of the other side, we don't really need the reality, man.
Reality
Black
is
America,
the
Black Americans are doing pretty well in their country, just like the Africans also coming there to partner with them. That's just the truth.
yeah.
You
So
you finally you finally took your medication, man? Ola?
And no, it's not about medication, bro. It's just about you ask questions, ask people that are really on the ground doing well, and they will just try to tell you, even in real estate, you need to partner with them. You know, it's
I
not
always,
nothing
but
wrong to have.
I used to always tell you that on Kaizo channel, and you never seem to get that. I was always
So
telling you that these guys are minorities,
when
and
you're
every
fighting
group
the
have their
battle,
version of
when you're fighting the
extremists.
look, hold on. When you're fighting internet battle, you don't really want to know deep. But I just asked, like, call a friend yesterday and just asking, and they just said, in reality, there's no differences. You know, there's no differences. But who's Black America, but doesn't really have to. There's no differences. They work together. So otherwise, if you don't work together, they will push you out. That was said. Said it both in real estate and everything. You need to, you say you don't know difference between Africans or black. Say here they even said they have a bank that they all run together here, or Unity Bank. That Unity Bank is being run by Africans, but Black Americans are involved also heavily to create loans for themselves to run business. I was like, wow,
yeah, Black
So
America is
otherwise they
key.
put you out.
We're the largest Black group in the global North. So accessing, organizing Black America as a place of capital, like I said, what capitalism is capital and stuff like that, could actually is a key to liberating Africa, right? For to transferring wealth to the African continent, but a lot of Africans, man, like I said, I try to put it out there, they just don't get it. I said, look, the answer
No, you
is
see this. You see, Carla. You see this internet battle sometimes. These goofy ones, I call it goofy ones. I'm not differentiating between the Africans, goofies also, and the other ones, black men goofy also. You see, somehow people create this battle in internet and let our heads crash together, which is not other chaotic truth. That dude was, I don't know what's actually going on with him right
did
now.
you what do you think about that night, kiddo? I get your opinion.
I think the guy is chasing the bag. One hand, when he came, was like pro Black America. He see himself as Black America until Tariq put him in his place. Like, hey, be proud to be Nigeria or whatever it is. And
What,
they
what
were
about
like,
the fact that? What about the fact that, like I said, he did a Martin Luther King show the other day. He was like he was trying to show the respect, but even his moderators were cracking
it's
jokes, and
making side look. He tried to dance to the white man's side to make money. That's just the truth.
that's sad, man. That's
Bring this
sad.
white, is bring this white, low life white people who are struggling, living in the studio. One of the studio, just their studio anyway, apartment, bring them
But
in, wearing some kind of hood,
but
is
you realize
he
these
want to
white
play.
guys are dusty. You realize these white guys are dusty, right?
Yeah, the dusty looking white. These are, I think he want to be like that dude called, is it Daniels? Actually, Daniels that does it towards the white side. You understand?
No, Brandon.
The more you change, let me tell you something, Carla. White person will like you because you're African or you're black. The more you change, you want to be white yourself, that white person will be confused about you.
Right.
You understand? That's just the truth. So all these black dudes that try to be something else, want to be white person in whatever in their mind, the white people are very, very confused. That's what I said. Look, me as an African, I'm an African first, So my behavior is African. So I can't change for being African just to be a white man. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, tell
So
Aphrodite
that's the
that.
culture about. So that's why I said I try to ask because look, ever since I've been asking some friends, like there's some friends you ask, they'll tell you, oh man, they don't like us. But there's some friends you talk about, you say, man, oh, they're very cool, you know. But those friends that say that they don't like us, they didn't really say it to they say, oh yeah, there's some that are crazy, But the other one said, man, there's no difference between us and them. We do things together. You understand me? So a lot of businesses are hard at going on in America. Well, I talk about Texas now because that's where I really talked to my friend. He said there's a lot of business. These guys are involved in a lot of entrepreneur, man, a lot of making money things, The things that we work with them, Sometimes they also work with us. See, it's partnership. See, because in America, if you don't create that partnership, they will push you out. The loan is very. So it's easier to be. There ain't nobody going to give you a loan if people don't work together. That's what it was. This guy was more pro-black. He's doing well for himself anyway. He said, money is being created by each other. He said they were one. That just saw. He told me that a lot of business these guys are forming. If don't let anybody tell you these guys are doing, they're not doing it. So you check it, the low level, just like Nigeria. You just like Nigeria, you go to a Jigule. Those people are poor there. But this say like America too. That's what he was just saying, like, okay, man, now I get the picture now. So that just saw, man. I'm not into, I have half brother, have two sisters that their mom is American, I don't see them like that. We just whatever I see this internet, it just all shows. That's just true, man. It's a certain aspect of making beefing or batting just for the game. But real deep, man, I love Black Americans. That's just the truth.
African Goddess said that hold on. See our last comment. You people misunderstand chaotic truth. He's part of the wider black movement that puts down their own I can't see they can be accepted by white society.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what it is, African God. I think he's just making money. He's just making money.
No. I had him on the show, right, for 3 hours. The dude basically got a serious problem with himself and the black race. When I think he's an immigrant, he feels awkward about himself, whatever. Like that. He's a weirdo, And so the bottom line is this: this guy, if you gotta do that to make money, you sell your soul, right? In other words, I don't believe people just do that. He means what, like you said, he means that.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
Yeah. He means what he's talking about. He means what he's talking about. This dude got a lot of hate in him. When I was playing that top 20 black businesses, he was just sitting there all uncomfortable. And I'm like, that went against his whole thing. His whole thing is black people are a threat to white society. Don't let black people move in their neighborhoods, whatever like that. We don't run businesses with nothing. We're just ghetto. So basically, he just have a trope where all black people are one way and whatnot. People like that are sick,
Tyler is trying to make money. That dude is confused.
Nah, he's not just trying to make money because you can't make money on college platforms. So you can go ahead and be yourself.
So the bottom
but
line,
he's also demonizing himself because he's saying all blacks. So I don't see how he's trying to include himself.
You know what he does? He conveniently does when he says blacks, right? He talks about he's one of the good ones because he's an immigrant.
I don't think so. But I heard him say some crazy stuff about Africans as well.
Yeah, he used to go on Afrodominus talking shit about Africans and Caribbeans, man.
Yeah, he
so I don't know about that.
But he
used to play like he was some kind of pro-American, and we need to give thanks to him because he used to do that. So I don't really know him. I only went on his show one time. He was shitting on Farrakhan, so I went up. That was about it. I never been on his show after that. Don't watch him. He just came on my timeline. I see Farrakhan. He just in the honorable man. So I'm like, nah.
Fella, that dude used to call Africans are plate in their mouth. You see, when you look at, let me tell you this. I know this type of guys who their dad lived in America for years, but they achieved nothing in Nigeria. They get confused because their dad also get confused also. They be in America for more than 50 years, but they don't have one single building to come back home for. You understand me? That dude have nothing in Nigeria. those kids that have their dad have something in Nigeria, they don't behave like the way he behaves. You understand me? You have to understand, immigrant coming to United States. Let me tell you, Carla. If you check your ancestors that they brought to United States for 400 years or 500 years ago, those people were yearning to go back home. They were looking at the sea, they were looking at the sky, they were looking at everything. So their pain to go back home, the anxiety and emotional damage was heavy, right? So you have to understand the Africans that came 50 years ago so also suffer such a circumstance also. They have anxiety, emotional damage because they can't go back home. They have nothing to go back to.
I think a lot
Home
of them
for.
be lashing out online. Like I said, when I give Africans a lot of grace because I know I'm realizing that a lot of them are going through trauma.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
what I tell you,
they're away
bro.
from their homeland, away from their people. They're in a strange country and whatnot. They try to. The only culture that's familiar to is Black America, and sometimes they feel like they're rejected by Black America and whatnot. And stuff like that. That's why I did my platform, right? Say all you want whatnot. I have Africans listen to my platform. You feel like you're at home. Kala is what he is. He says certain things, but at least I don't turn nobody away.
Yeah,
If you're Black, I consider you family. That's why
yeah,
anybody
so
can come up here.
so so yeah, so Carla, you have to understand there's one man that came from Canada, 74 years old man. They have nothing. He just came back home and met his extended
Oh yeah,
family.
yeah.
His brother,
I saw that, right? The guy was in
yeah.
Canada for 40 years and whatnot, and they're all looking at him like he's like it's like they left him alone. He was like by himself or shame. I
They
saw that.
don't know him. Yeah, they don't know him anymore. He's old now. He
He's
came
always
back home
40
without
years,
nothing.
40 years,
But
and
he's
he
a
didn't
doctor, he's a
like
professor, but
think
doesn't
about it,
have anything.
yeah, I think he worked as a security guard or something like that. He probably did the best he
So
could, paid his bills,
so
but he didn't. No,
so
he didn't. They said he didn't bring back a wife or a family. That's what the
so,
West
so
will do.
Carla, so if you take Africa does not have this trauma, being long in America, all their life is just dead now, they're getting older.
Africans have more stress on them than we do because they got
Yeah, so
relying on them
so
back
that's what I just
home.
let you to know now, until you leave, until you start. That's why I look at it as a lot. You these Africans have anxiety like that. Heavy anxiety, trauma, fear, fear of unknown, confused. Then I say you have to look at the eyes of those Africans that took from Africa 500 years ago. How those people feel. Those people were like yearning to go back home. They want to see their mom, their dad, their sister, their village people. They were looking at that sea. They were looking at the sky. They were looking far beyond what you're seeing. Some of them might even cry for a whole year, but they can't go back home. So these Africans that came 50 years ago, you think they don't have the same trauma? Some of them even become strangers to their family. Some of them, they're in America, sisters, brothers, mom, they all died in Africa. You think they'll be happy? No, they'll be traumatized. Some of them can't even build even two-bedroom in Africa. But they don't even have the money. That's what you see with chaotic truth. He just pretended to be somebody that is not really nobody.
Yeah,
That's just the truth. He dance around like a bird that have no nest to rest on. The
That's how
same thing,
you
too, bro.
judge Africans that get online when not. At least with Afrodamus, you do see him with something in Gambia. A little thing he got Afrodamus bill, whatever. You do see him with something. You see him with something. But chaotic truth. What's he got? Where's he got? Where's his claim to fame and whatnot? He can't show us.
Yeah, but according to Vovo from Dinus, he said he don't live too far from where he lives. So I don't know. And Vovo claim he lives in a black area, and I don't know. So I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know about him, but I
But
heard
he
Vovo
said he lives.
rants.
Truth said he lives in a white area.
Well, Vovo rants say he lives not far from him. That's what he says.
And that's Cleveland.
Kala,
Yeah,
Kala,
Ohio.
as for today, I'm not ready to battle nobody anymore on whatever it is, black, American, or African. I'm not into that shit anymore, man. I would never into that. I would never into that shit. Only that Afrodamus in a way can bring things out. It's a cool guy, man. I like it. But
well, the problem is the real reality is ever since like this, I think you know what the problem was. People are not gonna like what I'm about to say, right? Unfortunately, right? It had to take somebody like Donald Trump to give everybody their fucking wake up call, right?
yes,
Because
yes,
everybody
yeah.
was on this thing like, oh, America is fine. I see this one guy, America's fine. It's a land of opportunity and whatnot. Yeah, but there's a lot of people unemployed here. There's a lot. See, this problem is this, Kidola. When immigrants come here, right? They just see it's way better than what I just came from. So what they do is say, "Oh, America's a land. Thank God to be American, right?" And while we black and white people are trying to open the country up and build it, right? So it's fair for everybody, right? The powers that be use immigrants and their talking points to undermine and gain power. That's what they do. What happened was when Donald Trump and the MAGA people got in power, right? They're saying, you know something? We know America's a great country, but we don't need you Indians anymore. We don't need you Africans anymore. We don't need you Caribbeans anymore. We got what we want. We're in power in every form of government. So now these immigrants and other people are saying, we're being under attack. Where are the black people at? Well, you guys spent the last 15, 20 years telling black people to stop complaining about racism.
Racism doesn't exist and all the other stuff.
All stuff like this. So black people are walking away from the whole thing saying, look, y'all on your own, right? Now they seem like they're trying to force us into a conflict that we said we don't want another part. They said, no, you can't. We consciously, and it was right during the time, and I do believe Elvis won't like this when I say this, right? I do believe a majority of black people stood home because they knew Donald Trump would get in power, and they knew what he would do to immigrants. I think black people did that on purpose, right? Because they were so tired of all the stuff immigrants were saying about them and all of that. You have to basically look at Black America like Black America was seething with anger. We felt betrayed by Africans who come over here. They're supposed to be with us. They're supposed to be part of the black struggle. They're coming over here telling us there is no struggle. Oh, that comes out.
Yo, who told you there is no struggle? I never heard of that. They just tell you got to work.
Certain people on the internet. I don't think it's.
On the internet.
Yeah.
Carlo, you mentioned my name 3 times. I had to pop up like Candyman. But look, I think the immigrants, we're not worried about, getting deported. Those people who are here legally.
It's the hostility. I'm seeing more videos where you got white people are bold enough to go up to immigrants and say, get the fuck out of my country. Who wants to deal with that shit?
What do you mean, Carlo? I mean,
that's true.
Elvis, it's a peace and tranquility I thought y'all had, right? You realize now you're living in a hostile country, right?
Hold on. What Elvis got to say? I want to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, what do you think immigrants has done in this country that has harmed black people, black Americans systematically? Carlo, you wanted me to let me speak, brother. There hasn't been any legislation that Africans or black immigrants have advocated for a pass that has harmed African Americans. When somebody is disrespecting you, right, and saying all kinds of crazy shit about you, the FBI came out and they was just wailing on the Africans, saying
let me say
God, give me 10 more seconds, bro. Saying all the derogatory things they can imagine about Africans. So the Africans dug deep and try to say the most hateful things they can say about the African Americans. So it became a war, a war of words. So it's like they're saying these things, but I don't necessarily mean that they believe it.
The fact that, okay, Elvis, this is how it was, right? Not all you guys immigrants, right? Black people were saying, something, we're being discriminated against in college admissions, housing, and jobs and like that. People got black people with 20 resumes out, whatnot, overlooked. Black people go out to eat, you can't get in a restaurant, or suddenly we don't have no tables, shit like that, right? That was becoming a norm in Black America, right? Black America was saying we're feeling alienated, whatever like that. You had issues like white people saying discriminating against black people because of the type of hairstyles they had. We're going through all these little microaggressions, right? But here comes people like Candace Owens, right? Who say just shut up and get over it. Racism don't exist, right? They start with that trope. Racism don't exist. Blah blah blah.
Scholar is a particular immigrant who are right wing.
You gotta listen to what I'm saying, right? Racism don't exist, right? Then what they said was, look, racism don't exist. Look how well African immigrants are. You don't see them complaining. And then they would get these jigaboo ass Africans. Yes, man, we came over here. Our parents. The reason why we don't have these problems like the Black America is because our parents have taught us education and hard work and also like they're coming from shithole countries that failed, and so therefore Black people in America said, okay, you're gonna come over here, right? You're gonna use your position as immigrants, right, to tell us that we don't have hardworking parents to tell us to do the right thing. Our parents didn't tell us to get a good education. So basically, what you did was the Bible says, "Do not bear false witness against thy neighbor or that brother." Right? You went. African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants came over here and basically went to white people, put it out there online publicly, in many cases, right? That we're better, we're different, and stuff like that. That's where the problem came in at, right? And then you had a lady running for governor, Winston Sears. She tried to win the governorship with that same trope. I'm an immigrant. I'm telling you that you don't have to worry about me, No, Virginia got some serious problems, right? And it's a constant battle between black and white. And you know something? Because we're battling white people, black people in Virginia are probably more advanced because we stake up for ourselves in Virginia. Black people in Virginia got a lot of power, right? Look at black people did that Pharrell concert with Something in the Water, right?
There's cities in Virginia that have a high level of crime.
Yeah, but hold on. But there's an awful lot of black areas and cities in Virginia that got a lot of wealth, So the bottom line is this: black people in Virginia got a lot of business with the state. We did that because we fought for it, right? Now we're not there yet where we're supposed to be, right? We want to get to that next level, right? People like Winston Steer is telling you, like, because white people got undeserved power here, Elvis. Black people are the brains in the state, really. White people can't do shit without us. Our college graduates from Norfolk State, HBCU, are in the highest levels of business government in this freaking state. But it's always some white guy on the top coming from another state. We're going.
But Colin, you told us that you wouldn't want the black people running your city by themselves. You have all these qualified people,
democratically elected, like from the ghetto when I run in my city, right? There are top black people here that can run the state. Well, could they get elected? No.
Why not?
Because the electorate, right? The majority electorate, right, is controlled by Democrats, white and black and whatnot. And their goal is not to see black people in power. Democrats are not here to see black people in power.
Carla, oh man.
Real, I'm dead serious. Look, the Democrats got an agenda, right? Like, give me an example. Governor Spanberg, whatever bitch is there, just today, you know what she did? She made Virginia a sanctuary state. Is that in our interest? And we voted for this cunt,
Carla, you got people like African goddess on the platform. Don't use that word.
No language, African goddess. Sorry. No, we voted for this lady, and she turned around to make Virginia a sanctuary state.
You voted for her, Carla?
I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote this election, but black people voted for her. The Democrats.
Yeah, black liberals who are Democrat who have the same ideology like she does.
In general, she got like 90% of the black vote.
Yeah, those are people who like the liberal ideology, and she's only carrying out what they voted for.
Black people don't. A lot of black people don't even agree with the ideology of the West. I mean, of the left.
Liberals.
They just vote because Republicans are racist. That's all. That's the reason they vote left.
I mean that's insulting to the people.
That's
Steve,
true.
because
I mean, dead serious. That's just what
not
it is.
all. Yeah, some people vote based.
Black people don't vote because they share ideology with Democrats. They vote because they think Republicans.
Not true. Let me say this. Carla, let me speak, bro.
Look, how you gonna tell me and Steve who we are, man?
Hold on. You don't know all black Americans. Neither do I.
We know all black. We know our
No,
people.
you don't. Let me explain, Carla.
We don't know any black Americans, bro.
Fine. Let me explain. So when it comes to ideology and political affiliation, you're not going to agree with everything that your political institution. Carla, come on, bro.
We don't have a political ideology, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to explain it to you. A lot of people, may not vote like somebody like Carla, who, I won't insult him and say he's a simpleton. He's not. He knows a few things. But for him to break it down and say he's only voting on one issue because this party is not true. He agrees more with the conservative and the MAGA on more things. You do, Colin. You agree with them on more things than just one issue.
The state issues, the state basically affects me the most. My city, we only have Democrat Republicans on a local level. My governorship, right, and this election right here, right, I just basically sat it out. Because neither one of these people appealed to me on anything.
Was it a Democrat that won a lieutenant governorship too?
I have no idea. I can't.
Because they run. I don't know if Virginia does the same, but they run the lieutenant governors and the governors separate. You have to vote for them separate.
Separate. I don't know.
Right. So my point is, most Democrats, they look at certain things and they realize, okay, I agree more with the Democrat than I do with the Republicans on these issues.
Voted against her because they thought this black lady was MAGA, and then she started making comments, basically making little jabs at Black America. And Virginia, black state from they don't like immigrants here. The black people do not like Jamaicans. They don't like Africans for the most part. It's not Africa. It's not like New York or metropolitan area. Down here, you gotta talk that black neck talk.
This Afro theory chick, a female. I thought she was reasonably minded. Now she's talking like an FBA. I mean, wow.
She's not an FBA. She's she's not an FBA.
Man. Africa should be allowed to hold public office and ready to have the American. Look, if that is. You got this guy Montgomery, right? He's basically turned New York City, the city.
Carla, it's in the Constitution. People who are naturalized citizens can run for public office, except for president and vice president.
Whoever fucking created that thing where you could come from fucking India, Pakistan.
It's in the Constitution. What do you mean?
I don't know about that. I think I don't think so. Yeah, What are people
let me say this real quick about the whole black Americans, why they vote Democrat. I'm just telling you from what I heard, men inside churches, a lot of them, the main reason is because they think Republicans are racist. That's all.
And that Republicans don't have the best interest. They did tend to demonize black people. They call black women welfare queens.
A lot of them don't agree with illegal immigration. They didn't agree with they didn't agree with black people. Not black people, but illegal immigrants coming across the border. A lot of them don't agree with LGBTQ stuff that they push on the left. They don't believe in a lot of that stuff, but they vote for them anyway because they believe that.
You're just saying that there are one or two things they disagree with, but it's a lot of other things that they agree with. That's the difference.
That's true.
Now it's changing. Now black people don't really care no more. They're like, they'll
black people voted 80-90% overall for the Democrat last election.
You keep thinking, man. Hold up. It was only like a 50% turnout, though.
It doesn't matter if it's an 80% turnout. If the numbers are still going to be the same.
Every last to win.
Republican has never been even close to getting half of the black vote, let alone.
I know, but
a majority of it.
You got them on numbers. Black people only 13% of the population.
So what's
black people? Democrats need a 90% black turnout, right, for them, right, and to have a chance. That's how Obama.
Not
No,
Totally
really,
the
agree.
thing, the thing
Carla.
that switched that
The
thing is the
thing is
Latinos.
that are we maybe 13% of the population, quote unquote. But theoretically, we're in the most important voting areas that matter.
Yeah,
So
it's certain.
your immigrants ain't gonna help you in Michigan. They ain't gonna help you in Pennsylvania. They ain't gonna help you in all of these other places that in Ohio. They're not gonna help you at all. That's
Nah,
why the
Jonathan,
Hispanic vote
the
really
black
ain't
and
shit.
brown coalition.
There's no real black and brown coalition. If you're in California, you're going liberal. If you're in New York, New Jersey, you're going liberal. That's if you're in Illinois, you're going liberal. But once you start going towards the areas in Ohio and all those other states that they call swing states, black people are the majority. There's not a lot of Hispanic people there.
It's
So
North Carolina.
the thing is, but the Democrats go wrong is you try to court Hispanics, but Hispanics have large numbers, yeah, nationally, but in the areas where you need them to vote and win elections, they're not there. So why are you pushing for them? You're a dummy.
Yeah. So
The thing is, they should know that already. You can look that up on a map.
that one, that stupid chick in Cuba. We vote for Mr. Trump. Remember that fucking? They all got deported. We vote for Mr. Trump.
What,
All the
Carlo,
Democrats
you
did, they weakened
voted for
themselves.
Mr. Trump too before you missed that Trump, Carlo.
We vote for Mr. Trump. Look, but I'm not getting deported.
Did you really vote, Carlo, or you just say that shit to get on the skin of liberals?
Well,
Did you really vote this last election, Carlo?
What are you talking about in Virginia?
Did you really actually went and vote? Yeah.
In Virginia? No, I didn't vote.
No, for Trump. Did you actually go to the polls and vote for Trump?
This is what I did was,
Oh man! Oh God! I didn't
I'll
vote.
answer yes or
God,
no
you even
answer.
eligible to vote.
Hold up, Elvis. This is what I did on election day, right? I got up, right, and I said, God, this is gonna be the day where I with everything I believe in, right? My opinion, right? I do not believe a man should put on a dress,
Mm-hmm.
go into a girl's bathroom and piss.
Mm-hmm.
There's some crazy ass party, some demented people who think that's okay. I strongly disagree. My brother had a fight about this yesterday again. He was like, "Well, you don't have no heart. You voted for that demon." When I said, "Look, Corey, you know how I feel."
Your brother is smart, man. He's smarter than you.
My brother is a lib. He's a lib.
Yeah, that's because he's smart.
No, he's a lib. He's a libtard.
Liberals are smarter than MAGAs,
But
man.
Carla, hold on, Elvis. Carla, you only proving Elvis' point because most of your family is more in the middle or more towards Democrat, correct?
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, man, my family is concerned, but it's like this unwritten rule, right? Me and my sister, we're the only ones that vote Republican, and
Vote blue no matter
So
who.
you prove
you heard it here
And
today.
Kyla, you're
Carla is a
likely the
Republican.
only business owners also.
What?
No, his brother is part of the business. What are you talking about?
Yeah, my brother, and also we're not allowed to, because we disagree. There's no politics allowed to talk in the office because we get.
Carla just admitted that he votes Republican, man, but he would lie and say he's not a MAGA Republican.
That doesn't make him a MAGA. I voted for Trump. But
Exactly.
I agree with the
He's a MAGA. I'm not talking about you personally. You just a coon, but Carla is a real MAGA.
Always.
Oh, this is a Democratic intervention you giving Carla? What's going on here?
Let me say this. Now, if the dates turn, right, let's say Donald Trump says, you know something, we need cheap labor. Right now, it looks like it might happen, right? All these farmers might go out of business, right? And Trump says, you know something, we got to open the borders back up, whatever like that, right? And then Donald Trump says, you know something, with Republicans, we see the light. We're going to let men play in women's sports. And the Democrats say, you know something, we want to protect American workers. We're going to close the borders. Like this, I will vote Democrat. And I vote issues, not
we don't want your vote, Carla. I would personally go there and reject your vote. We don't want your vote.
Bottom line is my vote, man.
Listen, I always said this. I'm not MAGA, but I do lean more to conservative. That's all it is. But I'm not MAGA.
Yeah.
But my thing, can I ask Elvis a question? Do you honestly felt Kamala was doing a good job campaigning, and do you not see some level of increase outreach to the black community by Trump, even if you don't like him or like him? Do you not see like the difference in campaigning, in your opinion, even though you disagree?
Yeah, policy is about tangibles, right? You have to see who's fighting for black people's interests. Trump can promise you all the shit because he's desperate and he wanted to get back into power. All the shit that he think you thought he was reaching out to you with, has he done any of that shit for you as a black person?
Well,
That benefits you?
I was like this, Elvis. I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Well, because I don't need Donald Trump for anything personally, right? So, but I'm willing to sacrifice. I was willing to sacrifice everything just to stop that LGBTQ shit. That's just me, you know. That's just my personal opinion, you know. If you guys have not taken that issue, I probably would have stayed home or voted for. I can't see myself voting for Kamala, but if they would have had a better candidate on Democrats, I would have voted for him. You know, Kamala. You know, I was like, you know, I don't know that whole look Afghanistan pullout. That was her, bro. That was a disaster, right? The border, that was Kamala. You know, you know, look, you know, I don't think she was presidential. You know, I don't think she was presidential. You know, it's just simple as
All
that.
it is you're a misogynist.
No,
you know what I'm saying? You want to lead this country.
I tell you what. You know who I vote for? You know who I vote for? I'll vote for Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, because he's a Republican, Carla. What does that mean?
If Tulsi Gabbard used to be a Democrat.
Wait, hold on, Carlo. Why does Carla have to be misogynistic? Why do y'all liberals always throw these dumbass?
Because the nigga is misogynist, bro. We see on the platform here. We see on his interaction.
Hold on. Elvis is kind of right though. Carla says it's going to be a weight requirement to get into Afghanistan. Right?
There should be a weight requirement. Everyone needs to be physically fit. Men too.
He says some funny style stuff, but he's a funny guy. But my thing is with Elvis. Like I said, do you see the same? Did you saw the same election that we were watching? Or you was like you just was just Democrat all the way type guy?
He just totally Democrat.
Nigga, we know who Trump is, right? Maya Angelou said when a person shows you who they are the first time, believe them. Look, we come from, hold on, Carla, let me say this, right? He asked me a question. We come from poor countries, we come from dictatorship, we know what those things look like. Once you lose what you have, you never get it back. The first thing that happens is they might go after the immigrant. Fine, they solve the immigration problem. You think they're going to now come back and serve you, black people, and give you all the things that you think you want as black people? No, they're going to come for you after that.
Elvis,
that's how it always works.
How will they come after black people?
Just how they went after black people during slavery, Jonathan.
Elvis.
During Jim Crow, just how they went after you.
Every time she was in an interview, right? She started by,
so they're gonna wait. Hold on, Carla.
You know,
how specifically in 2026? How are they going to go after black people? Because you can't put us in slaves,
bro. He has a point. Hold on, Jonathan. They fired over They fired over 200,000 black individuals that were employed by the government. Good jobs.
When they
they're
say
talking
black
about
people,
DEI, but you know who they're going to really target?
Black American, or are you talking about black immigrants?
Hold on, Jonathan. You said something about 300,000 jobs that were lost?
200 when they was firing people from the government, and then shortly after they started to hire some of them.
It's systematic, bro. It's systematic. They're going to take you from any position where you can be a hindrance, so they have free will to do anything they want to do. They take you from position of military power. They take you from bureaucratic power. They take you from everywhere where you can be a voice for.
Well, that's
time to act. There's nothing you can do. There's nobody that's going to be there on your behalf to fight for you.
Yeah, but why?
I don't understand this. You just think that they're not going to do nothing. They're not going to harm us. The war is going to come to our aid.
I mean, the interesting thing about that is that you talk about Donald Trump. Well, the liberals do that too. So what's the difference?
Exactly.
What do you mean? What do you mean they do that too? What do you mean?
In California, they live.
Biden had a Secretary of Defense that was black. His Vice President was black. He put a black justice on the
fuck does that?
No. He's telling you that Trump took out 250,000 black people from government jobs, and you're talking about Democrats do the same thing. Democrats empower black people. What are you talking about?
It wasn't just black people that lost their jobs.
Biden had
the number we're giving is based on the blacks, the black numbers. There's more people that got fired. We're just talking about the ones that were black.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
So it ain't like black people just lost their jobs. It was a
lot. Hold on. Can you name the black American that was in the Biden cabinet?
Lloyd Austin. He was the Secretary of Defense. All right, he was one of the highest ranking people, the highest ranking person in the military. You know, he was there. You
Next.
had
The bureaucrat. Useless.
yeah, you had Corrie Jean Pierre, who was
She was
the
Haitian. Next.
the press secretary. That's a black person. What do you mean?
He's Haitian.
I said Black American.
You think I know the difference between a black American and a black person? I'm talking about black people.
Pierre, what is that?
Ketanji Brown Jackson, who was quote the first black female person on the Supreme Court. She's black American. She's black American.
Elvis, was this a good look?
Is she African? No. I can claim her. You can tell me that. She African?
She's African, you know.
Oh, thank God. All right. Then I take that back. No. She's African. We'll take her. The first black person on the Supreme Court. We'll take her.
Oh, was that a good
It's not
look?
the first black person.
First black female.
Elvis, you think it was a good look when she said, they asked her, what's the difference in a male? I can't tell you what the difference between a male and female. She's going to be on the Supreme Court, you know? Yeah, somebody said, even Afro said, she doesn't know what a woman is. That was what the first black female on the Supreme Court.
Look, we know African theory is a pigment. We've already established that. She said it herself. She's a pigment.
God.
So she's just trying to, ingratiate herself.
Afro theory is a great woman. Leave her alone.
Yeah, but she said that she's a pigment, so we agree with her.
She's not.
That woman is an intelligent, very, very smart person that went to Harvard.
Yeah,
highly intelligent.
She couldn't understand.
Intelligent and intellectual people don't give you stupid answers. They got to be thoughtful about the answer.
She doesn't know the difference.
Bro, it's a yes or no question though. Why would I don't get it? Colin, explain to him like why that doesn't make sense what she did, man.
Because the bottom line is the people who pushed her through, right, knew that she was pro LGBTQ. These was extremists, right? That's not how things supposed to be. You're supposed to take in consideration when you put somebody on a lifetime Supreme Court, the values of the society. Like I talked about last night, civilization building, stuff like that. You have to take in consideration the value, no matter what you think, right? A Supreme Court justice, Elvis, right? There's no guarantee that the president acknowledges he's going to do what they say. That's all people don't understand.
The value of the society reflects civil rights. When Thurgood Marshall was put on the Supreme Court, wasn't white people racist as hell against black people?
The society had changed. The culture.
When did Marshall get on the Supreme Court?
He got on the Supreme Court in the 60s, but he argued Brown versus Board of Education in 1954.
Yeah, and I guess the country was liberal to put a black man on the Supreme Court.
Changed over the years. The World War I.
The country's changing now. What are you talking about?
No, it's changing for the worse, bro.
Fine. That's what some white people said when black people got their rights.
So the bottom line is this. So the values of the country, right? The country at the time of Thurgood Marshall and the Supreme Court said that segregation, racism was evil and it was wrong. So the Supreme Court reflected that in the Brown versus Board of Education. The country right now still disagrees with gay marriage, gender reassignment, government paying gender reassignment, and all this gender confusion, all this stuff like that. Society has not.
Look it up right now on your computer. See what's the polling on that, on what Americans think about gay marriage.
I know for the majority of fact.
Carla, we don't have to go by the polls. All we have to do is look at how people vote. When the time comes to ban gay marriage, ban abortion, all of that shit, black people overwhelmingly vote to ban it.
Remember Proposition 87?
Not true. The main issue on the ballot this election was immigration.
Elvis, I remember when Barack Obama was running for office.
Yep.
And they had the ban gay marriage thing in California.
Yeah,
liberal state, right?
Yeah.
Black people overwhelmingly said, "But ban the shit." Everyone else was like,
liberals came into this. Gays came into,
and then they tried to blame black people purely. They said Obama was the cause for it to be banned.
I mean, it's true that black Americans, we are less accepting to homosexuality as well. That's the reason why the suicide rates for black homosexuals are so high. They're not really. I guess they're not really truly accepted in their family.
They're not.
Yep.
Literally not.
They tolerate them, but they're not truly accepted.
The thing is young black women, they'll promote it. They'll promote it, but at the same time, they hate it and talk shit about it. They'll be with it. They have a gay ass friend. They be like, tell another dude, you a gay ass nigga, fucking gay motherfucker. Is that true, Steve, or not?
Yeah. They get mad at you. They say, "Oh, I think you a faggot." You on the down low.
Exactly. So on one hand, they support the next man that hate it. They the only ones that's confused about it.
Eva, did you see Milan's last comment? Not the last comment, but the one before the last. Hold on.
Oh, that's her name. Afro-Tiri name is Melange.
No. That's Milan is the South African and Angolan guy. But he said Elvis really quoted Maya White, Love, and Angelo. Man, I wish USA had some Dodula type black people like Elvis. People like Elvis are enemies of black people in Africa, and make sure he stays in the USA for life.
Do you know that the highest number of gay people are in South Africa?
I think that's true. As far as Africa,
No,
true.
that's just an actual factual, bro. Yeah. So this nigga talking bullshit. I don't even come from a culture of people that's gay, but I'm just telling you that if a nigga is gay, ain't got shit to do with me. I'm more worried about, the other policies that matters to me.
But I mean, they were pushing stuff on kids and children and stuff, having transgenders come to school, read to kids, and all types of crazy stuff. Like, what is that about?
Well, that happened in your school, Steve?
No, it didn't happen where I stay, but I'm saying it was happening in America.
Oh, okay.
Elvis, how much you get paid to represent the Democrats on a nightly basis?
Temporary residency status.
Not enough.
He get like 60,000 a night, man. He just come on. You represent the Democrats better than Kamala, bro. You really do, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. If you was a candidate, you fight a little harder to make your points than she did, bro. That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot, man. But you don't think that
because ideologically I really believe this shit. Like, look, if a nigga is not bothering you, like Jonathan lives in California, right? There's probably more gay people in California per capita. Maybe if you go to San Francisco, even LA, Hollywood, West Hollywood, all the places that got a lot of gay people there. Jonathan ain't bothered by that shit. That shit don't affect his life. Ain't no gay person saying, "Look, Jonathan, I'm taking away your rights. Things that you should benefit from, I'm taking it away." So what's the point of hate on it? You don't agree with that?
No, they shifted their attention to the kids and education systems and stuff like that, right? So that was the concerning premise of it. You know what I mean? Yep. So that's the main issue.
I got something to say. This is completely unrelated, but today I seen two white people. One was holding a black child, another one had a black child in the stroller. I don't know why I followed them. I'm like, did y'all kidnap these kids?
You think about snatching them kids, Jonathan, huh?
I was about to take all of these people. I did not realize, these had to be black immigrant children. Let me leave this alone. But
hold on. How do you know it's black immigrant children? You do know there's a foster system in America, right?
No.
You do know that,
American kids, man.
They say, so who takes them? Y'all take them?
Hey, Priscilla, let me tell you something. Priscilla, let me tell you something. Wait, hold on, Steve. I got that answer for that. But you could tell these kids were straight out of East Africa, my nigga. That's how I knew.
But you saw that forehead?
Yeah, bro. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But I still hated it though. White lesbians with two little black kids, that don't make no sense. Fuck out of here.
Hold on. P. Diddy got the same forehead though.
No.
So do Costas that be on Dinah's show. He got the same forehead.
You know. Trust me, you will know. Okay, you will know. Now, in terms of black kid adoptions, one of the most critical thing that me and a friend, we talked about this recently, how people were all in black families, they tend to take people in, right? But they get paid for it.
That's true.
In one hand, we want to be like, they do it out of the
those...
kindness of their heart, but on the same hand, we know you get paid for it, so you do
get paid for it.
So you remember you got all of these aunties, or you got all of these relatives. They have this cousin there, this one happened, they accepted this one, grandma took this one and that one. They got paid for it.
That's for those who got tight-knit families, bro. I'm talking about those who don't have a tight-knit family when they fall through the cracks and go through the systems.
Nigga, who don't have
some of them, they age out of those systems.
Where those people coming from?
Those are broken families.
Come on, man. Are you sick? Go look up the numbers, brother. I know there's good families. They take care of their families as well when somebody passed or somebody has an issue with the law. But there's individuals who don't come from tight-knitted. Bro, go look up the numbers, man. In group homes and what they call them? Come on, man. Go look up the numbers, man.
Elvis, Milan said he wasn't talking about your gay views, but the liberal stuff. I guess that's what he's talking about. He wasn't talking about.
Yeah, I'm a liberal. Most black people are liberal, man.
No, we're not. No, the hell we're not.
I mean, Colin, you vote 90% of the black voted for the Democrats, and you think you're not?
Elvis, we have a long history of black people, conservatives that have nothing to do with fucking MAGA or white people. You know?
Listen, Elvis, we're not liberal. We just don't. I mean, most black. I'm gonna say this again. Most black people, black Americans, speaking of black Americans, don't vote Republican because they think.
What do you think liberal means, Steve? What do you think liberal means?
I understand what it means.
No. Hold on, Elvis, you being disingenuous, man. There's a wide spectrum for Democrat. When you learn about Democrat and Republican in high school, they told you there's several different levels and different variations of. So why you automatically assume that?
That's what I'm saying. When I say liberal, most people want people to have the liberty to do what they want as long as it's in the Constitution. They don't want to take away the rights of individuals.
There's levels to it, man.
Most black people are blue dog Democrats, man. They're not liberal Democrats.
Right.
You know, that's what you guys don't see.
Colin, that was proven when I said when they did Prop 8 in California, 70% of black people said fuck no.
Democrats.
And then black people tie heat nationwide for that shit.
Yeah.
I read all black people keeping gay people from getting married. We supported civil rights and blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's the worst thing they try to do. They try to equate civil rights with homosexuality and LGBTQ stuff.
Put it on the table. Black people would definitely
because
vote. The funny thing is black people would not be like raise my taxes.
Black people think that only gay people are white. Other gay people are white. You got a lot of black gay people, in this country, man.
Elvis. Don't try to make my people seem like they're retarded. We know black gay people exist, nigga.
Okay, all right.
We know Kirk Franklin exists.
You're voting against those gay black people.
Wait, Elvis. We know Kirk Franklin, Diamond McClurkin, and Tyler Perry exist. We're not dumb.
They gotta understand where they stand in our community.
We know that we got them in our family.
We know RuPaul exists, Elvis.
But the thing is, though, if asked, like you said, Elvis the other night, I said, since you asked, just like you asked on that, if it's put on the ballot, right, and they say, do you think parents should be notified if their children being indoctrinated or talked about, sex change and whatnot? What do you think most black people are going to say?
Yes.
They're going to say yes. So we're not that. Would you think that men should go inside a woman's back? Black people, hell fucking no. Some grown ass man going to the store with my daughter, nigga will kill you. I'm telling you how black people are, bro.
And another thing is when it comes to homosexual, black people, right? Sometimes some of the stuff I see on the internet by them, it seems like they're gay before they black. So I was like, sometimes
they're gay. They put their sexuality as their main identity. When you put your sexuality, whether you're a swinger or whatever the hell you want to do, as your identity, you're deviant. You're deviated from who you are. Most homosexuals are the only deviancy that's accepted because they got money or power or influence. The people who practice incest, they're condemned. Bestiality, condemned. Everything else condemned except for that one thing. It's called homosexuality. They're trying to normalize that.
Right. I could be a conspiracy theorist, but I think they want to go as far as that, with the whole bestiality stuff. Because I seen people advocating for it.
Yeah, there's people advocating for that now. It's in the pipeline.
Right.
The liberals are gonna be out there. Yeah, I seen they're advocating for incest, men marrying their daughters. Some this deviancy.
Steve, when was the last time you saw a gay person, Steve?
Once they decide the gay people can get married, well, at this point, you have to accept polygamy. Give it up.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. How come
support my cause?
Homosexuality is being promoted, but you talk about if you're married to more than one person in certain states, you go to jail.
Elvis, you said the last time I seen a gay person. I don't even know, man.
India. Do you know India have the largest gay population in the world? No, I
Who
was asking,
cares?
when's the last time you saw a gay person, man? A gay person, Steve.
Look, Elvis. Nobody
I don't.
cares. I seen a gay person today. In Taco Bell.
I can't remember the last time I saw a gay person, Colin.
We know they exist,
Yeah.
man.
I
We
see
don't
gay
I
exist,
got
but
people
I'm
every
telling you,
day
it's
in
not an impact on
America
my
and
life.
in
It's not even
Nigeria.
something I see. It's not something I even see on a daily basis. So I don't know why you guys are so obsessed
well,
about
I
this
see
shit
them all the
that
time,
you
man.
don't even interact with on a
my
daily
cousin,
basis.
my
Fruity
cousin.
dudes all the time.
So
I
you
see
got
them.
a gay cousin, Steve?
I see
Yeah,
them.
and you want to know something crazy? Well, I don't want to say this
Because,
online, but
listen,
that statistic I talked about, you know, uh, about people suicide rate. Some people, well, somebody attempted it, so that's why it's. I mean, it's crazy, but yeah.
You talk like Obama, man. That's
Do you
Obama
think that
promoting truth.
suicide rate would be lower if more black
let's see
people
what
was accepting
let's
of
see what
their
Kid
family
Ola has
members?
to say. Let's see what Kid Ola has to say.
This dude,
Hold
this
on.
dude, this dude, this dude is talking like Obama right now. You see, when they want to promote,
Oh
you
my
see, when they
God,
want to
Kid Ola's a street.
To
when they want
answer
to
your
promote this
question,
thing, when they want to
He's
promote
working
this
on
thing, they
it.
talk about statistics about suicide rate and all this bullshit. That's how Obama came to promote this thing. So you see, y'all would make your voice look like very sympathetic, empathy,
But Condola,
emotional. You care about
there are
those
gay
other
people in
people,
Nigeria, right? They're like
huh?
Bobrisky or whatever. I
Now,
said there's gay people in
Nigeria,
your country,
they
right?
say homosexuality is illegal.
Bobrisky run out of Nigeria because he almost
Well,
be flogged every time.
besides him, Condola, there are a lot
Huh?
of gay people in Nigeria. I said
Uh,
besides
Yeah,
him, there are a lot of
no,
gay
no,
people
no,
in
no.
Nigeria, right?
I'm not denying it that is not there, is there, you know. But what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
so
say
it's
about
already
that would be
been there. Nobody is promoting them to tell them, hey, Nigerians, come
look,
and be gay,
look,
please. They're just
look,
gay people
look,
there.
look, look. It would be very difficult to to pass any law concerning that thing in Nigeria. Very, very difficult. I don't think for the next 100 years it's going to happen, you know. But if Obama would have succeeded, that's what they even tried with Jonathan. They were pushing Jonathan to sign something that Jonathan told them, look, the religious people, not even the traditional people, they're not going to accept this thing. I'm not just president alone of myself. You understand me? Look at Ghana. I think they were pushing Black Americans to Ghana. Majority of them were behind
Kid
the
Ola,
scenes,
come
dude.
on, man. Come on, Kid Ola. Don't put that on us.
No, no, I'm just saying,
Don't be quiet, man. Yeah, Kid Ola, you always saying that shit, man. That
no,
we do
no. You can see what American embassy did. They put the gay flag in the embassy there.
They got nothing to do
You
with
know,
us, man. Come on, man. Come on, Kid Ola.
they also
I'm
did.
not
I think they
saying
did that
it,
in
but
Jamaica too. They tried to do that in Jamaica as well. Like they put the
it,
LGBTQ flag at Jamaica.
you see, Kala, they can promote this in different ways. They come with
Tyler, you probably
all
didn't
kind
hear
of ways
about
to
this, but
promote it.
let me say this quickly, right? Liberia, right? There's a guy that works for our national security agency. He just got arrested for gang
Yeah,
raping a
so put him
15-year-old boy.
jail.
So
Yeah,
I mean, the shit is all over Africa, man. Come on.
Yeah, so
gang raping what?
no.
Yeah, the nigga gang raped a 15-year-old kid, a
But
boy.
that's different though. That's like that wasn't a consensual relationship. Listen, I'm like this, right? I think gay people got enough rights. That's all. I think they got enough.
They want privilege,
In America, ain't nobody beating them down and knocking them upside the head for being
Like
gay. They may not be accepted,
Virginia Beach, we got like 4
or
gay clubs here and
but
whatnot.
even people say statistically they make a lot of money as well. They. I mean, I don't understand what they want.
And check this out. There's a gay guy, a couple that live across the street from me.
it's a mental illness, Steve.
Oh, I know, I get that part, but I was just saying that
What do you
they
think
already
about
have enough
man?
rights. They
Says many
But
don't need
that's the
people
nothing
thing,
else.
though. That's
healthy.
how you can tell they have a deep mental illness. See, you can when gay marriage is okay, you should just stop at okay. Well, now you're like everybody else, but no, they even start dividing themselves up. I'm gay. No, I'm lesbian. No, I'm transgender. No, I'm trans. I'm this. I'm that. I'm queer. I'm that. They just
I'm a
keep
pro now.
going and
I'm they
going
them.
and going and
Let's be
going and
fair.
going.
They them and whatnot. These people are mixed up. But what about 12th man?
That's how coked up they are.
Check this
It's
out.
confusion.
Jonathan, they want to make it
People who
cool.
say
Jonathan, they want to make it cool by bringing up the hip hop dudes into it also. Then the basketball players, all the sport men, allow them to start wearing high heels and skirts and all kind of things. The only thing that remain with these guys that They have to put lipstick in their mouth, but for the paws and the high heels and the skirt, they were wearing it. So they want to make it cool and look cool.
I got a question for Elvis though. Now, historically, whenever we look at this shit, right? White women, they push for feminism. They use black women to really push for feminism. But when they get these feminist policies, the black women benefit the least. Historically, when gay people, they push for gay policies. But when it comes down to getting gay benefits, whatever the case may be, the gay black people tend to benefit the least. An example of that would be that the black people, they wanted to add the color brown or some shit like that to the gay rainbow flag. And the majority of the white gay people said, hell no, the flag is perfect. It represents everybody. So whenever the black people that's a part of the feminist movement, the liberal movement, the gay movement, whatever one you want to call it, for some reason, the liberals who's supposed to be so progressive, so loving, so open and supporting, they always go against them. Why is that, Elvis?
Not true, Jonathan. They're progressive, they're liberals, and then they're leftists.
Elvis, you want me to play videos or post documentation?
Elvis, like, let me ask you this. Elvis, you from Africa, man. You African.
Yeah, he's
Come on.
Actually, he's from Minnesota.
You've been in America too long.
Elvis is not from Africa. He was born in Minnesota. He's running for I think he's running for president in 2032, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, Elvis, run for governor in Minnesota. You'd be perfect, man. You know.
Elvis, I think you low key doing what the Democrats did, which is making that a hyper emphasizing that point where majority people disagree with and trying to make it a key point. I mean that's problematic.
And that's a
Carla, can you read
the Supreme Court decisions of 1955 with Brown versus Board? Right, is that the society changed? They had to look at that, just like when John Kennedy looked at it and said, "Well, when he did the National Guard in Alabama."
Did you know that the conservative Supreme Court upheld gay marriage?
Well, but Elvis, Carla, can I ask?
There's a difference between legality and morality. On the legal side of it, the Supreme Court said it was legal and it was constitutional.
Not gay marriage is the fact that does a society have to accept that, go against their moral? Can you compel a religion people to change?
Kyle, you think in 1960 the society accepted civil rights?
What I'm saying is this, though: if you want to get married, they're only talking about certain states, right? Like Nevada, places like that were real liberal. San Francisco, like that. Yeah, that existed, right? But when you go from San Francisco to West Virginia, same thing. Like the Supreme Court didn't say people of West Virginia had to honor what you consider a marriage. No, they didn't say that.
But Carla, can I ask you a question to his point when you keep talking about civil rights? Yeah. For the most part, although black people have more rights, do you feel that white people still have an idea or desire to live amongst their own self and marry amongst their own self?
Oh yeah, of course. It's survival. That's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, so civil rights didn't change that. Can you explain that to Elvis?
Oh, first of all, you understand something. We had no desire to change that. We were not interested in fucking marrying white people and shit like that. That wasn't the thing. Like, people have this misconception that because of things like loving situation that we would in the 60s were fighting to marry white people. That was not the case. You know, some people said, something, free society should be married. That's fine. But black people were fighting for their lives to be recognized in society as human beings. There was some selfish black people, right, who, like the entertainers like Harry Belafonte, joined the civil rights movement because he wanted to normalize interracial marriage and put stuff like that. Say they were Sidney Poitier. But the masses of black people, that's not what they did. They used that because these people got influence and everything, and they got it over the finish line, But the bottom line is this: the average black person just wanted to be able to live where they want to live a decent life, educate their kids, have a good job, and have a good life, and live as a decent human being in society.
And the average homosexual person can do the same thing in 2025. So what more do they want?
That's what I'm saying. No, they want us to be like this. If you call somebody if a man calls, remember that one guy, that argument that the guy had somewhere in, I think, Seattle. The guy was a Vietnam vet. He said, "You gonna call me a woman?" Remember that? The guy was a city councilman. He came with a dress.
Oh man,
And
I
he called
remember the
somebody,
video of
remember
the
that?
guy in game. I don't remember that one, but I
All
remember
right,
the video of the
well,
guy
you
in
haven't seen that
GameStop
video.
one time. You,
Okay, okay. Well, check this out. You guys keep talking. I'm gonna find this video.
there was a one guy who was at GameStop, and the guy kept calling him.
I think the first time I saw gay people really was in Germany. I swear to God, I've never seen no gay person in my life before. Any person wearing a dress or wear the type of dress we hire men. These are real men with long, ugly nose and everything. You know, these are white guys. I was coming out of a club called Merlin, right, in Germany, in Nuremberg. Man, around 6 o'clock in the morning, I saw this tall white dude with a kind of like a wedding dress, and the other dude was following, which kind of black. They were coming out of a gay club that's not too far from that club. I was like,
Kadola,
whoa.
I find that hard to believe. You're a basketball fan. You saw Dennis Rodman wearing dresses and women clothing. You've seen that
But
before.
look, I think I've never seen it. I've never seen it close. That means I've never seen it. Maybe TV when it was in Larry King. You know, that's when I saw it. I thought it was crazy. I didn't take it so serious. But until rig on the ground, I saw these people with what kind of funny, man with a very high and wear the type of dress. Man, I was like shocked. Like, whoa, this is real. You know, I'm like,
I
whoa.
remember the first time I saw a
They,
transgender person. I was in DC. We was on a trip visiting some family, and I was like, "What in the devil was that?" I was like 5 years old. I was like, "What in the world is that, man?" It was like he had some weave in his head. He was like, he just like a straight up dude, but he had women's clothes on, and I was like, I asked mom, I was like, "What that dude got going on over there?" And I ain't know, but it was crazy when I seen it. I knew something was
the
off
worst,
about it.
the worst one that will bite into your stomach is when you start seeing them kissing. You know, that
Oh
one will
yeah,
just
yeah,
Cadola,
yeah.
Cadola. Never in my life do I ever wish I could just shoot him dead at that moment.
You have actually seen gay people kissing before Kadola in front of you?
Man, I saw that.
Never
I
seen
saw
that
that
shit.
very close. No. Look, Elvis, I didn't know. I really didn't know they were gay people. But when I turned and look at, they were just holding each other like the way man and a boy, a girl and a boy hold each other. But these dudes, they were just throwing their mouth like my stomach was really turning me. I look at them, like, God, man. Then
Was
after
it
I
was it
walk
in
a
the
little,
was it in the club?
no, street,
Okay, yeah, because I've never been to a club in my life
on
before.
the
I don't,
street,
I don't do a lot of outing, but here in Minnesota, I don't really see that shit. I live
you
in
know, you see the law, you just to, because there's a law protecting it, so you just have to turn your face like you didn't see nothing. And I like, okay, but my stomach was really if you see a boy and the girl kissing, you kind of, oh wow, you put, you like it. But this one, man, this is like almost like you're a total different type of world, a dark world in your at that moment, even when you're taking the walk out, leaving them behind that place, but you think along, think, man, what is going on? But man, you see, this is where the white law hold you now. You bear it, you swallow it, and move away. Because some of these white men in some of this parliament or senate, some of them, they are behind the scene, gay people also. There's nobody that will pass a law and say let gay people marry or this is if you're not gay himself. Some of them go into dark side and start having these things, and you can promote some kind of gay agenda if you don't have the feeling or you're not doing it. Some of them will have wife at home, but banging air somewhere in the bushes or behind the car or some
nah,
kind of things like that.
gay rights is human rights, Kadola.
Oh
Like
And
man,
I
no, it's
understand.
not.
I
It's not.
understand.
It's not
I
that
no,
you so. It's not that you want to
I agree
particularly.
with that part. That gay rights is
Yeah.
human rights. You got a right to be a fuck person if you want to be a fuck person. Be a fuck person.
Look, if they allow gay people to marry, right, which is kind of like weird anyway. Why can't a dog and dog, or there are things that they say no, man cannot marry his dog or something like that. If you just want to create the freedom for everything. Let's just bust it open then, But no, they want to bring this into Africa and let us start things that we just kill our spirit, even the God self will be angry against us, And Obama, who call it? See, look, Obama is not a real Kenyan man. His father might be from Kenya. You have to some people that raise up Obama are Indonesia people and white people. So Obama don't see things in Africa. He just want to have a root. Oh, I'm from Kenya, but he's not really emotionally attached to those places, So he just used Kenya as part of political climbing, and let the Black Americans see that he's really black. That's what he did, so that he would ram into his wife's things, But really, for that dude to take away Jonathan, then the president of Nigeria, because of gayness and other things, is weird, man.
That's not true, Kadola. You're in Nigeria, right? You heard about a guy called Sambo Dasuki, right? You know about Dasuki, right?
Yeah.
What he did with the arms when Obama sent arms to fight Boko Haram, and Sambo Dasuki took the money and squandered the money. And they arrested him. You remember when they arrested him? When Buhari came, he was arrested.
Yes.
Right. That's why they didn't support Jonathan, because people like Sambo Dasuki was siphoning the money that Obama was sending to fight Boko Haram and spending the money. That's why he made sure that Buhari arrested him and put him in jail when he first got in power. It wasn't about LGBTQ or anything. It was about them stealing the money to fight Boko Haram.
Okay. Look, you can be anything you want to be, as this world look like right now, as long as, you're not doing it close to me, I'm okay. Just do your thing. And I respect, because the rules right now is becoming something else, But for me, I still
believe. But you know what I noticed, man? People who went to college or university, they're more open-minded because they've been around different kinds of people. They might have even been associated with people who are of a different sexual orientation than them. So they realize that these are just regular people like you and I. They just have a different sexual
We know they regular people, man.
Right. What's the point of treating them like they're not regular people?
We're not saying they're not regular people. We're just saying that they might have some mental health issues, number one.
Yeah.
And then,
let me play this 3-minute clip, and we'll come back and give me your guys' opinion. This is Minneapolis, where Elvis is from.
No, I believe there's only two gender, right? But the difference between a gay person and a transgender person is a person who who feels like they are a female or male, right? It's not something that I understand, neither does anybody on the panel, but that's something that they're going through. And they're committing enough to go do surgeries, to take pills, so people should be free to do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Kyle, can you help me out? That's really a female on the left.
I would always name.
No, I'm not saying that's in terms of gender, there's only male and female. Now, this person obviously is a male, born as a male, but feel like she was, she was a female, so she went through the process of having reassignment surgeries and doing everything, and identify herself as a female. That don't mean that her gender is a female, but that's how she feels. So what am I going to do?
Agreed.
We gotta impose. We have to accept her delusion, right, as normal. That's what this is all about.
that ain't no she, her. That's a nigga.
Kala, Afristan Constitutional Amendment number 2, automatic death penalty. Not even gonna waste time with it.
Because that's a threat. Because we want a healthy population. We want people to have children and stuff like that.
People that got mental health issues.
This is your country, right? Take Nigeria, where you have a guy who does makeup and wear women clothes, and I don't know if he did a breast, whatever, on the Bobrisky or whatever his name is. It's happening in Africa, bro. This is your country. Your country gave these people protection.
Elvis,
So
Elvis,
what are you talking about?
Elvis. It's called death penalty. Just get it over with before it
Elvis,
poisons
let
the
me
rest
ask
of
you a question.
society.
If they try to, Elvis, let me ask you a question. If they try to do some stuff like this in Liberia, would you support it?
Of course
Of
he
course
will.
he would. Of course he would.
Liberians are actually liberal, right? So you
Oh
have.
Lord. Oh
Hold on,
Lord.
Carla. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. So you
Okay.
actually have. Hold on, Carla. Let me speak, bro. You actually have Liberians in a church setting. The pastor, the bishop. Okay, Carla, go ahead and speak because you won't let me speak.
Go ahead. He knows I'm not telling the truth. Don't listen to this fool. Yo,
I'm telling you that they have a pastor in the Methodist church.
Yeah, the bottom line is this: you can be a pastor.
I looked it up. It says that gay marriage, gay shit is completely not tolerated in
I'm
Liberia.
telling you, Liberians are very conservative. You know something? You know what's not tolerated in Liberia? Even smoking weed. They're very conservative on everything. You know?
That's not true, Jonathan. There were openly gay people, prominent people in Liberia who are openly gay. The son of our
Same-sex
former
marriage
president
is illegal in Liberia. Same-sex activity is criminalized.
Jonathan, this is how it goes in Liberia, right?
Give it up,
They
Elvis.
say that, but it's not true. Yeah, I'm a Liberian, I'm telling you.
Jonathan, when I first went to Liberia 2005 years ago, right? The first night I was there, right? I go, what's wrong, babe? Isabella, right? She goes, I'm staying with you, right? I'm with a man. I go, what's the deal? And we're not married yet, right? So I told everybody, Isabella and I are gonna get married before leave. So we just, everybody said, okay. That was like a relief because that would have been a scandal. A woman with an unmarried woman sleeping in the same room with a man.
Carla, are you out of your mind, Carla? You know how many baby mamas we got in Liberia who never been married, got 3 to 4 baby daddies? What are you talking about, man?
Whatever like that. It's condemned. But in our society, in our culture, we're doing Liberia was like, I'm around a bunch of Christian people, and they're like, whoa. And so I had to friggin', finesse it, right? So this time, like, we had a ceremony when
No offense, Carla. I'm not gonna get personal. I'll leave that. But I'm telling you, Liberia has a baby mother culture, right? Girlfriends and boyfriends probably can't living together. It's not an issue. Don't try to put us at some kind of saint. We are degenerate people too. So don't do that.
That does reflect.
No, but he's saying they condemn it. It's not promoted as a norm. That's
what man. It's the difference. It happens. Yes.
The woman wants to get married. My family don't like the fact we're not married, and she wants to get married and get the benefits.
So the bottom line is this.
Don't think that that's how
Elvis, are you under the impression that some degeneracy means that let everything just go degenerate, period?
What you say?
Is Elvis under the impression that because there's some degenerate behavior, accept all degenerate behavior and just let degeneration go by?
What I'm telling you, what Carla is saying, because he's trying to say that reflects the morality of Liberians. What I'm telling you is, women will live with men for 40 years, 30 years, and never been married and got 10 kids.
I never seen that.
It's very prominent in Liberia.
I never seen that.
But they stay together though. You're saying that they stay together for.
That?
Yeah,
I see a
lot. Carla's point is that his wife was saying that it was indecent for them to be together, living or spending time together when they're not married. What I'm trying to tell him is that
I had to honor her.
Societally,
first of all, my wife is not some country girl that you like this. She come from a decent family.
Carla, I want to say something, but you're going to get offended by it, so I'm not going to say it.
Say it.
She has a kid, right? She has a kid by another man, right? Were they married?
A big scandal.
Were they married?
Yeah, well, she had that kid when she was in the refugee camp in Ghana. She was a young girl, and she had a kid. It was guy and whatnot that left her. So I stepped in. I fell in love with her, whatnot. And I said, I'll, do what I could do.
Shout out to you, Carla.
It happens, but it was a big thing. It was a big thing, and so me coming there was like, oh, again, you're gonna get with a guy, whatever, like that. You know what I'm saying? So I had to do the right thing. I said we had an engagement / wedding party one night. This time I'm gonna get the certificate and we're gonna get officially married over there. We're gonna wait till we get to America to have the real wedding, right? Since it's been 5 years and it's back and forth, and now with the Trump visa restricted, we're just gonna get married over there. And maybe see how it plays out.
Carla, why do you take so long for you to bring Egypt? Within 6 months, you will be in the test with you.
I did this, right? I paid for her 2 years ago for her visa, right? And to get over here, right? This is how slick this fucking government is, right? They call you for an interview, right? At the embassy, right? She had everything ready, her records, everything ready, right? They basically they'll tell you when the interview, right? They sent it to me not by mail, like when they approved the K1 visa, right? They sent it to my email and it went into my spam. They didn't tell me what I was supposed to be looking for because I've been checking my search box, right? It went into my freaking spam mail, right? And basically said, okay, it said that was the thing. I didn't figure until 8 months later. And then they said, sorry, that expired, right? And she started crying. Well, there's a guy that says he could fix that because the original K1 visa could be fixed. But now we got this Donald Trump thing. So we so whatever. But anyway, right, I'm getting her to the point where I'm getting her to appreciate her own country, right? I'm lacing our crib that we got here, buying her a big 50-inch TV, surround sound, fire stick, all that stuff like that. We'll buy her a car, help her get her business started, and I'm gonna say, look, let's plan our life around Liberia, and I'm hoping she goes for that, right? Because we were trying to get her over here, and I'm like, I don't know if you, Beb, but I don't know if you like it living in America, right? And I just told her all the stuff that's going on here and everything like that, because every African has idea America's heaven. That's what they all think. America's heaven when I want to get to America and it's heaven and whatnot. Life is going to start when we get to America. Now, slowly starting to get her to appreciate Liberia. Like the other day, she went to this hotel and she was swimming in a pool, stuff like that. She had a good time. I said, there's a lot of stuff in your country when not, and then she told me, yeah, well, I can't wait till you get here. We go to places. I said, before you always act like you were bored. Because all the time I'm there, she's like, I just want to be in America. I don't want to be in Liberia. Now I'm getting her to appreciate her country again. I don't know what's going on with this government, but she is pretty happy now. When I first went over there, I guess with Mala Ellen and Where, she was like, "Oh, I hate this." But now she's starting to be like, "Okay, Liberia is becoming livable," So she don't.
There's money. When there's money, there's life. Let me just tell you the truth.
Yeah, so
She's
things are
enjoying this high quality.
Liberia, I can tell.
Yeah, because you said they have money. When there's money, you can do a lot of things that will make you happy. Africa have a lot of things that can make them very, very happy. If you want to swim, let's talk about swimming pool. Now she can go and swim. You can eat in a fancy restaurants. She's watching a 50 inches TV. She's probably sleeping on the air conditioner right now.
It can always be said that the upper rich people, they don't want to leave Africa. Leave for what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why do you want?
I'm trying to make her like that. I'm trying to make her like that. Where
Carla, can you drop this goofy comment down?
She's trying to leave. I know a lot of people, Black Americans in Liberia right now. They're doing really well. They're making money. They got international businesses. They ship stuff here and there and whatnot, and they just happen to park it.
Oh, Carla, I wanted to put you onto something, right? Because I have family back home. I'm doing this. I'm sure your wife might be interested. You can order Starlink. It's $220 and $50 a month, unlimited internet. So if you ever want to do something like that for yourself or for her,
do what?
That's it. Starlink internet. You order it from the United States for like $220. You ship it to Liberia, and it's $50 a month flat rate. Unlimited internet. I got it for my sister.
We'll see. But the bottom line, I'll let her handle all that stuff like that. We just go there to fucking Lone Star, whatever, and get that thing. We got internet in the house.
Jonathan.
Yeah, because it's more expensive to recharge on the hotspots or even buying credit. So $50 a month for unlimited. My sister used like 2 terabytes of data. That will cost you like almost $1,000 Liberian just to get that data through mobile money or whatever.
I'll check it before I leave. See what you're talking about.
Jonathan, African goddess said you can't harm people just for kissing.
Oh no.
Hold on. How much you pay for? How much you pay on the Wi-Fi over there?
I pay for her bill on my side here, right? And it's $50 a month, flat rate. They don't even put taxes on it. So for Starlink, we got the Starlink the mini kit, $220. I ordered it from here and then they shipped it to Liberia. It took like a week. So that's the one-time fee, $220. And then they can put it up. They got a little technician that come out They put it up and it's $50. They got unlimited internet, man. That shit is like life changing for them.
See,
So
this is why I like
I think really
Elvis. On one hand, he's liberal, but he'll support the hell out of a person that pushed Donald Trump in office.
Who's this?
It's a hell of a contradiction.
What's that? Who's that?
Starlink, Elon Musk.
No, I mean it's a service, man. It's a service that our people lack. Cause we have internet in Liberia, but you have to do like a hotspot data recharge. So it's like $20 for like 10 gigs. When you're getting a terabyte, 2 terabytes for only $50.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. I'm only saying that
But Elvis is essentially socially liberal, economically conservative. He'll support racist policies and racist people.
What are you saying, Colin?
To the end of the world.
Are you selling us some MLM thing or just what?
No, I'm telling you, Starlink. They have it in Liberia, but the price is double. It's like $440 for that mini kit. But if you buy it directly from here, they ship it to Liberia. I'm telling you this because you're gonna be there. You can stream. My sister got a Google Android TV that she watch all the the movies and stuff on. So I'm telling you, that's an option for you. It's not like it's backwards where you can't have limited internet like you have here.
So
And then give me that option.
Mini kit, $74. Okay, move. Is that the one?
No, the mini kit is the whole thing. You buy the mini kit, it's like $220. You ship it to Liberia. I think the shipping fee, everything is included through DHL, and they'll call you like a week later. You pick it up, and then you got to find your own person to set it up and make your account online, and then maybe use your credit card to do the payments. That's what I do. So I mean, that shit works really nice.
Hala, what kind of food are you eating over there? You eating like fufu or
eating fried chicken, collard greens?
Liberia got the freaking best food. Besides soul food, Liberia is the next best thing, man. I swear to God, the food's good.
What kind of food do you eat, Hala? Do you eat? I see a lot of
cassava fish.
I see a lot of Liberia. They eat fufu like Nigeria too.
Look, I ate fufu one time. I'm not eating it ever again.
What kind of food you eat there?
There's different kinds of fufu, Kala. There's the Dumba, which is the Bassa people fufu. There's the GB, the Guyana people fufu.
Look, I think fufu is poverty food, man. I'm like,
We'll tell you that, Kala. It's not poverty. Elvis, what do you mean by all this kind of fufu? Is it the plantain one or the yam one or the cassava one?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell Carla. There's different kinds, right? Some of the fufu we make it from the bird fruit. You guys got bird fruit in Nigeria, Kadola?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The bird fruit, we make it from that. The Bassa people have a special way that they make their fufu, right? So you got the cassava dust fufu.
If I go to somebody's house and they pull out fufu, I'm not gonna be rude and not eat it, But Isabel knows not to put that as my dinner.
No, Carla, fufu is the best food, man. I eat fufu a lot. Carla, at your age now, you're eating fufu. To get more,
I don't like fufu. I haven't eaten fufu in like 20 years. I don't like it at all. My grandma, when she was alive, she used to cook like our regular house food and then cook fufu for herself because she's a Bassa woman. She loves her fufu, but I can't eat that shit. My sister, who was pretty much born, she loves fufu.
You know what, Elvis? I realized something. You're more like 1776. You left Liberia, you came to America, and you said you're going to adopt this new American tribe. That's why the way you are. You are an American 1776.
I went to school here. I got taste. I like certain foods, and I don't like other foods. But
you were just African food. You embraced everything American.
No, I love a lot of African food. I just don't like it.
We need more of you, Elvis, but not for the Democratic side.
Man, I don't know, Kyle. I heard Senegal got the best food. That's what everybody keeps saying.
Hey, Steve, everyone says they got the best food when they're from Senegal.
Even Nigerians go to Liberia like, oh,
yeah, Liberian food is. I don't just lie and say Liberia is the best if it's not. But when it comes to our food, I think we got the best food. Senegal might compete. I've never tasted their food, but even African Americans when they go to Liberia, African Americans when they go to Liberia, they say that our food is the best.
Okay.
Soul food and African food. That's what makes it so good. They got cornbread, collard greens, chicken, baked chicken, fried chicken. I'm
gonna try some of that guinea fowl. I don't see what.
I don't know.
You don't like that shit.
I think Nigeria got the best food.
Nah.
No one.
Yeah,
Tyler,
Hell nah.
let the wise have a cookout show. Let's see you.
Nigerian food. I mean, I've never tried it, but it looks kind of funny,
is
you know.
literally everywhere, including sometimes on someone's head. Whether you're driving down the road or you're
What the
stopping
hell is
at
she
one of the
holding? A
neighborhood
monkey?
Kobo shops, food is at every step of the way. But more predictably, we can expect to find some of the best comfort food made fresh in neighborhood eateries. Before I take you to the top 3 insanely delicious eateries you have to try when visiting Liberia, go ahead and smash that like and subscribe button. And if you find this video helpful or entertaining, share it with someone.
Carla?
Leave a comment.
Philomena, you right?
Now let's get into it. Coming in hot, literally and figuratively,
Hey,
at
Carla,
number 3
can you
is
put that
Kitchen
comment down?
The Kitchen
I'm trying to see the
Restaurant
whole
is
thing.
the definition of a hidden gem. It's tucked away.
I like Liberia, man. It's a very beautiful country, you know. Carla, is that sweet potatoes?
They got sweet
that
potatoes,
cocoyam?
yams, and everything.
Yeah, we eat them together. We make the sweet potatoes. We make the yams together. Yeah, that's what we do.
Like,
It's like a breakfast food, right? They make a little gravy, and then they make cassava, yam, and potatoes together.
American pasta
that's
dishes
beautiful.
like lasagna and stuff like that. They got all our foods from like a century ago in Liberia: cornbread, black eyed peas. Yeah, all
I can't stand sweet potatoes, man. I never was a fan.
Towards the back of NAS corporate headquarters, and it can be a little hard to find, but once you locate it, you'll keep coming back. And the low-key location serves as such a great respite from the bustling streets of Monrovia. It can be a lot sometimes, so just being able to get away.
Yeah, that's Prime Station jollof rice.
When you walk in, don't get the modern aesthetic. The meals are as traditional as they come. The restaurant serves classic soups and favorites like red oil okra sauce and fried fish with fried rice. There's so many different things you can order here that will hit the spot.
Hey, Carla, what the
catch of the day is
man?
a huge piece of fish with a crispiness on the outside and a soft flakiness on the inside.
Carla, you said they use their hands.
I will say one underrated star of the menu is the yuki fries. They're simple, but listen, delicious.
Oh, never
so
mind.
good
There you
that
go.
my family and I
Hold on,
visited
that
the
one is very
restaurant
pretty.
almost daily during a recent trip to Liberia just to get those fries. Okay, no joke.
Those are no fries. Those are yams.
Classy, fast casual restaurant. You definitely should visit. Coming in at number 2 is Musu Spot, which love this place. I mean, who doesn't love a breezy patio?
That's my childhood spot right there on the Convertown broadcast, man. I love Musu Spot. I used to go there all the time.
Musu Spot delivers on that, but also delivers on the food. The variety here is exceptional. They have everything from European food like club sandwiches, burgers, spare ribs, to African dishes like cassava leaf. The African food menu changes daily, but not one meal on the menu is more than $8.80 USD. The European menu is priced between
famous for ice cream when I was young,
and 22
but now they started selling food.
There's a full bar you can enjoy when you're here. It's a great place to bring friends to watch a game on Friday nights. They actually grill fried fish, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole draw for the locals, so it's a great place to meet locals when you're in the area. If you want to do so, this is a great spot to hang. A few standout features. They have a mix of outdoor and indoor seating. Super relaxing, great hospitality. They give you hot towels to clean your hands with before you start eating. You get a free bottle of water with every meal, and that's not the case at every restaurant. So really
bottle of water.
Hospitality for Musu Spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is food so
spicy. A lot of mineral waters, you know.
Nigeria, they only offer you the such a baggy of water.
What it is struggling is number 1, Evelyn's restaurant. This place, chef's kiss. Promise you, it's so good. It's the Liberian version of Cheers.
I guess me and Kyle about to have Liberian wives
the wait staff here is so good at remembering names and faces. I went there for the first time and returned there a few days later. The wait staff knew my name. They remembered me. We keyed a little bit. They really just make you feel like you're a part of the family. On top of that, there's a huge menu. Evelyn's also delivered on the portions. Now, this is one of the only restaurants I visited in Monrovia that didn't skimp on the
$10 for this bullshit.
11 out of 10, I would highly recommend. Those are the top 3 tastiest restaurants in Monrovia, Liberia. Of course, there are plenty more.
So you say that's
let me
cassava
know if
leaf
you want
right
more
there?
food content. or if you want to know
Yeah,
more
it's not
about the
really that green
history,
stuff.
the
Kyler,
currency,
what you
the
trying to say
people,
is the
what it's like
average
to live
Liberian can
there, what it's
afford to
like
eat
to
at these
visit there,
restaurants.
what to pack.
Well, they
Let
somehow
me
Nah,
know which
most
direction to go in
Liberians can cook more
next,
likely better than
and
that
I'll be
restaurant.
sure to
Most
drop
people
a
cook that
video
soup. They
about
don't go
that.
out to
Show
eat.
some love in the comments.
But
We'll
the
see you
ingredients for
again
that
in the
soup.
next
Let me
video.
tell you something. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of money circulating in Liberia.
Listen, what if you can
They
start your
got a lot
own
of
lending
remittances coming
business,
in from overseas.
helping other
The families
businesses
from
get
overseas
access to
take care of
capital,
them.
funding,
You'd be
credit, money,
surprised. You be
Elvis
and
seeing
doing big
allowing
Liberians
you
things.
walking
also
around
Elvis
with
family
earn
go there every
royalty
day.
in their pocket,
commissions,
man.
even
You
if
see
you have
Liberians
no
walking around
prior
with keys in their
experience.
pocket,
Now you're seeing
Dave
some
family don't go there. Where Dave at?
All right, love hate. I know who this love hate guy is. He be on Dinah's channel. That's dang, what's his name? I forgot, but I think he a Nigerian dude from Canada. He talking about saying it looks better than Caribbean FBA food.
and, he taking shots at us one night. He came on the other night, man. Just ripped my head off, man.
Love hate. What's your name on your on that you be on Dinah's channel? I could tell by how you type. It's the same person. What he go by? Dang, I forgot his name.
Food looks better than Caribbean FBA. Why is there competition, man?
Nobody was competing.
Why we gotta compete? I like Liberian food. Love it.
Kala, if they don't talk about food, they have no competition. That's the problem.
He said I'm never on Dinah's show. Okay, I guess I got you mixed up with somebody else. Damn, my fault.
He's always on Dinah's show.
Why there got to be a competition, man? It's like, damn, like Afrobeats. The Afrobeats will be further right now.
Kala. Remember on Dinah's show, they used to talk about how Afrobeats is taking over.
I said, man, y'all playing with fire, man. Stop that shit, Before Afrobeats could even settle in America, they're always starting shit, man. You don't do that shit, man.
I like Afrobeats, man. It was good, but
when I go to Liberia, it's all this is Afrobeats. But every time I walk into a club, man,
they play American music,
man. It's like, like damn. As soon as I walk
the thing about it is, Elvis said this before that it would never, I guess take over hip hop because hip hop is just like everybody rapping in their language. Like you go to Russia, you got Russian, got Russian rap music. You go to China, they got Chinese, Japanese, and then you go like Europe. It's everywhere. So it's like it's gonna be hard.
So like I said,
it's gonna be a long time before you get a whole bunch of white people trying to make Afrobeat music.
Right.
Yeah. So
Chris Brown has been on some Afrobeat songs, also some piano songs.
Hold on. Do you know one of the biggest? Hold on. One of the biggest songs from Ed Sherman is an Afrobeat song. What are you talking about?
Play that song, Colin. From Ed Sherman.
It was like You said what?
It wasn't Burna Boy on that song. You talking about the song Burna Boy?
No, it's I think he's on the remix, but it was an Ed Sherman song.
You talk about Peru, others.
No, that's Peru. That's not.
Peru is like that. What remix it was with I forget his name.
Ed Sherman was on the remix. Yeah, that's different. That's not. I'm talking about this.
Is you like Joe Boy or something like one of those boys?
No, the song is like I'm in love with your body. That song. I'm in love with your body. That song.
Okay. I could be mistaken, but I don't see a whole.
That song was huge, and that was an Afrobeat song, and that's a white man singing that song.
That was like TOK. That wasn't really Afrobeat.
Afrobeat actually was not really. Afrobeat was just kind of like African genre for African people to be very happy with. It's something that they created for themselves. It was never really something they have to go worldwide. It's not that the white people like it in Europe and other places, especially in England. That's Afrobeat actually spread to other places. It's just an African thing. That's why baby Kala is hearing it a lot in Liberia. Kala, you have to understand what you hear in Liberia. Liberia also contributed a lot to Nollywood movie also. I don't know if you know that also. So Nollywood movies also, Liberia also have a very big. It might not be.
They like it. Well, my wife likes Nollywood.
Produced in Liberia, but they have there's a lot of Liberia movie stars that came from Liberia, also in that Nollywood type of movies also. So I think Liberia
get their movie industry together, man. That'd be great.
We got Nollywood movies too. We just call it Tubi.
You know, so
Yeah, them Tubi movies be worse than a lot of movies, man. That shit be
You
terrible.
gotta get Tubi movie finance.
They
You gotta be
got
in the
black
hood.
Americans in
You got
Hollywood
people.
movies
So
now.
when I watch Tubi, right?
It's a beautiful thing.
The actors got be like middle class black people acting in acting school, yet they're playing a hardcore thug. It don't even sound right. Yeah, I told you to have my money. I'm like, dude, man, you look like you were a reverend in a church. You know, the worst acting I've ever seen in my life. These raggedy ass movies. They
I
always
prefer
like this.
people to go to Liberia even than Ghana. Let's just be honest. Liberia is far more open-minded than any other places in West Africa. In West Africa, there, you know, that are going to Ghana. You know, Ghana is kind of like closed-minded. They're not really, you know. I'm not hitting on them, but what I've seen, I've never been to Liberia, but I've met a lot of Liberians and Nigerians who go into Liberia to do their own thing over there, and they are far more open-minded. You know, they can do. They have a lot to contribute also, you know, in most of the things. That's why I just bring Nollywood to you. If you talk about Nollywood, you might not know them, but not all are Nigerians. So a lot of them are from Liberia also, okay? They might not have that accent they have on it. Maybe they might train them to have some Nigerian accent, but it's just the same, you know? That's just the truth, you know? I like Liberia a lot. I don't know why, but because of the way they're doing their own things. When I was in high school, I didn't even know what Liberia. That woman started speaking with very strange accent. I'm like, whoa, I like this accent. She was a missionary then. She came to pray in our school or prayer meeting and everything. That's why I started having interest in Liberia, you know, until Civil War destroyed that beautiful country. I saw in the magazines, and they were having police like American police cars, and you know, what I saw in magazine was far different.
They ain't got that no more.
Modern Africa.
Now they got KK police.
Yeah. Well, now they all driving. They all driving back Jeeps. All the police driving back. You know,
if you want American cars, you have to go to Liberia, buy them, and ship them to Nigeria. I think that's where Nigerians actually buying their cars from.
I saw Liberia import a bunch of patrol cars. So when I go this time, I actually police patrol cars. You know, a patrol car. Not everybody.
Liberians sound cool. I just hate their accent. The way they talk sounds fucking weird.
No, that's where they no. That's where they are. Why you say? I like the people. I like who they are. I like the country.
Yeah, they got. I like their accent, Jonathan.
You do?
They are far more. They are very friendly.
Necessarily on.
Yeah, they're very cool. Name? There's a lot of them in
Philadelphia. No, I'm talking about Amara.
You talking about Amara? But he got a mixed accent though, because he got some southern stuff. He got a southern accent going on too.
No, I'm talking about
Amara's from Sierra Leone. He's not from Liberia. He's not from.
Yeah, he's from Sierra Leone, but like he got a little North Carolina in him too. When I hear him talk,
been living here a long time.
Yeah, so he's like
he got that southern twang to his accent. Yeah, it's true.
Amara.
From Sierra Leone.
Jonathan, one thing you should know about Liberian women, they don't pretend like the way Ghana women pretend. You know, Liberian women don't really pretend.
Hold on. So you're taking shots at Ghana tonight? It's not.
No. I'm just telling the truth that some of them are my friends. You know, you come across them, they just tell you the way it is. They don't want you. You feel me? And
you want to hear something funny? Where's some funny?
And
Bomani picture up of some model from Ghana and was on. And I said, dude, man. I said, I didn't forget it was Bomani. I said, oh shit, man, come on. You know, I was like, bro, is this real? I know you got pissed off. You know, is real when that. So in other words, basically, does the average Ghanaian woman look like the fuck this? You know, that's all I was basically saying.
I mean, it's the same thing when they try to use, celebrities. You know, when the FBA try to use celebrities for Black American women.
A lot of FBA women who look hot. I see them today.
But
I'm dead serious.
The average woman is average, man. Bro.
But the girls in here where I live at, in my city, look fucking and like you're like all day. You're like, holy shit! There's so many fucking fine ass sisters here.
Yeah, I mean, there's some beautiful women, but they don't look like the people like the superstars. The movie.
Hold on, the women I see look better.
Okay.
I haven't seen any hot women on in the media. The last hot women with Vanessa, they're all turning 60. They haven't gave us a new fresh thing of hot women in the media. Show me somebody who's hot. They tried with that girl with the Little Mermaid, but that was it. That Little Mermaid shit. But they don't. There's no really hot.
Chloe or Haley, whichever one it was.
Yeah,
Bailey.
that was a flop.
Haley. Okay.
This
She
generation
I mean, white.
have not produced no hot black.
I
Back
don't
in the
think
day,
so.
our generation, we had
one of us.
Tatiana Lee. We had Tatiana Lee. We had Lisa Bonet. We had Kim Fields. We had shit like.
And we got
color. There's always better looking women in real life, though.
That's
Better
what I'm
than
saying. What he's saying is not like the people when there's nothing in the fucking media right now. Megan Thee Stallion, Suki Hama. Are you kidding me, Steve?
Megan Thee Stallion is fine as hell.
Get the fuck out
Megan
of
Thee
here.
Stallion, she's a beautiful girl. Now I don't like her music, but she ain't gonna lie that she's not beautiful.
So next thing
She's
you're gonna tell me
woman.
Suki Hama's fucking fine too, right?
You said who?
Suki Hama.
Who was that?
I mean, Suki Hama, she not bad looking. I mean, she not.
Oh, see, man, Steve, you gotta go, man.
Steve, you know who really, really, really look good?
Don't say Sexy Red.
Yes, Lizzo.
No, Lizzo.
Oh,
she really worked on her body.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think she listened to Kyle's platform. She said, "You know what, nigga, I'm gonna lose all of this weight."
Steve is a chubby chaser, Yeah, he's gonna be like out there. Can't bring Steve to the Afro stand, man. He's gonna lobby to get.
Oh yeah, Lizzo. Oh man, Lizzo. Yeah,
she lost weight, right?
She's not a cutie.
Yeah.
No,
Lizzo does look good. What are you talking about?
No,
the first picture that popped up for her, what?
Yeah. She's working on it. She's trying to get herself Afro stand ready.
Yeah, no.
She just gotta lose a little bit more weight, and she's good to go.
You gotta have some big women though, because like somebody said, you gotta have some athletes.
No. Yeah, hold up. Yeah, we take body mass index and things, but we say, stuff like that. But the bottom
all
line,
the men gonna be small statured little dudes, man. How you gonna have your military?
Have all kinds
and
of
everybody
they want, but women, we want women to get pregnant and get married by the time they're 30. And you're gonna do that when you got a certain amount of body that you can attract men.
Congratulations to Lizzo.
We want to build our population up.
Listen, Kyle, even Frenchie says she's cute. Talking about Suki.
That's a woman, Frenchie. I love her, but that's a woman's job to always say that every woman looks beautiful. Oh, she's beautiful.
Kyle, pull up a picture, man. Pull up a
That's
picture.
what women do.
She don't look good, dog. She like Baby Bop. She reminds me of Baby Bop from my youth.
Bullshit.
That's what she look like.
Bullshit. Kyle, show look good. This is supposed to be Lizzo. They talk about she lost extreme weight. What? Either I want the girl to be healthy or not.
Is it with Ozepi or is it with Ozepi? Which was a P that is not really good.
Kidola like Queen Latifah, right? Do you like Queen Latifah, Ola?
Oh yeah, man. I was 17 then,
That is AI. That's not her, bro. That's AI.
Oh, the first picture I seen, I was like, I thought that was her.
Lizzo. That is not Lizzo. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. The one down in the black, that's her.
Just be honest. Lizzo is not bad. I told her that it might be man just to work some little bit.
We'll be the judge of that. Let's see. Let's all watch this together.
And I bet she not a cook good, Colin. That's another thing.
Go ahead.
You cannot compare black women are not like white women. Majority white women, black women, you can know what black people have size,
I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that. Every time you a black on you and whatnot, you're like, yo, babe, what's going on, man? Look at all this right here, Well, I'm a black woman. What the fuck does that mean? Put the fork down, shit, okay, here's Lizzo.
Come on, Colin,
I refuse to believe the polls also.
That ain't Lizzo. Stop it.
I believe the right. That's not her.
That's Lizzo. What y'all mean?
That's a son.
That's Lizzo. That's Lizzo, little cousin, man. Stop it.
It's not her.
Girl lose weight now. Y'all don't think it's her. That's crazy.
You want to tell me this is Lizzo? Get out of here.
Man, that Ozempic really worked.
It's Lizzo.
That's Lizzo. Y'all just used to seeing the fat version of her.
That is Lizzo right there. Boom, boom, boom. That's Lizzo. You know.
What about Eva
That's
Apio?
Lizzo.
I don't know how to say that name. Who was that? Sir, look
Man,
her
give
up,
it
Colin.
up. She lost the weight. So, Kyle, you
Oh,
can't make
that look
mistakes
like
no
her.
That's
more.
her right there. That's her. That's Lizzo.
She'll make a great.
Damn.
She'll have.
That was her doing her fat days. She don't look
That's her
nothing like
right
that
now.
no more.
So
I
yeah.
don't like
Lizzo,
what she got on right there. I don't know about that.
that's Lizzo.
I don't like what they got on.
But she
That's
like,
another thing they do. They don't want the LGBTQ people to be shamed. They don't want fat people to be shamed either.
you can't criticize nobody nowadays, you know. Oh well, it is what it is, you know.
Lizzo is a very beautiful girl, man. Leave her alone. You
Thank
know,
you.
Oh yeah, older man. He like his big girls, man.
Cadola, she could
Lizzo
always be your second wife.
Lizzo is very
Yeah.
beautiful. She's doing her thing. She's a black girl, and black women, you know, they don't come on. They have different shape and size. You know, they're around with African women, which Lizzo, African descendant woman Lizzo is. You know, she will come the same way too. This is very pretty. She have pretty face. She's doing her thing.
What I
You
would
know.
suggest is that's why I said I'm gonna start a dating service for Nigerian guys to hook up with our big girls in America. Everybody's happy, you know?
I be seeing black American dudes. I be seeing black American dudes walking around Walmart with big girls too. So I don't.
Yeah, those are you southern Negroes, you know. You down south Negroes, I don't like them big girls and whatnot. You know, I'm from New York, man. We like our fine, you know. Yeah, but you know
That might be
also
what it
too,
is,
bro.
Colin.
Those same dudes right there. She got that Section 8, right? You know, she got those food stamps and whatnot. That nigga's eating good and whatnot. Maybe have to tag it once a week. You know.
Oh my God, Suki is ugly than a motherfucker.
Small price to
Eva,
pay.
Colin, look up Eva Apio. I don't know how to say her last name. Frenchie mentioned her in the chat. Look her up.
Somebody go look at her and put it in the back chat. I don't feel like listening.
It's right. EVA Apio. API. Oh,
See, if she's skinny, she'll be all right.
Eva,
You know?
Eva, whatever it's called.
Well, I care
All right,
about it.
Yeah,
I take you up to 200 pounds. That's my limit.
that's crazy, Steve.
I mean, you don't know, like a 200 pound. Let's say she's 6 foot tall, right? A
She's
200
ugly
pound, 6
too.
foot tall. A 6 foot, 200 pound woman is not that big.
Oh, she is. No, the Eva Apio girl is actually kind of cute.
Yeah, she's all right. You know, yeah, she's good. Yeah, she's all right. You know, all right. You know.
I mean, when she dresses like a woman,
Yeah,
she's actually cute.
Man, Kyla, put it on the. I wanted to see. I just looked it up.
You're right. You're right, Jonathan. You're right, man.
Steve, stop being so damn thirsty, man. Damn.
Cute. When she starts to look like a weirdo, she doesn't look cute.
Yeah, but Lizzo is very cute. You know, Lizzo is from well, she wasn't born here, but she lived a lot of years here in Minneapolis. Yeah. So she blew up and then went to California.
She's Liberian.
No, she's not Liberian. If anything, she probably got some Somali in her or something like that.
You said Lizzo got some Somali in her?
She ain't one of ours, nigga.
I doubt she got Somali in her.
Tell me she's Nigerian.
Yeah, a little bit of Somali in her.
No, she got Somali in her.
But there are some black Americans I be looking at them and they're like, man, these Negroes look like a Somali person. I ain't gonna lie to you.
The Somali women is kind of big, man. You know.
I think because of they came from Madagascar.
Oh yeah, the Malagasy people. Yeah, Madagascar.
Yeah, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Puff Daddy has to come from Madagascar.
Colin, you got any Malagasy DNA? I had a little bit.
I have Indonesian DNA, and they said you got it from people from Malagasy. Indonesian descent.
Yeah, but I had like 1%, something like that.
These people were brought into the Carolinas and Virginia as slaves, you know. I got like 3 or 4% Asian blood.
Chris Peter went to sleep.
No,
who is that?
That's Elvis.
Kala, man. Have a beautiful time, man. Going somewhere. Jonathan, are you still in Benin?
I'm in Cali, brother.
Okay, that's good, man. Okay, okay,
I
Carla.
added one to the Edelstein family. We got an Eson baby on the way.
What's that?
We got an Eson baby on the way.
Okay, okay. It's nice.